Olivia entered a marriage full of calculations, where love and regret intertwined like a sweet trap. She tried her best to change fate, correcting the mistakes that once broke her heart. The man beside her was both cold and sorrowful, carrying secrets that had never been forgiven. Between love and hate, Olivia had to choose whether to stubbornly hold on or let go to save herself. Please join Lisa Manhwa in following this fascinating story. The story begins with a view of Ruhern Street in the Franz Empire, appearing under the clear sunlight like a European fairy tale painting. On both sides of the street are rows of dark-framed wooden houses with sloping gray-tiled roofs. Looking through the curved glass window of a moving carriage, the city scenery drifts by like a film reel. In the dim light of the frame, only half of her face is visible, her chin resting lightly on the back of her hand as if lost in thought. Under the soft light, that face has a calm, contemplative look. It is the eldest daughter of the Madeleine ducal family, Olivia Madeleine. Sally bowed slightly, her voice filled with curiosity mixed with excitement, her eyes brightening as she looked at Olivia. "Your Highness, you are going to the palace to see His Highness the Crown Prince." "Again next Monday, are not you?" she replied casually. "That is right." Her voice carried a hint of girlish fantasy. Sally exclaimed with excitement, "You just had an audience with His Highness last Wednesday, and now he is sending a carriage to pick you up again on Monday. It is so romantic, just like a fairy tale." Not stopping there, she asserted confidently, "The Crown Prince must be in love with Your Highness." In contrast to Sally's excited appearance, Olivia lowered her head slightly, her face showing a hint of sadness. She muttered to herself, "Romantic." On the opposite side, Leopold stared at Olivia with a doubtful gaze. "Miss." He raised an eyebrow slightly as soon as he saw her. "What are you doing here?" "The Crown Prince of the Franz Empire, Leopold Franz." Right next to him was Leopold's lover, Maria Edel. Leopold's voice rang out belatedly, carrying a superficial sense of regret. Now that I think about it, today is the day I promised to meet you, miss. I have been so absent-minded lately that I even forgot my appointment with you." In that moment, Olivia's heart skipped a beat. The Crown Prince. The man who has been engaged to me since I was 9 years old. Like most nobles, our betrothal was arranged for mutual benefit. Between me and the Crown Prince, there has never been such a thing as love. Thinking of this, she unconsciously turned her head to look behind her. In Olivia's mind, a statement echoed, "Only my one-sided feelings." Even so, I continued to hope. I thought that if I tried a little harder, maybe one day he would notice me. Then Leopold casually took her hand, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "I want to make up for today's mistake with a date." The corner of Leopold's mouth twitched slightly. He brazenly made a suggestion. "How about next Monday?" Meanwhile, Olivia mocked herself. "I am no better than anyone else. Too naive when faced with love. The first time I met the Crown Prince was on his 11th birthday." That year's statement, simple and innocent, Leopold reached out to her naturally. What a nice name, Olivia. Back in reality, Olivia's footsteps almost froze. Leopold tilted his head slightly. He declared loudly, "Let us have lunch together next Monday. I will send a carriage to pick you up around lunchtime." The first date Leopold had ever proactively asked for. After a long while, she smiled unconsciously, feeling a little happy. "My father will be very happy to hear this." Only one innocent thought echoed in Olivia's mind. Who knows, maybe he will praise me. Immediately after that, she and Sally strolled along the highway. It was at this moment that Sally stopped, her eyes fixed on the glass window. Seeing her cheeks flushed red, Olivia could not help but feel a little curious. Is it that beautiful? In front of the glittering display dress, Sally exclaimed softly, "I think it is the latest design from Mrs. Plito. Is not it very sparkly and beautiful?" Her eyes were almost glued to the glittering dress, and the thought arose in her mind, this outfit would definitely suit the young lady. Olivia turned to Sally, her voice gentle but firm. "Sally, tell that store to come to the mansion next week." Hearing that, Sally could not hide her surprise. Is the young lady finally going to order a dress like that? Then she suddenly spoke, "Not for me, but for Athela." As soon as the words fell, she became completely angry, her voice rising urgently. "Are you just going to keep caring about Miss Athela? She only wears dark colors." After saying that, Sally kept muttering, "A bright dress like that would also suit the young lady very well." In that moment, the image of Athela suddenly appeared in Olivia's mind, her gently calling, "Sister." Returning to reality, she smiled slightly and made a suggestion, "I will buy it later." Sally was still not satisfied. She gently made a sarcastic remark, "The young lady is the Crown Prince's fiancée, but she's always so humble. Today, you just went out to check the mailbox and then went straight home, did not you?" Seeing this, Olivia chuckled, "That is right." At that moment, some nobles gathered in twos and threes, and some turned around and whispered, "Is that the noble lady?" The person next to her immediately spoke sarcastically. "That is right, it is that illegitimate child." Not stopping there, she continued with a sour tone, "Just looking at her makes me shudder. Is she worthy of being the Crown Prince's fiancée?" Those words just happened to fall straight into Sally's ears. She opened her mouth and screamed with a shocking voice, "Impudent! Meanwhile, Olivia maintained a calm face. She just ordered, "Stop it, Sally, this is not the first time this has happened." Hearing this, Sally hesitated slightly, but, "Young lady." Still the same as before, she just smiled casually. "I just do not want to make a fuss, let us go." Sally could not help but feel a little angry. They always gossip as if they are right. If it were me, I would not even bother opening my mouth. Immediately after that, she leaned closer to Olivia, not forgetting to remind her, "Don't worry about those rumors, let us go check the mailbox, there is definitely mail today, I am sure of it." Olivia's only secret hobby is writing letters. The fact that she started exchanging letters with a knight whose name she did not even know was purely coincidental. About a year ago, when the second son, Jade, went to the battlefield, Jade Madeline. Olivia wanted to help in some way and sent relief supplies. But Jade returned everything she sent. On a whim, she decided to send those items under the name Live Green. Recalling a while ago, Sally suddenly announced, "Young lady, the young master's unit said they are using the necessities you sent." Olivia stood up abruptly, feeling a little incredulous. "Really?" Then suddenly Olivia's expression turned stiff. Those relief supplies were never returned again. In that moment, she reassured herself, even if it is just a fake name, I am still very happy that he accepted them. Then, one day, Sally called out again, "Young lady, there is a letter that came without a sender's name." Olivia took the letter, her fingertips pausing on the line, "To Live Green, with gratitude." Since that day, for nearly a year, the letters had stopped. In another development, where the letters turned into old colors, signaling bad news, the letters were still sent regularly. Olivia's mind echoed with sad thoughts. Although the letters have stopped for about 6 months, I hope he is still okay. I heard they are winning, so he is probably just busy. Even so, I still hope there will be mail today. It was at this moment that Sally suddenly grabbed her hand, exclaiming, "Young lady." Then Sally cheerfully made a suggestion, "Let us go check the mailbox and then buy a really pretty diary." At that moment, a shout rang out, attracting the attention of the two, "Where's the toll for passing through the gate? Do you think you are noble so you do not have to pay? Can't you understand human language?" Sally's eyes quickly darted towards the crowd. She sighed softly, "Oh my god, there are still people demanding tolls like that." At the same time, Olivia's expression also changed. She mumbled in her throat, "Seriously?" Immediately after that, Olivia suddenly ran forward quickly. Noticing the emergency situation, Sally hurriedly shouted, "Young lady, you can't get close to dangerous people like that. Let us take another route." The guards hurriedly ran after her. "Young lady." Meanwhile, Olivia had already arrived. At this moment, she stopped in front of the toll collector, her eyes coldly piercing. Sally could only call out loudly, "Young lady." Immediately after that, Olivia suddenly gave an order, "Stop it now." The man heard this and turned around. "What is that little girl saying? Hey, noble lady." He casually provoked, "You think you are good because you have backing, but do not think that a few guards can stop us. It is best not to interfere in this matter." Seeing this, Olivia did not hesitate to order, "Arrest them." As soon as the words fell, the guards quickly rushed forward to restrain the man. A loud scream immediately rang out. He roared as if he had been stabbed, "Where did you come from?" At this moment, the man's expression suddenly turned as pale as if he had seen something terrible. His body trembled violently, and he cursed inwardly, "Damn it." Then the man suddenly grabbed the person next to him, holding a knife close to his throat. "Don't take another step." Before the horrifying scene, Sally could not help but feel a little confused. What the heck? At the same time, Edwin frowned slightly. He coldly glanced at the man. Before the cold blade, Edwin did not flinch at all. He thought to himself, what a mess. What are those knights standing there for? Why are they standing there like trees? Edwin's eyes were fixed on the white hair that was bobbing in the crowd. Who is that over there? Then the corners of his mouth moved slightly, and hot breath immediately came out. After a long while, Edwin finally saw Olivia. In that moment, she turned around, her eyes looking straight at him. As soon as he saw Olivia, Edwin was slightly shocked. "No way." Seeing his body moving non-stop, the man hurriedly shouted, "What? Don't move." At that moment, the guard suddenly shouted, "Now's the time." Before the body that was rushing madly, he screamed madly, "No, I told you not to come any closer." Immediately after that, a loud noise rang out, only to see the man crushed under the cold ground. The group of people hurriedly approached Edwin, everyone anxiously asking, "Are you okay?" Meanwhile, his eyes did not leave Olivia, who was present before his eyes. Before she could react, Edwin suddenly ran over. Seeing this, Olivia said hoarsely. She looked at Edwin with worried eyes, "Are you okay?" Suddenly Olivia's expression changed, her eyes widened. Immediately, Edwin's body fell into her arms. At this moment, Sally's voice rang out piercingly, "Young lady." Hearing this, Edwin was almost awakened. He quickly stepped back. The corners of Edwin's mouth curved slightly, his smile as bright as the morning sun. His voice was hoarse with emotion as he sincerely said, "Thank you." Edwin's face showed full of embarrassment and regret. "I am sorry, my legs are weak and I could not stand up, so I got into a bit of trouble. I really do not know how to repay this kindness. His breath became rapid, his head bowed, looking at his trembling legs. My legs can't stand still anymore. Edwin's eyes wavered between gratitude and helplessness, his voice lowered as he confessed, I do not know what to do anymore, thank you very much. Edwin's hands clenched tightly, his nails digging into his clothes. His confusion and panic were evident as he choked up. If it were not for the help of such a kind person, I probably would have. After saying that, a teardrop rolled down Edwin's cheek. Olivia paused for a moment, her eyes widening in surprise. In her head she could only think vaguely, is he crying? He smiled awkwardly, I do not know how to repay this kindness. Meanwhile, Sally looked at Edwin warily, just one teardrop, is he doing it on purpose? Olivia's eyes quickly swept across the face of the man in front of her, this man. In her head, she thought, judging by the way he dresses, he seems to be a noble, but who exactly is he? There is no information about this man in the noble registry. On this side, Edwin still wore an awkward smile. Suddenly, a small detail made Olivia's heart skip a beat, wait, red eyes, and black hair. She almost held her breath, memories and information overlapping, Duke Vikander. The man who won every war he participated in. Recently, he reversed the situation in the war with Heperdal, a battle that had lasted for 3 years. The hero of the battlefield, and the cold ruler of the north, Duke Edwin Vikander Lowell. The one called the bloodthirsty demon, who spread terror to everyone. Thinking of this, Olivia hesitated and raised her head to look at Edwin. Seeing this, he smiled innocently, a smile so innocent that it was suspicious. Olivia shook her head slightly, forcing herself to calm down, it can't be this person. She continued with a forced expression, I am very happy to be able to help. He looked up at Olivia, his expression unusually serious, it is not just helping, you are my benefactor. Edwin sighed softly, a hint of regret flashed through his tone, if only I could find my knight, then I could repay you right away. Olivia looked around, feeling worried in her heart, it is worrying to let him wander alone in such an insecure place. He is with a knight, not a mercenary, he must be a newly promoted noble. Above all, if he were a royal noble, he could not approach her so casually, with that dirty blood. Whispers suddenly rang out from behind, carrying a caustic contempt aimed directly at her. Too rude, that bastard is so bold, is that thing worthy of being the crown prince's fiancé, how pathetic. Olivia took a deep breath and said calmly, I will say it again, I am fine. The important thing is, where did you and your knight get separated? Edwin thought for a moment, then slowly replied, in a place with a fountain and many carriages. Olivia was slightly confused, a place with a fountain and many carriages. Olivia muttered softly, her eyes lit up as she suddenly realized, could it be that place? Right in front of her was the Four Seasons garden. Olivia tried to be polite, she said softly, I will go alone from here, I am almost there, so I won't get lost. Hearing this, he asked blankly, you are not going with me. Edwin quickly added, as long as I find my knight, I will definitely give you very precious gifts. Olivia shook her head gently, I appreciate your kindness. He was silent for a moment, then hurriedly asked again, so, will we meet again? She turned her head away from his eyes, it is probably difficult. Hearing this, Edwin lowered his head, his voice filled with regret, I understand. Then I will just have to look forward to another lucky chance to meet you again. After saying that, he once again looked at Olivia with a mesmerized look. Before leaving, Edwin turned back, his tone unusually serious, and if there really is that day, so that I can repay this kindness, I hope you will allow me to do that. On this side, Olivia was completely stunned, her heart suddenly beating fast. Olivia stood still, watching that back figure, in her heart she could not help but utter a silent sentence, this man really. In that moment, the image of Leopold and his lover seemed to be present right before her eyes. Olivia pursed her lips slightly, her heart aching unconsciously, such words, even her fiancé has never said. Wake up, he is only being kind because he does not know who you are. She raised her head, trying to keep her voice calm but not forgetting to emphasize, just so you know, I am very picky, okay, I mean, if it is not my taste, I won't accept it. Hearing that, Edwin could not help but chuckle softly, that is great. He gently reached out towards Olivia, I have always been an ambitious person, so of course, I am only surrounded by valuable things. Edwin tilted his head, flashing a confident smile, you can look forward to it. Immediately after that, the carriage quickly left. At the same time, Winster could not help but be stunned, really, are you a clown, what are you wearing, what kind of game are you thinking of this time? However, Edwin's eyes were still fixed on the carriage that was gradually moving away. Seeing this, he almost fainted, Edwin Vikander is making such an expression. And it is with the daughter of the leader of the Imperial faction, the person he hates the most. Without thinking, Winster hurriedly asked, Your Highness, has something happened to Miss Madeline, or are you planning to vent your anger on Madeline when Deputy Captain Jade is not around? Edwin casually turned his head and ignored him. Winster stared at him, what is this, what the heck is going on? It has been 10 years since the Grand Duke had to fight on the battlefield because of the orders of that wretched emperor. He should not have had any contact with the Duchess, who was raised in luxury in the mansion. He often clashes with Deputy Captain Jade, Madeline's second son. Thinking of this, his inner self almost screamed, who would have thought he would meet the deputy captain's younger sister? Then Winster could not help but feel a little confused, but why? Edwin suddenly called his name, Winster. He quickly replied, yes. Edwin was silent for a long time, then he slowly made a suggestion, I do not want to go to the Imperial Palace. As soon as the words fell, Winster could not help but feel a little doubtful, what? His voice dropped, filled with disgust, if I go, I will just hear nonsense about repaying merits or making vows. Why does not that emperor just die? Winster was startled and hurriedly lowered his voice. Your Highness, master. Hearing this, Edwin turned around sharply, he raised his voice to remind, why are you suddenly shouting so loudly? That is really rude, Winster. Seeing his serious appearance, he could only compromise, okay, now that I think about it, you really did not want to go in the first place. Edwin suddenly grinned, but it is better now than it was before. Winster did not forget to ask again, of course, we have prepared everything completely now, have not we? Look at how strong the Grand Duke is now. He continued, his tone getting faster and faster, as long as we regain the white crystal mine of the late Duchess. Winster lowered his voice, the sound still unable to hide his excitement, everything will happen exactly as you want, Your Highness, right. Hearing this, Edwin unconsciously smiled, as I want. At the same time, at the Madeline mansion, it was a towering building. Right now, Olivia slowly moved into the room. Sally's eyes were fixed on the bouquet of flowers on the table. Young lady, it seems the Crown Prince sent flowers. She happily hugged the fragrant bouquet, the corners of her mouth curving up naturally, what a coincidence. Olivia thought to herself, I did not expect it to be the same flower I received from that night a year ago. Her eyes were fixed on the accompanying note, what does the card say? As soon as she saw the words inside, Olivia's eyes widened. The words quickly appeared clearly, I have written the meaning of these flowers, in case the Duchess does not know, the meaning of that flower is, my heart will always be towards you in the end. I am very much looking forward to next Monday. Olivia's face changed quickly, she happily hugged the fresh flowers. The corners of her lips curved up so radiantly that she could not help but be curious, what did they send today that made the young lady smile so brightly? In that moment, Olivia secretly affirmed, yes, this is the Leopold I used to know. A kind man, who carefully chose flowers with special meaning to give to someone like me. Leopold must be going through something right now, which is why he is acting like this. Maybe it is because I carry the shame of being called an illegitimate child. When everything passes, maybe he will love me. Surely, if I work harder. Her mother's voice in her memory sounded gentle and resolute, Liv, my dear daughter, remember, as long as you try your best, there is nothing you can't do. But then other words overlapped, both pitying and blaming, Liv, my poor child, Olivia. Memory slid to a dark room, someone's voice sounded very familiar, Miss Olivia Madeline, Miss, please do not forget. That person's voice echoed in her ear, the reason why the Madeline ducal family has become a laughingstock is because of you, Miss. Memory moved again to the streets of the Turning Bell Wanderers. Olivia was born and raised in poverty. The image of her mother approaching, her voice trembling as she asked, Liv, my child, why are you crying? Even then, though I was too young, I instinctively realized that the only light that brought happiness to my childhood was my mother, fading away. That I would never be able to see my mother as before again. At this moment, her mother suddenly brought news, Liv, listen carefully, soon, your father will come. Hearing this, she could not help but feel a little doubtful, Father, you said he was dead. She bowed her head and apologized, while admitting, I lied, I am sorry. Her mother reassured her gently, you may meet siblings you have never known before, and everything may be quite strange. Saying this, she cried and smiled brightly, but believe me, you will feel much better there, and you will be happier, Liv. You know that, do not you, as long as you try your best. Olivia's eyes glistened slightly, she said with a trembling voice, everything I want will come true. After saying that, she approached and kissed Olivia's forehead, my dear daughter, I hope you will live a happy life there. Suddenly the sound of rain poured down, she stood motionless in front of a tombstone. On that fateful day, a strange man appeared, his voice echoing, you are Olivia, are not you? I came here after receiving your letter. Immediately after that, Olivia hesitantly stepped into a new land. The place that her mother mentioned was very vast and luxurious. Instinctively, she turned to look at the person next to her. Olivia's eyes were fixed on the body in front of her, and also the father I had always longed to meet. Olivia did not hesitate, she quickly approached, are you my father? Contrary to expectations, he gave Olivia a disgusting look. Then the father turned and let out a long, disgusted sigh. The father seemed to make no effort to hide his distaste for Olivia, coldly saying, what a nuisance. In that moment, she quickly realized, I am not welcome at all. Even so, Olivia trailed after her father. As the door opened, a beam of light shone directly on Olivia's face. Upon seeing him, Hazel quickly stepped outside. "Oh, you are back." Her eyes fixed on Olivia's face, her voice trembling slightly. "Gio." Seeing this, the father quickly reached out to her. "Hazel, you said you did not want Athela to go to the palace." Before Hazel's motionless expression, he casually suggested, "I have found someone who can replace her." Hearing this, she coldly turned away, the father only managing to shout, "Hazel." At that moment, the murmurs of the servants began to rise, their dark eyes staring at Olivia intently. In that moment, she vaguely sensed the contempt, her body involuntarily trembling. The eyes of the people were still fixed on Olivia, their sarcastic tones rising one after another without end. "Unbelievable, I never thought the Duke would do such a thing. Looking at that shimmering hair, it is clearly Madeline blood. Look at those blue eyes, who would have thought that something so low could be mixed into the noble Madeline lineage?" At that moment, Albert clapped his hands loudly, drawing their attention. He glanced around and signaled, "Come on, everyone, back to work." After saying that, Albert turned to look at Olivia, who was still trembling. He smiled with goodwill. "It is a pleasure to meet you, miss. I am Albert Langchazen, the steward of the Madeline family. You must be tired, miss, let me take you to your room first." From that day on, my life changed completely. In a small corner of the mansion, a maid turned and whispered, "Did you see her blue eyes? Her mother was just a street dancer." The person next to her spoke sarcastically. "She is completely different from Miss Athela." Hearing this, the other quickly understood. No wonder she was crying so loudly yesterday, that is her true nature. The maid kept mocking, "Lowly blood is all the same. Perhaps that is why even the Duke does not bother to care about her." She continued, "I wonder who will be unlucky enough to be her nanny." In the dark room, Olivia sobbed uncontrollably. Right next to her, the nanny grinned with a sinister expression. She looked up at the woman in front of her, her voice timid but still trying to be polite. "Nanny, I want to go out for a bit today." She refused bluntly. "No, miss. You know very well." Olivia paused, asking softly with a trace of remaining innocence, "Why not?" The nanny sighed, her voice low but heavy. "The Duke is not happy to see you. You know very well that it is because of you that the Duchess is bedridden, right?" She could not help but feel a little confused. "Huh, what do you mean?" She continued, her voice becoming sharper and sharper, not giving Olivia a chance to argue. "Oh my, does not miss really know, just because of you, the noble Madeline family has become a laughingstock for the world. That can't be ignored." The nanny did not forget to make a sarcastic remark. "It seems like no one is willing to tell our little miss the truth," she said calmly, her voice as light as air. "Even the Duke and Duchess, who never used to argue, are now in conflict. The eldest young master always has to be careful with every word. The second young master cries every night, and the most pitiful is Miss Athela, who has been demoted from being the only daughter to the second daughter." Not stopping there, the nanny suddenly accused, "It is all because of you." Her thin fingers caressed Olivia's silver hair, her words like a cold knife. "Now that I think about it, maybe it is all because of that hair. Wasn't it thanks to that silver hair that you were brought here?" She tried to speak, her voice weak but firm. "No, I came here because I am his daughter." The nanny narrowed her eyes slightly, her eyes full of sarcasm, replying mercilessly, "Do you think you would have been able to set foot in here if it were not for that hair?" She smirked. "Ah, that is right, or should I help you cut it off?" Olivia shook her head in panic. "No, I do not want to." The nanny sighed faintly, her voice smooth as if accustomed to imposing her will on others. "You are really selfish, are not you?" She dropped a sarcastic sentence. "Do you want the Duke and Duchess to be heartbroken every time they see that hair?" After a long while, the nanny casually looked at her short hair. "Oh dear, it looks good on you." She smiled with pleasure. "It suits the young lady's status very well." In an instant, night fell, the sky dyed a bleak black. In the faint memory, her mother's gentle voice sounded like the only light in the darkness, warm and full of love. "Liv, your hair color is really, really special. There is nothing about you that I do not love." At this time, Olivia lowered her head, crying sadly and uncontrollably, the sound echoing throughout the room. A few days later, in the dark room, Olivia hesitated and sat up. She muttered to herself in a voice so small that it almost disappeared, "I am so hungry." Leopold gently opened the door. "I should just grab something and go back to my room, or the nanny will scold me again." The darkness enveloped her, making her worried. She stretched out her hands in front of her, groping, her breathing hurried. "It is so dark, I can't see anything." Then suddenly, Olivia's feet tripped over each other, only to see her body fall to the cold ground. In the silent space, a familiar voice rang out as if from a distant dream, gentle and sad. "Liv, my dear." At that moment, she gently hugged Olivia, patting her to soothe her. In a fleeting moment, images of Olivia and her mother cuddling together appeared. In the end, her radiant smile appeared clearly. Thinking of this, Olivia's body trembled slightly, her eyes glistening, about to cry. At that moment, a loud call rang out from the hallway. "Hey, who is there?" The person who came was Hazel. She paused slightly. Hazel hesitantly pointed the candle towards her. "Are you As soon as she saw her, Olivia was slightly startled. Madam. Without thinking, she frantically shouted, I am sorry. Before her trembling appearance, Hazel stopped in her tracks. What? It was at this moment that the nanny's voice echoed in Olivia's ears. You know very well that it is because of you that the Duchess is bedridden, right? Tears fell pattering on the floor. She lowered her head, her voice choked with guilt and self-deprecation. I am really sorry for being discovered. I am sorry for coming here without knowing my place. Olivia said in a trembling voice, It is all my fault that Madam is sick. Hearing this, Hazel slowly stepped in front of her. Her expression changed obviously, her voice mixed with both confusion and suppressed anger. Who told you that? Olivia hesitated for a moment before whispering in reply, It was the nanny. After saying that, she closed her eyes tightly. Oh no, she must be very angry. Olivia lowered her head even further, as if wanting to shrink herself, just like the nanny said, I should not have gone out. At that moment, Hazel suddenly bent down, her hands lovingly cupping her face. In that moment, she stared at her with cold eyes. Then Hazel reached out her hand, looking at Olivia with concern. Here, can you stand up? Before her gentle action, she was almost frozen. After a long while, Olivia looked around the room worriedly. The table was full of delicious food. Seeing this, Hazel spoke, her voice carrying sincere concern. Have some porridge, you will faint if you keep looking hungry like that. Seeing her still hesitating, she chuckled softly, her voice laced with teasing to dispel the heavy atmosphere. Hey, do you think that starving yourself now will make you taller later? Nonsense. Immediately after that, Olivia quickly took a piece of cake, her mouth opening wide. Only to see her eating ravenously, her eyes glistening with emotion. Later, Olivia ate slowly. At the same time, Hazel slowly moved her eyes. She stared at the worn-out clothes. Hazel's eyes stopped at her no longer neat hair. Why is your hair like that? I saw it was very neat a few days ago. Before the sudden question, Olivia hesitated slightly. That is because. She hesitated, then, as if she could not hide it any longer, confessed softly with fear, the nanny cut it. Olivia's hands clenched tightly together, her words pouring out in tears like a stream that had been blocked for a long time. She said people would curse when they saw my hair. And it would make everyone sad. She said I should shave it off, but I said I did not want to. I am sorry. It is all my fault that the atmosphere here has become so bad. I left my room without permission. Her voice trembled with self-blame. I am sorry. Hazel put her hand on Olivia's cheek, each word spoken clearly and decisively. Let me make it clear. This is not your fault at all, kid. She quickly raised her head, her voice so small that it seemed to break the moment. Really, Olivia asked worriedly, I did not do anything wrong. She smiled as an unwavering affirmation, her warm voice sounding, Of course, you did not do anything wrong. Hearing this, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Thank you, madam. In Olivia's head, a frightening thought suddenly rang out. I can't fall asleep, otherwise, the nanny will, she will scold me again. Then she unconsciously fell into a deep sleep, her head resting on Hazel's hand. Seeing this, she opened her mouth and sighed in relief. Hazel's voice was cold and decisive, carrying an authority that did not allow resistance. Nanny, bring the nanny to me immediately. From then on, everything changed as if by magic. She gently called her name, Olivia. Hazel stepped forward. Say hello, this is your younger sister, Ethella. In the back, Ethella hid behind her skirt, hesitantly poking her head out. Ethella looked at Olivia timidly, her clear eyes full of curiosity. Sister. She was stunned by such a beautiful child, wondering in her heart, such a beautiful child, can I call her name? Then Olivia softly called, Ethella. After a moment of hesitation, she carefully added, Miss. Hazel shook her head slightly, her voice carrying a rare determination. I have sent the nanny away, honey. There is no need to listen to people like that. This is your younger sister. Just call her name directly. She looked at Olivia for a long time, then said gently, Come on, let us take a walk together. As they walked, Hazel recounted in a calm voice, Olivia, you also have 2 older brothers. She pointed and introduced each person slowly. This is your 11-year-old eldest brother, Conrad. This is your 8-year-old second brother. His name is Jade. Speaking of this, Hazel turned and reminded, you can call them brothers like Ethella does. Conrad is studying at the academy, but they both should be back early today. A childish voice rang out, full of pouting. Mom, she turned back, her eyes immediately softening. Jade. Hazel smiled brightly. Jade, honey, did you have fun today? Jade said in a childishly reproachful voice. Mom suddenly sent me to Grandma's house. I am mad at you. Then suddenly her mother's voice echoed in Olivia's ear. Come here, honey, do you miss Mom? He looked up at her, tilting his head in confusion. But who is this kid? Hazel explained gently. This is Olivia, she is your younger sister, and from now on, you will live together. He widened his eyes in surprise, blurting out, younger sister. But she is even older than Ethella. She continued, well, that is why she is Ethella's older sister. Jade nodded, looking like he understood. I see. Hello, Olivia. Olivia replied awkwardly, her voice small and trembling. Hello, brother. A sharp voice rang out from behind, full of contempt. Jade, you idiot. Conrad stood there, his cold eyes looking at her, his voice not concealing his hatred. She is not your sister. He gritted his teeth and continued, each word like a knife to the heart. She is not our blood-related sister. She is very filthy. As soon as she saw Conrad, Hazel hurriedly approached. Conrad. Olivia paused, her heart tightening. In her head only a painful question echoed. Is he angry because I came here? Because of me, Mom? The whispers of the servants rang out in the hallway. It has been a long time since Madam went out, has not it? Another replied, her voice full of innuendo. Yeah. Could it be that she really went out just because of that matter? Another voice chimed in. That matter? What is it? What is wrong? She quickly replied. There is a rumor going around recently that the Duke and Duchess. On this side, her eyes still followed Othello, not leaving. At the same time, Hazel seriously instructed, take good care of Othello. Jade quickly replied, yes. He looked up and asked innocently, Mom, but why did not you kiss Olivia too? Jade continued, Olivia calling Mom Madam sounds too stiff. If Olivia is my sister, then you are also Olivia's mom, right? Othello exclaimed softly, that is right. Meanwhile, Olivia worriedly looked up at her. Later, Hazel gently stroked her hair. She just smiled lightly, I will have to think about that when I get back. Before leaving, Hazel did not forget to remind, alright then, because Mom is going out, you have to be good, understand? The children waved their hands one by one, remember to be safe, Mom. At this time Olivia unconsciously smiled, gently stroking her hair. But after that, I never had another chance to receive a kiss from Madam. The day Madam went out, we had much more fun than usual. Jade excitedly held up a piece of paper. Tata, I wrote a fairy tale just for you too. He told enthusiastically, this is Othello, she is Princess Amethyst. Princess Amethyst lives in the Gem Kingdom with a very beautiful older sister. Jade did not forget to emphasize, and this is Olivia, with sparkling blue eyes, you look really lovely, Olivia is Princess Emerald. He smiled brightly and asked, what do you think? Aren't my brother's storytelling skills amazing? The princesses and princes of the Gem Kingdom lived happily ever after with Queen Topaz. At this moment, Olivia suddenly shed tears, her eyes moved looking at the two people. Seeing this, Jade asked worriedly, what is wrong? Why are you crying? Othello exclaimed softly, sister, do not cry. In that moment, her mother's voice rang out. Live, honey, live a happy life in that place. Then suddenly Othello burst into tears, her body trembling non-stop. Seeing this, he was slightly flustered. Othello, why are you crying now? She honestly replied. If you cry, I will be sad too. Jade hurriedly made a suggestion. Olivia, I will give you this, so please do not cry anymore. She thought to herself, I am not alone anymore. The thought that I might have gained a family was shattered in less than a day. Conrad shouted a shocking sound in the room, it is all your fault. His voice was urgent, sharp as a knife, not giving Olivia any chance to defend or resist. If you had not come here. In that moment, Conrad said coldly, if you did not exist. The accusations from him continued to pour down mercilessly, carrying distorted hatred and despair. It is all your fault. Conrad's voice trembled with anger, because of you, our mother. That night, lightning struck fiercely. Only to see a skirt lying scattered on the ground. Inside a room, a group of people bowed their heads one by one. Curious and pitying voices rang out like knives, digging deeper into the tragedy. Oh my God, how tragic. I heard she was on her way to file for divorce. The carriage overturned on her way back after visiting her parents, right? Another person spoke, her voice full of regret but also indifference. It must be because she was thinking of the children that she did that. Othello said in a trembling voice, where's Mom? She glanced around and called, Mom. Othello grabbed Olivia's hand, her voice trembling, sister, something is wrong, why has not Mom come back? I miss her. The scene became chaotic, servants running back and forth, urgent calls for the doctor mixed with cries, quickly bring a wet towel here, has the doctor arrived yet? Othello screamed in despair, her heart-wrenching call in the stuffy room, Mom. Cries overlapped, chaotic calls, Othello, let go of me, Othello, sister. She leaned forward, sister, the maid hurriedly called, Othello. At the same time, her body was pushed back. Olivia almost shouted, get out of the way, let me go see Othello. The father growled, how dare you? His eyes widened, each word as if spitting out from accumulated hatred, how dare you, don't use that filthy mouth to call my daughter's name. Hearing this, she fell silent, not daring to resist. The father's face was now wet with tears. His voice continued, cold and cruel, like an undeniable verdict, that day, if you had not accidentally met Hazel in the hallway. The father gritted his teeth, then Hazel would not have known anything. Only to see one of his hands clenching the glass shard tightly. The father gritted his teeth, the pain turned into resentment. In the end, it was your bad luck. He resentfully complained, that destroyed my family. In that moment, her last image appeared in Olivia's subconscious. The last words fell like a fatal blow to her. And killed Hazel. After saying that, the father coldly turned and left. On this side, Olivia was still sitting still, her eyes glistened. Inside, Ethella looked at him innocently. Dad. She said in a trembling voice, is sister okay? The father just tried to comfort her. Ethella, do not cry anymore. His eyes turned to Olivia, his voice full of disgust. Don't drag Ethella into your bad luck either. In that moment, she wondered, her heart aching suffocatingly, is it really because of me? Is it because I came here? Suddenly, Hazel's voice echoed, it is not your fault at all, honey. As soon as the words fell, Olivia clutched her chest painfully. Pulling her back to the present, Sally's voice sounded worriedly in her ear, young lady, young lady, young lady. She asked worriedly, what are you thinking about? Olivia quickly denied, nothing. She reminded her out of habit, anyway, dinner is ready, are you coming down? In an instant, the afternoon sun shone down on the land. Inside the room, Ethel smiled, brother, I have finished eating, really. Hearing this, Conrad reminded, you have only eaten half of it. She quickly justified, I really ate it all. Is eating this much enough to prepare for the debut party? Then he took out a piece of paper, Jade sent a letter this morning, but I guess you do not care. Ethella made a displeased expression, oh my god. She immediately changed the subject, brother, today's steak is especially delicious. Hearing this, Conrad smiled unconsciously, okay, here's the letter for you. Ethella immediately frowned, her expression childish but full of resentment, her voice higher than usual because of waiting too long, seriously, you are the worst. We have been looking forward to hearing from brother Jade for so long. She turned to Olivia, right, sister, brother Jade. She thought to herself, I hope he is still okay. The Honorable Knight Jade volunteered to fight in the war with Heppardy a year and a half ago, and since then, we have not seen him again. Ever since he left for the southern border. Other knights have returned with new ranks or on leave, while Jade only occasionally sends letters reporting news. Olivia hesitated for a moment and nodded, yes, brother. Then she hesitantly made a suggestion, can I go get mine too? Conrad replied very bluntly, you do not have anyone sending you letters, so what are you asking for? Olivia paused, blinking several times, her voice lost in disappointment, what? Only to see him staring at her, while sneering. Conrad did not forget to emphasize, there probably won't be any today, there are no letters for you. Olivia squeezed her hand slightly under the table, reassuring herself with a familiar thought, even though it had been repeated too many times, he is probably just busy. Ethella quickly changed the subject, sister. She eagerly suggested, tell me about your debut party. Ethella's voice was full of certainty, as if she was talking about something obvious, your debut will definitely be perfect, won't it? Olivia was silent, the smile on her lips freezing slightly, a perfect debut party. Before the eyes of many people, she and Leopold walked through casually. However, he put on a displeased expression. I also thought my debut party would be so perfect. I starved myself to lose weight. Wearing a perfect dress and having perfect hair and makeup. Everything seemed to be going so smoothly. In that moment, Olivia eagerly turned to look, Leopold, the first dance is about to begin. Suddenly he turned and walked straight towards Maria. Leopold casually bowed his head, may I have the honor of being the one to dance the first dance with you? As soon as the words fell, whispers rose, oh my god, how pathetic, until Leopold invited the Duchess Nordian to dance the first dance. Before that scene, Anne's body trembled, her hands clenching her skirt tightly. Olivia's eyes were fixed on the couple dancing under the lights, her heart aching slightly, I know. Leopold was hesitant about his engagement to me. With the nobility concerned about the crown prince marrying into a family from the imperial faction, it was entirely possible for him to invite another lady to dance the first dance. Olivia's heart seemed to skip a beat, but still. At the same time, the nobles turned their scornful eyes on her, beginning to discuss noisily, it seems the relationship between the Duchess and His Highness is not very good. If the Duchess is treated like that, then the noble faction can breathe a sigh of relief. Olivia's gaze drifted into the distance, as if she was standing still in that ballroom that day, Her voice broke, she swallowed hard, her throat aching from holding back too many unspoken words, please. Olivia looked around desperately, she screamed frantically in her throat, anyone, please. Olivia's hand clenched her skirt, her breath hurried, the shameful memory squeezing her chest, talk to me. Immediately after that, she kept telling herself, each word stabbing into herself, I desperately hoped, do not embarrass yourself anymore, Olivia, smile, I have to smile. At this moment, Ethella called her name loudly, Olivia, she startled when she heard her name. Olivia paused, forcing a smile to hide the remaining absent-mindedness on her face, it is nothing, I am sorry, I was just thinking about that day. Saying this, she did not forget to reassure, Ethella, I am sure everything will be better than my turn. She leaned closer, her clear eyes carrying sincere worry. Really, then I will go with you, sister. At this moment, Conrad suddenly slammed the teacup down on the table. He folded his arms in front of his chin, the corners of his mouth twitching into a sinister smile. Before Conrad's action, Olivia also understood, she hesitated to reply, it is just. Olivia sighed softly. I think I am quite busy, so I probably can't go. Hearing this, Ethella felt a little disappointed, but just now. He smiled politely, his voice light but decisive as if he had planned it. She said she is busy, so there is no choice. Ethella, I will introduce you to a really good lady to go with you. Then Ethella turned and left, leaving behind Conrad and Olivia. At the same time, he gently raised his glass of wine. Conrad suddenly called her name, his voice cold and chilling, Olivia. He stood straight, his eyes sharp, his lips curved up in contempt as he looked directly at her. I already said, you should stay away from Ethella. Olivia opened her mouth to say something, but that voice stopped her, heavy and cruel. You. Not stopping there, Conrad bluntly made a sarcastic remark. Are you planning to drag Ethella down to your level? How many times have I told you? His voice lowered, each word as heavy as falling stones, not leaving a shred of concession. You are not a member of the Madeline family, you are just a dependent. In the end, Conrad narrowed his eyes as he ordered, get lost. After saying that, Olivia had no choice but to turn and leave the dining table. Olivia turned, bowing politely as a painful habit. Have a good day, brother. Meanwhile, Conrad's hand was clenching so tightly that it was trembling. Only to see his expression darken as if he were a ghost. Olivia is the disaster that has befallen this house. It was because of that child that this family fell apart, and it was also because of that child that mother left. A child that even tearing into pieces would not be enough to appease. Yet I have to replace Ethella to enter the imperial palace, like walking on thin ice. Truly a Madeline who is good for nothing, someone unqualified, and unworthy of being loved. In a small corner, the letter Jade sent to Olivia was clearly visible. Victory has been confirmed. After I finish dealing with a few more things, I will be back soon. Always grateful, brother. Please take good care of father and Ethella for me, that is all. In another development, Edwin appeared with a radiant style. Only to see him wave his hand forward, his body bowed low. In the majestic hall, a voice rang out softly, carrying undisguised authority. So you have finally come, Edwin Vikander Lowell. Standing in front of Edwin was the Emperor of the Empire. At this moment, he squinted, his expression extremely natural. Finally, Edwin spoke in a respectful tone, your servant greets the son of the Empire. The Emperor chuckled casually, his voice ringing out softly. I heard that the Grand Duke was always at the forefront. In this war, truly worthy of the name Vikander. He bowed slightly, his voice calm, without a hint of complacency. You flatter me. He frowned slightly, carrying a mixture of amusement and contempt. Grand Duke Vikander, it took me a full 10 years to tame this kid. Based on the oath of the king to the founding emperor, they were once extremely arrogant. The emperor rested his chin in his hand, his eyes cold, a mocking smile curving his lips, but now, they are probably just the emperor's hunting dogs. Then he spoke, his tone light as if he was bestowing a favor. Ah, that is right, the Grand Duke is about to be officially summoned to court, we should hold a magnificent victory banquet. But now that I think about it, you are already over 20 years old, are not you? The emperor's voice suddenly became dangerously gentle. You should get married and ensure an heir soon. Edwin maintained his position, he replied decisively. Your servant has no intention of doing that. Hearing this, he frowned, his mouth laughing loudly. Come on, listen to me for a bit. The emperor's voice lowered as if coaxing. Actually, the white crystal mine is now part of the princess's dowry. Although it is not very useful now, it is the last inheritance of the late Grand Duchess, the white crystal mine. A mineral mine given as compensation for the responsibility of the late Grand Duke, who disappeared on the battlefield, and also the only chain that binds the Grand Duke. The emperor tilted his head, a half-smile carrying discreet contempt. Ownership is not unimportant, but if he marries the princess, it will be even easier to manipulate him. He continued, if you are married, you can freely enter and leave the mine without asking the imperial palace for permission first. Right, the emperor kept telling himself in his heart. But the mine will still be owned by the royal family. The corner of his eye curved up. If you are forced to keep that mine, then you, Vikander, will forever be dancing in the palm of my hand. A smile slowly bloomed, stretching to the point of chilling. The emperor looked at Edwin coldly. Forever. On this side, he raised his head, looking directly into his eyes, without a hint of fear. In another development, a voice echoed in the bustling street, breaking the tense atmosphere with excessive noise. Hot news here. At the same time, Olivia sat still inside the room. Her hands gently touched the luxurious necklace, her eyes revealing joy mixed with confusion and alienation. Does something so luxurious really suit me? A few hours ago, Ethella widened her eyes, her voice breaking with unrestrained excitement. What, the crown prince personally asked you out on a date? Olivia smiled shyly. It is just going out for a bit. She was so happy that she screamed, just, oh my god, this. Ethella kept exclaiming, it is too wonderful, but sister, you are not planning to go on a date in those clothes, are you? Hearing this, she could not help but feel a little confused. What, does it look strange? She smiled awkwardly, it would be better if you changed your dress. You look beautiful in everything. Dark colors are also pretty, but bright, vibrant colors will definitely suit you more. Sally on the side also nodded in agreement. That is right, young lady, bright colors would suit you much more. Ethella smiled. She kept rambling. There is no time now, so there is no choice, but we will go choose a new dress later, okay? At this moment, a cold voice rang out from behind, carrying undisguised sarcasm. Do you really think that dress suits her? Actually, the Duchess is not the bright type at all. After a moment of silence, she made a suggestion. Then how about this one? Olivia paused, touching the fabric lightly, her voice growing smaller in surprise. Ethella, this is... She could not help but exclaim, it is really beautiful. Go ahead, sister. Ethella gently pushed her back. I told you, you suit bright things like this. She smiled brightly, her voice high and cheerful like a bird singing. Have fun, and tell me about the date. Olivia stood alone, her hand placed on her chest, her heart beating fast with both anticipation and fear. It is the first time I am going on a date outside the Imperial Palace. Not inside it. I hope His Highness the Crown Prince will also notice and cherish me more. After a long while, the door slowly opened, sunlight shining directly inside. Seeing this, she turned her head to look towards the light. Before her eyes was Leopold. He appeared with a solemn expression. Then Leopold slowly turned his head to look at Olivia. He lowered his voice, a very noble tone ringing out, Greetings, little son of the Empire. Hearing this, she lowered her center of gravity, bowing her head slightly in greeting. In that moment, Leopold stared at Olivia with an emotionless gaze. Olivia Madeline. Just a few days ago, Her Majesty the Queen shouted frantically, the Imperial faction has forced Madeline's bastard daughter to become the Crown Prince's wife. How dare they treat the Crown Prince like that, forcing him to take a wife from such a lowly background? Another voice chimed in, at least today, you must spend time with the Duchess. Even if she is just a bastard, she is still a member of the Madeline family. Next was Maria's coquettish appearance. She pretended to be heartbroken. Just because of that bastard, I can't become your highness's wife. Returning to reality, Leopold's eyes did not leave her. He thought to himself, to be honest, dealing with this woman. Before Olivia's smile, Leopold coldly made a decision. Is too easy. Thinking of this, Leopold became even more annoyed. How annoying. In the end, you are always too punctual, which makes me the one who is late. Olivia replied hastily, her voice stuttering with tension. That was not my intention. She blurted out quickly, I just wanted to meet your highness as soon as possible. He chuckled softly, his voice carrying a hint of teasing. I am just kidding, you are too naive. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became awkward. Olivia paused, the smile on her lips slowly freezing. Just kidding. Meanwhile, Leopold still squinted and smiled naturally. Then he called coldly, Ah, Bertin. He quickly approached, Yes, your highness. Immediately after that, Leopold gave a decisive order. Something important is still missing. Bring fig jam for me. Hearing this, she paused slightly. Fig jam. The corners of his mouth curved up meaningfully. Young ladies often like it. Before Leopold's provocative appearance, Olivia thought to herself, it really is. In that moment, she secretly affirmed. What Maria Edel likes. On this side, Olivia's sad face just happened to be seen by him. Once again, the corners of Leopold's eyes twitched up with pride. Olivia unconsciously raised her head, her heart beating fast, chaotic thoughts rising. So that is it. Her heart unconsciously beat faster, her heart constantly aching. This is clearly intentional. Olivia's hands clenched, her nails almost digging into her skin. A vague question flashed in her subconscious. What does he want me to react? He has not exactly been the most reliable person. But he has always been very gentle. 11 years ago, at Leopold's birthday party, as soon as I saw Olivia, mocking voices rose one after another. Is she Madeline's illegitimate child? I heard the Duchess died because of her. Look at her eyes, they are blue. She is not even the legitimate daughter, so why is she here? She stood frozen, her throat dry as if being squeezed by her own fear. What should I do? I can't speak. I am so scared. I want to run away. A voice rang out right in front. Not loud but clear enough. You are Olivia Madeline, are not you? Olivia startled, raising her head in a panic. Leopold tilted his head, his eyes softening, the corners of his lips curving as if savoring a rare name. What a beautiful name, Olivia. From the first moment we met, it was inevitable that I would love him. My fiancé was my saving light in every moment. And so, Olivia did not mind bowing her head and admitting, I really like fig jam, that is all I could say. He squinted slightly, his smile pausing slightly, as if realizing something was not right. Ah, now that I think about it, it seems it is not you. Hearing this, she did not reply, her lips pressed tightly together. Finally, Leopold stood up. He casually suggested, my fiancé seems tired, perhaps she should go home and rest early. Olivia paused slightly, her heart sinking as she finally understood the true meaning behind his words. So this is what Leopold was alluding to. Before Leopold left, she suddenly said, as always, your highness is very kind. Hearing this, he turned sharply. What? Olivia continued. Thank you for spending time with me, even though you did not want to. In that moment, her heart ached. Of course, that kindness has already been given to someone else. This is my last pride, but, Olivia slightly squeezed her hand, her fragile self-esteem touched for the last time. She smiled faintly. You do not need to send me flowers anymore. As soon as the words fell, Leopold's body almost stiffened. He stopped, his eyes darkening, his voice lowering with pressure. Flowers. Leopold's voice carried a cold contempt. Are you trying to make me beg? Saying this, he did not forget to remind, if you want that, you should have learned to wait, like a true lady. Leopold stepped closer, as if suddenly remembering something interesting. By the way. He unexpectedly brushed her clothes lightly. Have I told you yet? Finally, Leopold whispered in Olivia's ear, those bright colors do not suit you at all. A few seconds later, the door slammed shut coldly. Only to see her body standing motionless for a moment. Chaotic thoughts kept rushing into Olivia's head, so it was not him who sent them, all those precious gifts, those flowers filling my room. The fluttering meaning of the language of flowers, even those sincere cards full of friendly comfort, all of them. Her hands clenched, her eyes shining with despair. It is all a lie. In that moment, Olivia kept reassuring herself, don't cry like an idiot anymore, Olivia Madeline, now is the time to be calm and cold. Her eyes became sharper, the hurt gradually giving way to determination. Who dares to provoke a Madeline? Olivia turned, her skirt swaying slightly. First, I need to go to the Imperial Palace and find out what is going on. I told Sally to return before 4 o'clock, so she will be absent for a while longer. I also told the coachman to return after a few hours, so he won't be back soon. She stood in the empty space, her heart pounding. What should I do now? At this moment, Edwin appeared. He smiled brightly. Miss. Edwin could not help but feel a little curious. Why are you here? Olivia's lips moved slightly as soon as she saw him. This person. Why does he always appear at times like these? A strange man who always makes me feel like I am special, but, with that gentle smile. The scene was recreated. Edwin tilted his head, his voice deep and sincere. If we meet again, I will definitely give you a very precious gift. Olivia shook her head slightly. Her voice softening. I appreciate your kindness. She looked up, her eyes searching but still carrying a faint hope. You said you would give me a gift, right? Olivia took all her courage to ask, is that still valid? Hearing this, Edwin paused slightly. He spoke hesitantly. Of course, miss, what do you want me to do for you? After a long while, she took a deep breath, realizing she was going too far from what was normal, asking someone I just met to wait for me in his carriage. I acted impulsively. It is not like me at all. But, by the sight of this man, I feel so at ease. Why is that? At this moment, Edwin brought a gift box. Take it. Olivia's eyes widened in surprise. This is. She looked blankly at the snow-white object. Gloves. Olivia lightly stroked the soft leather, a unique design that she had never seen in this empire. Edwin did not forget to remind her. How is it, now you believe that I did not take your words lightly? Last time, right, I have all kinds of treasures, you just need to ask. Meanwhile, she smiled unconsciously. This is really a gift. Olivia's eyes were fixed on the beautiful glove. Then she shyly raised her head to look at him. I just looked at it. Olivia moved her fingers, her heart beating faster. How strange, the size is a perfect fit. On this side, Edwin's eyes were still fixed on her. Olivia looked up, catching his gaze that still had not left. She shyly looked away. Is he going to keep staring like this? After a long while, the two moved to a very luxurious castle. At the same time, Edwin reached out and took Olivia's hand. Before his polite action, she hesitated to speak. Should I introduce myself to him? On this side, Edwin still looked at Olivia while smiling gently. After a moment of silence, she shyly opened her mouth. It is my name. Olivia looked directly into his eyes without hesitation. Olivia Madeline. Hearing this, Edwin smiled. He could not help but exclaim, Olivia, that is a very beautiful name. Her heart sank slightly, as if he did not care about her last name at all. Surely he knows that I am Madeline. Olivia looked at him, her eyes shining with a very faint expectation. If we meet again, will you tell me your name then? Before the unexpected proposal, Edwin pondered slightly. Ah, that. His voice lowered as if apologizing. Unfortunately, I can't say it now. Not stopping there, Edwin hurriedly reassured. Please do not misunderstand. He smiled, his eyes not leaving her. But I have to go today. Meanwhile, Olivia's eyes suddenly widened. She stood still, a feeling of emptiness spreading in her chest. What made me so sure that this man would really wait for me? Seeing this, Edwin smiled unconsciously. He opened his mouth and exhaled. Finally, Edwin gently took Olivia's hand. Next time. His voice rang out one last time. I will definitely tell you my name, along with the most precious gift. She tried to hide her confusion with a gentle voice. A lady like me does not have many gifts that can be called precious. Then, as if suddenly thinking of something, Edwin continued, Ah, if so then. Then he casually suggested, for example, a unique sword, forged from holy steel and precious gems, for example. Before that suggestion, Olivia paused slightly, her eyes staring blankly at Edwin. Meanwhile, he still smiled with a calm expression. After a moment of silence, she lowered her voice, I will be looking forward to it. Inside the palace, the man could not help but feel a little worried. Why is the Duchess in the Crown Prince's palace? At this moment, Olivia gently placed the teacup on the table. He became even more worried. Don't tell me she did not meet His Highness. The man spoke hesitantly. Duchess, why did you come here? Her voice was strangely calm, as if she had prepared beforehand. I just refused His Highness the Crown Prince. Olivia leisurely enjoyed her tea, then continued, I just need to confirm one thing. She paused for a beat, then continued, do you know that on the days His Highness the Crown Prince does not meet me, on Wednesdays? Saying this, Olivia lowered her voice, he will send flowers and fruits in place of his absence, right? The man quickly replied, that is right, Duchess. Receiving the answer, Olivia casually placed the teacup on the table. Then she emphasized each word, but His Highness seems to be completely unaware of that. Olivia frowned slightly, her eyes darkening, is it his servant who dared to mock me? The man startled, quickly shaking his head, no, Duchess, no, absolutely not that, mock you, absolutely not. She raised her voice to question, then you were the one who sent that card. He paused, a blank expression clear, card, what card are you talking about? Before the man's surprised expression, Olivia was no less surprised. After a moment of silence, she opened her mouth and let out a dry laugh. Olivia continued, her voice not loud but enough to make the person opposite nervous, so even the chief steward was not aware that among the gifts sent from the imperial palace, there was a card that had been forged under the Crown Prince's name. At this moment, a figure was lurking behind the door. Returning to Olivia, she opened her mouth and exhaled. Olivia breathed lightly, as if reassuring herself, okay, whether it is flowers or gifts, in the end, all of that is not important, as long as they comfort me, then I will accept them. Then she suddenly emphasized each word, however, it is not just the card. Olivia raised her voice, as if mentioning a seemingly unrelated matter, recently, your youngest son has been appointed as a trainee servant at the Taya's Palace. In another development, at the Taya's Palace. That palace has always been managed by the Crown Prince's fiancés, and that is also the place that will be used by the Crown Princess when she becomes the Empress. Recently, Miss Olivia has been given the right to manage that palace. Olivia paused, then continued, each word clear, I am not an official Crown Princess yet, and I believe you understand better than anyone that I do not have the right to order you. But when it comes to the Taya's Palace, it is a different story. Her voice lowered as she mentioned the core point, what is the big deal about exceeding authority a little with the servants? Immediately after that, Olivia shouted in a voice that shook the space, someone dared to tarnish the honor of a person with the name Madeline, and I have to sit still and endure it. No, no, Duchess. Hearing this, the man spoke hastily, I will investigate who that is, please, I beg you, be generous and forgive me this time. She breathed softly, her eyelids closed slightly as if reassuring herself, how lucky, that was the person who always pitied me, if it was not him, things would not have gone so smoothly. Now that I think about it, he reacted very strongly when I mentioned his youngest son. Could that be the instinct of a father? Are children really that precious to them? In that moment, Olivia unconsciously whispered, her throat dry, my father. His cold expression when he looked at her was still deeply imprinted in her mind. In another development, the father's voice rang out solemnly, his body bowing appropriately, Duke Madeline. He spoke loudly, but still respectfully, your servant greets the moon of the empire, I request an audience with Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty the Queen bowed her head slightly in response, welcome, Duke. As soon as she saw the father, she smiled brightly. He went straight to the point without hesitation, I heard you had something you wanted to discuss. Hearing this, Her Majesty the Queen chuckled softly, getting straight to the point, are not we? Not stopping there, she casually said, although it is a shameful rumor, you must have heard it, about Olivia, that obedient girl who is rumored to often date the Crown Prince alone. The Queen laughed softly, the laughter echoing throughout the space, actually, that is not a serious problem. She leaned forward, her voice feigning gentleness, I just wanted to comfort the girl for fear of Olivia being disappointed, so I told the chief steward to send a gift. But it seems a maid arbitrarily added some messages of personal comfort to it. The father glanced behind him, was it Countess Chase? The Queen continued, I heard the girl was very angry. And made a fuss about it. The image of Olivia lashing out at the man flashed. She paused, turning to look directly at him, Duke, I do not want such a small matter to become the reason I have to stop seeing Olivia. Of course, if something unfortunate happens, one of your other daughters can still replace her. Hearing this, the father's whole body stiffened, his expression pale. The Queen's voice lowered, carrying undisguised pressure, Duke, think carefully before you act. She narrowed her eyes and smiled, her eyelids thin like a knife, no matter what others say, we are still on the same side, right? Immediately after that, the father walked straight outside. Inside the room, a loud scream rang out, Your Majesty the Queen, this is a trap. Returning to the father, his expression darkened, the scream also being released at the same time, "Your Majesty." The scene flashed back to the mansion. At the same time, Olivia stopped in front of the door. She thought to herself, he did say that the culprit was Countess Chase. The man's voice still echoed in Olivia's ear, "Duchess, Her Majesty the Queen has ordered Countess Chase to leave the imperial palace." Thinking of this, she shook her head slightly, feeling a little confused in her heart. Countess Chase was originally the Queen's person, but everything turned out like this. She's just using the old trick of cutting off the lizard's tail and pretending that everything is over. Don't feel guilty, Olivia, I did the right thing. Not just me. She insulted the entire Madeline family, my reaction was completely justified. Who knows, even Father will get angry for me. Immediately after that, the door slowly opened, Sally looking out from inside. She hurriedly ran quickly towards Olivia. "Duchess, why are you only coming back now?" Then Sally suddenly brought news, "The Duke is looking for you, Duchess." As soon as the words fell, Olivia ran frantically, her heart pounding rapidly. "It has been 14 years since I stepped into the Madeline family. I have never been allowed to enter my father's study. Why would he suddenly look for me at this time?" Thinking of this, Olivia hurriedly reassured herself, "No, do not worry for no reason, maybe he heard about what happened in the palace and got angry for me." Inside, the father once again stared at Olivia with cold eyes. "That is the reason." As soon as she saw him, her body involuntarily trembled. Leopold's sarcastic voice suddenly echoed in Olivia's ear, "Crown Princess." He brazenly declared, "She will become the Crown Princess." The father looked straight ahead, his eyes judging. "I only asked for one thing, yet you could not even do that, and now look at what has happened." Hearing this, Olivia's body almost stiffened, her eyes widening. She was stunned, taking half a step forward. "Father, what are you saying?" He emphasized each word. "I heard that the Queen sent you a gift to comfort you, yet you dared to threaten a steward just because of a small card attached. How ridiculous is that the behavior of a future crown princess?" Olivia said in a trembling voice, but still trying to stand straight. "Father, you are misunderstanding. That was not an ordinary card. Someone impersonated His Highness the Crown Prince to mock me and insult the Madeline family." Then suddenly the father changed his tone. "Why?" He suddenly asked a question, his voice cold enough to chill. "Why is that considered an insult to the Madeline family?" Hearing this, she could not help but feel a little confused. "What?" The father emphasized each word. "Didn't you hear what I said clearly? What does mocking you have to do with the honor of the Madeline family?" Olivia's breathing began to become disordered. She said in a trembling voice, I mean. Olivia was almost about to cry. She put her hand in the middle of her chest. "I am also a Madeline, father." As soon as the words fell, the father's expression changed immediately. Seeing this, she was stunned, looking at him with empty eyes. Those thoughts repeated in Olivia's head like a self-incriminating statement, each heartbeat drumming against her chest steadily and achingly. "I always believed that the reason father looked down on me was because I had not tried hard enough. After all, even though he looked down on me, he still brought me back here when I was left alone. He gave me beautiful silk dresses and exquisite food. He even let me stand beside Leopold. The most honorable position of all, but more than anything else. He gave me a new family, at least that is what I thought." The father's cold voice rang out, "If you insist on calling yourself a Madeline." His eyes did not waver when he looked at her, "Then act accordingly." The father continued, each word like a nail, "Live like a member of this family, so that those dirty rumors no longer cling to you. Without my permission, do not talk to Othello. Do not pour your bad luck onto her, and do not drag her into that Madeline name either." After saying that, he glanced at Olivia from head to toe. It was an eye of scorn and disgust. She blurted out, her voice trembling, her hands clenched together, "I did not do anything." Olivia repeated, that was the confusion of a child who did not understand what she did wrong. "I really did not do anything." Hearing this, he growled, almost shouting, "You did not do anything, yet those rumors still surround you. What about what you did at the Crown Prince's palace today?" She quickly spoke up, her voice hurried, "That is the Taya's palace, under my management. I did that to protect the Madeline." Then he said decisively, not giving Olivia any more chance to defend herself, "Leave." In that moment, an invisible wall blocked her path. Without hesitation, Olivia turned sharply. She hesitantly reached out towards the doorknob. In that moment, Olivia unconsciously looked up at the family photo. It was a picture that did not include her. Seeing this, Olivia smiled, a self-deprecating smile instead of her miserable fate. Finally, she turned coldly and left. Once outside, Olivia still stood motionless. Her body almost lost all strength, and slowly fell down. Then Olivia clenched her hand, as if reassuring herself. Edwin's voice rang out in her heart, "I can only look forward to another lucky chance to meet you again." He softly called her name, the corners of his lips curving into a smile. "Olivia, what a beautiful name." Returning to reality, Olivia could not help but laugh out loud. How ridiculous. Olivia Madeline, finding some comfort by thinking about a man I do not even know well. I just want a good job. You did well. I do not even hope for that much, but still. I just hope, at least for one simple sentence, that it is not your fault. The next evening, at the grand royal banquet, the victory celebration. A whisper rang out in the grand banquet, prying eyes sweeping over Olivia. Her dress is too matching with the crown prince's outfit, just like a couple. But why is she standing alone like that? Another voice rang out, filled with malice. Is she trying to implicitly imply that the Duchess has snatched the crown prince from her or something? Someone could not help but feel a little uncomfortable, want to get some pity thanks to those poor blue eyes. A sour voice rang out, she should have just given that dress to Miss Othello instead, she does not have a bit of tact. In that moment, Olivia reassured herself, it will be okay, Olivia, this happens quite often anyway. After a long while, the bronze bell rang out melodically. The master of ceremonies' voice resounded throughout the hall, please welcome the sun and the moon of the empire. Solemn sound poured down, the proud king and queen. That voice increased a little more, and our esteemed princess. Immediately after that, cheers rang out in unison, showing respect to them, warm welcome. The emperor glanced around, he smirked, finally over, what a protracted war. Nothing is more joyful than today, come, let us enjoy. The emperor's voice suddenly lowered, but I do not see the main character of today's party. Where are they? The person next to him bowed slightly, whispering, probably. Whispers started to spread rapidly, what, they have not arrived yet, what the hell is going on, please welcome the Grand Duke Edwin Lowell Vikander. At this moment, the screams became louder and louder, along with the royal knights and the entire Vikander cavalry. After a long while, a cavalry unit marched straight into the hall. Seeing this, Olivia immediately became nervous, she glanced around, Jade must be among them, where is he? Then suddenly Olivia's eyes widened in surprise. A familiar black hair was clearly visible to her. Edwin bowed slightly, he said in a low voice, long live the son of the empire. Edwin stepped forward, his back as straight as a drawn sword, his voice clear, steady, and not at all trembling before the gaze of the throne. Edwin Lowell Vikander, greets the emperor. On this side, Olivia's eyes still could not leave him. Her gaze was fixed on Edwin, her eyes wide, this person. The emperor narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the row of knights standing behind as if checking each sword. My knights have finally arrived, this banquet is being held to honor you. Why are you so late? Edwin bowed his head a little lower, his voice calm but not at all cowering. Your servant apologizes, we could not use ordinary swords for a swearing ceremony under the witness of your majesty. He suddenly offered a gift, I have brought heirloom, the heirloom of the Vikander family. Hearing this, the group began to stir, that is that sword, the treasure of the Lowell family that became extinct more than 30 years ago. I heard his majesty has always longed to have that sword. Right, even in Vikander, they would rather give up the precious white crystal mine than present that sword. His voice lowered, carrying a bit of nostalgia and ambition. I was also worried, because the greatest knight of the empire has never sworn to dedicate his honor to any lady. But it is good that the Grand Duke is finally willing to fulfill the oath of a knight. The emperor's eyes sharpened, power weighing down the atmosphere, because today, you will be paired with a lady worthy of you. In the name of the emperor, I will grant you a wish. He thought to himself, now Vikander will be completely in my hands. At this moment, the toe of his foot turned towards Reina. The emperor said decisively, now, Grand Duke, fulfill your oath. Hearing this, Edwin stepped closer to Reina. He smiled with a friendly expression. Then suddenly Edwin turned his toe sharply. He unexpectedly knelt down right in front of Olivia, Miss Olivia Madeline. His gaze softened for the first time in the luxurious hall. Edwin's voice lowered as if only for one person. It is an honor to finally call you my name, a sword forged from holy steel and precious gems, unique in this world. His voice lowered, carrying absolute respect. Edwin Lowell Vikander, as a knight, I offer this sword to you, miss. In the end, Edwin almost begged, please. A familiar voice rang out in her memory, it must be something so precious that everyone is jealous, only then would you accept it, for example, a unique sword. Forged from holy steel and precious gems, for example. Edwin looked up at Olivia, may I have the honor of becoming your sword? Thoughts in her began to surge, again, that gentle tone, as if he is willing to accept any choice I make. Why is this man so good to someone like me? At this moment, Leopold stepped forward, his voice carrying undisguised authority. Unfortunately, I must refuse your oath, Grand Duke. Immediately after that, he hugged her shoulder tightly. Leopold declared loudly, the Duchess is currently my fiancée, a single Grand Duke swearing to her, would not that cause scandal for my fiancée? Hearing this, Edwin did not forget to emphasize, this is an oath that has been permitted by His Majesty. The corner of his lips curved up very slightly, granted to Miss Madeline with His Majesty's permission. How is there scandal, or are you going against the Emperor's will, is that so? Leopold squeezed Olivia's shoulder tightly, he emphasized once again, once the oath is made, she will dance the first dance with that person, do not you think that is disrespectful to me? Who is accompanying the Duchess? Edwin smirked slightly, as if he had just realized something. Ah, so that is it. He bowed his head slightly, his voice carrying a polite apology. Since your highness appeared with someone else, I thought the Duchess had come here alone. It seems it was all just a misunderstanding. On my part. Edwin chuckled softly. Outsiders might think I was proposing to the Duchess, not swearing an oath. Hearing this, Leopold shouted angrily, Grand Duke. Reina took half a step forward, her voice softened, but her eyes were still sharp. Brother, please calm down. First of all, you should mention the Duchess's inappropriate attire first. She drew out her words, her gaze glancing at Olivia as if examining. Don't tell me, Olivia. Reina emphasized each word. Don't you know how a duchess needs to comply with etiquette when receiving the oath of a knight? Olivia spoke, her voice not loud but very clear. The first person to swear an oath as a knight was Liam Franz. Immediately after that, Olivia brushed Leopold's hand off coldly. She slowly spoke. That was during the time of the first emperor and Empress Alika Franz. During a time of chaos and war, the queen prayed for the safe return of the emperor. In a pure white dress, it is said that the dress was stained with blood after the battle. Only to see an old picture appear. The corner of the character's mouth inside smirked. She continued, but the queen, with her gloves still pure white, still wore that blood-stained dress. Olivia emphasized each word, and offered the flowers placed on the altar to the emperor. She looked directly at the group of people. According to the ancient ritual, nothing recreates that more perfectly than me dressing like this today. Olivia's voice was calm but sharp. I thank you, His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess, thanks to the wise teachings of the two members of the royal family that I deeply respect. I am now able to accept the oath correctly. Hearing this, a noble could not help but speak. But what about the flowers? Her voice slowed. How dare I offer the Grand Duke flowers that are fleeting and easily withered? Then suddenly Olivia's hair flew lightly in the wind. She bowed her head slightly, her voice ringing out clearly. So please allow me to replace them with this jade flower, as a token from the bottom of my heart. Immediately after that, Olivia placed her hand on her chest. She announced her name, Olivia Madeline. In that moment, Olivia reached out and took Edwin's hand. I sincerely accept the honor from the Grand Duke. The lights immediately shone down on the two people. Hearing this, his cheeks flushed red. Edwin hurriedly stood up after hearing the agreement. Then he suddenly rushed towards Olivia. Edwin chuckled softly, his voice laced with teasing gentleness. Forgive me, miss, I knelt for a little too long and my legs are numb. I heard you are an excellent knight. But it seems your legs are weaker than I thought. Edwin's voice rang out clearly. Indeed, you are always the one to save this fragile body of mine, are not you? You saved me when I almost fell, and when I got into trouble on the street. He once again reached out his hand, his voice serious but not forcing. So, will you save me one more time? Please give me the honor of dancing the first dance with you. Olivia slightly curved her lips, her voice soft but mischievous. Your legs are numb, but you can dance right away, Edwin quickly explained, but I feel better now. She did not forget to remind, but to let you know in advance, I am not good at dancing. He bowed his head slightly and replied immediately, I do not mind at all. Edwin smirked, I am good at everything related to physicality, so this time, I can finally help you. Hearing this, Olivia unconsciously smiled, her cheeks turning red because of it. Then suddenly a voice rang out, Congratulations, Olivia. Leopold emphasized each word, his eyes not hiding complex emotions. My fiancé has finally received the honor from the greatest knight of the empire. He took another step, his voice lowering provocatively. So, Olivia, what does it feel like to receive the first oath in your life? Leopold's eyes lingered on Olivia's face longer than necessary, then he continued to ask, So, Olivia, what does it feel like to receive the first oath in your life? Olivia recognized that familiar expression too late, her heart tightened slightly. Whenever something displeased him, his lips would twitch slightly. That was the sign that Leopold usually showed. Leopold's voice seemed to be echoing in Olivia's head, Hurry, make me happy. At the same time, Edwin turned to look at him with ice-cold eyes. Suddenly, Olivia approached, she gently intertwined her hand in his. In that moment, Olivia casually took Edwin's hand right in front of Leopold. His eyes gradually darkened, the shock quickly turning into wounded anger. How dare you, Olivia, how dare you reject me? Clearly, she always secretly observed me and followed closely by my side. Before the silent rejection, Leopold could not help but feel a little confused, and yet now, she turned her face away. In that moment, his eyes still could not leave her, his heart began to beat fast. She rejected my gaze. Later, Edwin bowed his head appropriately, his voice maintaining an outward calmness. Your Highness, if there is nothing else, please allow me to step aside. I will dance with the Duchess I just swore to. Leopold laughed coldly, his voice ringing out in the crowded banquet hall. Having been received the oath by my fiancé, you even have to fight with me for the first dance, Grand Duke. After saying that, he slowly stretched out his hand towards Olivia. Then suddenly Leopold lowered his voice, he unexpectedly called her name in a familiar tone, Liv, come with me. The way Leopold called that nickname made Olivia pause. This Because that was the nickname that after my mother died, no one had ever called me like that, yet Leopold. He said as if repeating an obvious fact, his voice as light as the wind, you always wanted to dance the first dance with me, did not you? A thought flashed through her like a self-reproach, both bitter and fragile, as if doing a good deed, her voice full of confidence, speaking as softly as silk. At the noble debut party that year, I was denied the first dance. Leopold's hand was still suspended in the air. Seeing this, Olivia smirked, a very bitter smile, it is only now that I get to dance. On the opposite side, he still looked at her with sharp but confident eyes. Finally, Olivia used reason to build a strong wall, trying to keep her voice from trembling even though her heart was beating painfully. This is a victory celebration. Welcoming the heroes from the battlefield, Your Highness. She said decisively, not allowing anyone to interrupt, so for the first dance, I will dance with the Grand Duke. As if remembering something, Olivia became hurried, ah, that is right. She tilted her head and flashed a bright smile, Your Highness should still dance the first dance with Miss Edel. Hearing this, Leopold's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with anger. Immediately after that, Edwin and Olivia returned to the dance floor. On this side, she carefully touched her chest, for the first time. I dared to push Leopold away, is that okay? Edwin's voice rang out close to her ear, carrying straightforward concern, isn't it heavy? She looked up blankly, what? He lowered his voice, that sword, it must be very heavy. Let me hold it for you. Olivia was a little embarrassed, it is not exactly heavy, but... Then she could only nod, then please do. Then suddenly Edwin threw the sword straight towards Winster. Seeing this, he turned and left with dissatisfaction, damn it, do not just throw this heavy thing at me. Edwin turned to urge her, come on, come on. At the same time, the music began to play, the dance about to begin. In that moment, Edwin and Olivia hand in hand, the two danced the first steps together. His warm voice rang out right next to her ear, without any malicious teasing, why are you so tense? It seems you are even more nervous now than when you received my oath. She replied softly, what is more nervous than getting to dance the first dance for the first time? Edwin was slightly confused, getting to dance the first dance for the first time. Then he shyly admitted, this is also the first time I have gotten to dance the first dance. Seeing this, Olivia lowered her voice, she reassured gently, then that is a big deal, but do not worry too much, I have practiced a lot, so I won't step on your feet. A small smile appeared on his lips, but with those heels, it probably does not matter if I get stepped on. What? Edwin said half-jokingly, his eyes shining with rare mischief, if my legs are destroyed, you have to take responsibility, okay? Olivia frowned slightly, unable to hide her surprise at that confidence, you just said it was your first time. His voice was certain, not boasting, just a simple truth spoken calmly, I already said, I am very good at things related to physicality. She blurted out sincerely, I did not expect you to dance so well. He squinted, the corners of his lips curving up, but his eyes were gentle, are you disappointed that I dance better than you imagined? Not really. In that moment, Olivia's cheeks unconsciously flushed red. She silently wondered, not really, but could this man really be Grand Duke Vikander, the one rumored to be a cold-blooded killer, why is he so polite? At this moment, Edwin suddenly grabbed Olivia's waist and spun her around. He leaned in close, his eyes fixed on her, what are you thinking? Olivia admitted in her heart, I think I just received a gift that was too precious. Hearing this, Edwin seemed unable to hide his joy, he admitted frankly, I am honored that you recognize my value. Can I dance with you a little longer? Seeing this, she hurriedly corrected, I was talking about the sword, Ereliton. In an instant, the smile in Edwin's eyes disappeared, he lowered in the mind, his voice ringing out softly, that is too much. Then suddenly Olivia's expression changed, her eyes flashing with surprise. She unconsciously turned to look in one direction, where a group of people was dancing. Familiar whispers rang out again in Olivia's head, old memories stacking on top of each other, making the present moment both dazzling and frighteningly fragile. Olivia Madeline is always ridiculed for her last name, her blue eyes, and the Grand Duke swore allegiance to me. She always told herself to be careful, she did not want to bother others, so she kept her distance from even Othello, and yet now she is foolishly smiling so brightly. The thought rang out like a cold sentence, everything needs to stop now, it can't continue. Olivia tried to keep her voice calm, that is probably enough, you can talk. The surprise flashed by quickly, Edwin asked confusedly, what? Finally, he admitted, his voice still even, without regret or hesitation, actually, I did not plan to swear allegiance to you from the beginning, I have my own plan. That short pause made the atmosphere heavy, even Olivia's breathing unconsciously slowed down, it is okay, Olivia, whatever you say, do not show disappointment. Edwin continued, but just as I was about to just give the sword, I suddenly realized, I decided to give the most precious thing, this sword may be precious, but it is not the most precious thing. Then suddenly he grabbed her hand, warm breath coming, so what should I do? The words were uttered smoothly by Edwin, without changing his expression, the most precious thing, will become a gift for you. After saying that, he looked directly into Olivia's eyes with his eyes as red as rubies. Immediately after that, Edwin backed away, leaving her still standing motionless. Olivia was dizzy, her heart beating so hard that it ached. How can he say such words without changing his expression? Leopold suddenly said, "You must be very happy." Suddenly, he went to stand right in front of her. Seeing Leopold's angry expression, Olivia replied quickly, "Yes, your highness is also." The question she blurted out after a moment of hesitation. "Happy, right?" In a small corner, Edwin put on an uncomfortable expression, his jealous eyes looking at Olivia. At this moment, Winster hurried over. "Captain, I brought the Ererton." Edwin did not care. He unexpectedly questioned, "Why does the waltz have regulations about time?" He paused slightly, "Yes." After a moment of hesitation, Winster explained, "Because, you have to change partners while dancing." "No, that is not important. What was that just now?" "It should have been an oath to Her Highness the Princess. You said you would bow your head one more time, for the white crystal mine." Hearing this, the anger in Edwin became clearer. He repeated the statement, "Why do you have to change partners?" Seeing Edwin's pouting mouth, Winster was silent and did not answer. Suddenly a shout rang out, "What about the white crystal mine, Captain?" He could not help but feel a little confused. "What the hell are you thinking that you are acting like this?" Winster's eyes immediately shifted. He stared blankly at Olivia. Could it be? Winster prayed silently, "Oh God, the plan to conquer the princess for the white crystal mine is as good as gone." His inner self almost screamed, but would not the captain act recklessly without any countermeasures? The captain must already have a plan, right, Captain? On this side, Leopold and Olivia were dancing together under the lights. Her lips twitched slightly, her eyelashes trembled lightly, the smell of tobacco. His voice lowered, carrying forced restraint, "Be grateful to Maria." Leopold said casually, his voice as light as air, "If it was not for Maria trying to soothe my mood, I would have really gotten angry." Hearing this, Olivia could not help but laugh, "I guess so." Then the two still held hands, their feet dancing lightly on the floor. Olivia's face revealed a rare discomfort. Suddenly, her shoe scraped hard on the ground. Olivia paused, her brows furrowing slightly. "The tempo is too fast, my feet." Seeing this, Leopold immediately approached. He sarcastically said, "If you are clumsy, then at least pretend to be proficient, Duchess." The discrepancy between dream and reality made her dizzy. "Even though this is what I always dreamed of with Leopold, I never imagined things would turn out like this." I have always dreamed of facing Leopold in a gentle gaze, right in the middle of the magnificent hall under the eyes of thousands of people. In contrast to the fantasy in her dream, Leopold's cold eyes once again pinned her deeply. Finally, Olivia's footsteps once again lifted and joined the dance with him. Suddenly, she stepped back, her body bowing low respectfully. Seeing this, Leopold coldly turned to face behind him. He casually turned towards Maria, smiling with a happy expression. On this side, she silently looked at the ill-matched couple right in front of her. Finally, Olivia retreated to a small corner. She quietly sat down on a chair. Suddenly, Maria's voice rang out sarcastically, "Congratulations on your first dance, Duchess." As soon as she heard the familiar voice, Olivia immediately raised her head. "Maria, Miss Edel." She bowed her head slightly. "Thank you, miss, you are so thoughtful to congratulate me on my first dance." She said gently, "Of course, you are the Crown Prince's fiancé." Maria tilted her head, her voice as soft as velvet, but each word was carefully chosen. "It is only natural that I care, right?" Suddenly, Olivia clutched her mouth and groaned. She paused slightly. "Oh dear." Maria intentionally emphasized the two words, "Forgive me, Duchess, because I just visited the balcony, so the scent may still linger a bit." Intentionally mentioning the balcony, the public dating spot for lovers, in front of me like this is because... She leaned in a little closer, her voice lowered. "You already know, His Highness the Crown Prince is always persistent with that kind of cigar." You coughed when you smelled the cigar. Your bronchial tubes are quite weak, or is it because... Her concluding words fell lightly. You rarely smell cigars. Olivia's eyes stopped on the face of the person opposite, a lovely fair face, blue eyes shining brightly, plus golden blonde hair. All of it made her look like a child who grew up in love. Maria smirked. "Right, Duchess?" Only one thought remained in Olivia's head, completely different from me. After a moment of silence, Olivia chose to counterattack. She said calmly, "That is right, His Highness the Crown Prince rarely smokes in front of me." How good, miss. Before her stunned expression, Olivia emphasized each word. "It seems your bronchial tubes are very healthy." Not stopping there, Olivia smiled faintly. "Do you want to become Leopold's lover?" She lowered her voice soft but still loud enough. "In our Franz Empire, polygamy is not recognized." Saying this, Olivia once again turned to look directly into Maria's eyes. "So in the end, the position you can reach is only Lady Countess Roalt. There are two paths for a young lady who has become a lover: either continue to live the life of a lady like now, or find a suitable marriage and secretly live the identity of an unofficial lover." She tilted her head, her voice suddenly becoming strangely friendly. Lady Countess Roald has been dead for 30 years, so there is a pretty ideal vacancy right now. She finally spoke up, her voice trembling slightly, not because of weakness, but because she was insulted too publicly. How can you say such words to me? Olivia immediately replied, her eyes sharp looking at Maria, if you do not intend to become a lover, then why do you keep showing intimacy with His Highness the Crown Prince in front of me? His official fiancé. Standing before the cold words, she was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. In a fleeting moment, tears rolled down Maria's eyelids. Immediately after that, she turned and ran away. Seeing this, Olivia still calmly observed. At this moment, the voices of the other ladies rang out, Duchess. Compliments followed one another. Someone could not help but exclaim, the first dance and the second dance too, were both wonderful. The person next to her agreed. That is right, Duchess, such a great first dance. A casual question rang out, but it made Olivia pause slightly. But where did Miss Edel go? Laughter mixed in, carrying an unhealthy curiosity. Oh come on, do not hide it, please tell us, Duchess, why did Miss Edel get angry? Someone could not help but feel a little curious. Did you know the Grand Duke from before? Whispers continued to ring out. In this situation, the Crown Prince is nowhere to be seen. After a moment of silence, Olivia slowly spoke, you have probably seen it. There have been too many things happening today. After saying that, she unexpectedly turned and left the hall. At this moment, Olivia's footsteps suddenly stopped. Ethela's voice rang out, pulling Olivia out of the whirlwind, bright styles also suit you, I will lend you this, so you definitely have to tell me about the ball today. She suddenly remembered something, her heart beating slightly, ah, that is right, I still have to get my hairpin back, I do not see anyone, they probably left. In that moment, the image of Edwin suddenly appeared in Olivia's mind. She thought to herself, the victory celebration lasts all week. There will probably be a chance to meet again. After a long while, the carriage returned to the mansion. Olivia suddenly realized something unusual, her heart tightening slightly. Now that I think about it, I did not see Jade in the cavalry unit. If only I could talk to Jade. That would be great. Where exactly is Jade? A familiar voice rang out behind, hey. She instinctively looked up, her eyes widening in surprise, Jade. Unexpected joy rose up, Olivia smiled brightly, Jade, when did you come back? I was waiting for you. Before the words of affection were complete, they were interrupted, in the end. Hearing this, her expression changed immediately. Jade's voice was cold, his eyes dark, completely different from the image in her memory. What is your relationship with that madman? He repeated the question, in the end, what is your relationship with that madman? Olivia was stunned, her heart sinking, I do not understand what you are saying. Jade. Anger and confusion intertwined in his voice. At the ball, the Grand Duke swore allegiance to you. Explain why there are such absurd rumors. Her hands involuntarily trembled, silence enveloping the space. Finally, Olivia dropped her hands. She looked at Jade trembling, disappointment breaking in her heart, meeting again after a year and a half, and he only said that, during the war, his body was not injured. Why did not he reply to my letters? Why did he return the relief supplies? Real concern welled up, he asked seriously, it is just a rumor, right? Jade exhaled softly, I knew it, think about it, who would swear allegiance to you, especially someone like the Grand Duke? Olivia whispered, her voice so small that she almost could not hear herself. It is true. She raised her head, looking directly into his eyes without hesitation. Seeing this, Jade was completely stunned, his eyes looking at Olivia in surprise. She said slowly, each word carefully considered, the Grand Duke swore allegiance to me, Brother Conrad also saw it, you can ask him when he returns. His voice trembled with anger more than worry, do you know what those words mean? You are really stupid. Hearing this, tears involuntarily rolled down Olivia's cheeks. As soon as he caught sight of her tears, Jade startled slightly. In that moment, Olivia once again looked directly into his eyes. She took a deep breath, her voice slow but firm, as if reminding herself, I am someone who has officially debuted in high society, a proper grown girl. Olivia paused, her throat choked, because that question did not have a pleasant answer. I also have the right to receive that oath, so why? After saying that, she stopped, facing Jade. Olivia's voice trembled slightly, why does everyone say as if this could never happen to me? Hearing this, he gritted his teeth angrily. Jade's eyes stopped on her hand, where the glove was neatly placed, like undeniable evidence. That is a Heffert glove, right? The question he blurted out was full of doubt. Could it be, you received it from the Grand Duke? Olivia replied softly, not avoiding, not justifying, as if it was obvious, yes. Jade's voice lowered, so you two knew each other from before? She nodded again, her calmness making the person opposite even more annoyed, yes. Receiving the answer, his body trembled, you. Immediately after that, Jade cursed angrily, stupid. After saying that, he left coldly, leaving her alone and helpless. Only to see the door slam shut in place of his anger. Jade's storytelling voice rang out in her memory, gentle and distant, like a piece of the past that had never been real. Once upon a time, there were two princesses. Princess Amethyst and Princess Emerald. The two princesses both had a very wonderful older brother. The silence stretched, signaling the inevitable tragedy. He stared at Olivia intently. But then, is it because of you? Is it because of you that our mother died? Her eyes stopped before the family photo that did not include her. Olivia said in a very formal voice, "Welcome back, Jade." In another development, only to see the maid trembled. At the same time, the bouquet of flowers fell straight to the floor. Reina unexpectedly stomped on it frantically. Reina Franz, the princess of the Franz Empire, angrily bit her fingertip. The rage had not subsided. Reina burst into a shout, "Edwin Vikander Lowell, how dare you tease me?" At this moment, a stern voice interrupted, "Enough, act like a princess, Reina." The person standing opposite her was the queen of the Franz Empire. She turned sharply, her anger still not gone, but... The curse was spoken by Reina bitterly, "Olivia Madeline, that bitch." The hatred flared fiercely. She cursed angrily, daring to stand side by side with the Grand Duke in the first dance like the main character, then dancing with my brother too. That female lead role was originally mine. The queen's voice was cold, extinguishing the emotions cruelly. "It is meaningless, that position must be reserved for a princess." Immediately after that, she gently stroked Reina's cheek, "Princess." The queen narrowed her eyes looking at her while emphasizing each word, "The one who possesses blood more noble than anyone." Before Reina's astonished eyes, she continued, "Smarter than anyone." The queen stepped closer and closer. She whispered in her ear, "And can easily control Olivia Madeline like a puppet, so I believe you know better than anyone." Hearing this, Reina was silent and did not reply, seeming to waver. In that moment, a cruel thought flashed in her mind, how to crush that insolence. As a princess, I will give her a task that is beyond her ability. Thinking of this, Reina smirked with a sinister expression. She smirked, as if just remembering something interesting. "Now that I think about it, Miss Madeline often asks me to give her more work with the reason being to prove her ability to be crown princess." Reina slowly turned. She said sarcastically, "I guess she is still clinging to the Madeline ducal family at this time." As soon as the words fell, the queen's pupils suddenly shone with light. Reina gently made a guess, begging to do menial tasks, right? Her contemptuous voice rang out, wanting to atone for the late duchess, "Whatever needs to be done has to be done, right?" Reina sighed softly, as if she was really regretful. It is a pity that only the legitimate daughter of the Madeline family does not know the truth. That child is actually trying to defend her. How? After saying that, she unexpectedly broke a fresh flower branch. Reina smiled, her eyes flashing with cruel joy. "How pitiful, is not it, mother?" Seeing that expression of hers, she smirked coldly. Immediately after that, Reina slowly used a brush to write a few words on the paper. The black letters gradually became clear. "We invite Miss Madeline, we hope you will attend." The scene flashed to the next morning. A flattering sound suddenly rang out, "Her Highness the Princess." The group of women turned their heads one by one. Each one could not help but exclaim, "You are so beautiful today again. That necklace you are wearing, I heard it was a gift from the Prince of Welton. It really suits you." At the same time, Reina gently touched the necklace that was made of precious stones. She smiled slightly, her long eyelashes falling to cover her true emotions. "Is that so?" Reina slowly replied, her gentle voice carrying a familiar calmness, "I am relieved to see everyone happy." In a small corner, someone was trembling non-stop. At this moment, she suddenly lowered her voice. "There is only one person." Reina said softly, "I heard that because of her weak constitution, she could not attend tea parties before, maybe because this is her first time attending an official tea party. She is very nervous. Don't worry." After saying that, she casually glided past each row of seats. Reina's voice suddenly rang out, carrying a vague smile, "Little Miss Madeline." She tilted her head, her eyes sharp but putting on a teasing look, "Or is my tea party not to your taste?" Recalling a few hours ago, Sally clenched her fist with determination. "Today, I definitely." She declared loudly, "I will protect the young lady." Hearing this, Olivia chuckled, "That won't happen." Sally bowed her head and said softly, her voice carrying a rare hint of tension, "I am serious, young lady, you did not see it, but with the oath yesterday." She raised her voice to remind, "Today, both the front and back doors of the mansion are full of reporters. Young lady, we have arrived at the jewelry store." Sally quickly parted the crowd, her movements decisive but still maintaining etiquette. "Come on, young lady, please, make way." Then she paused, her eyes darting left and right. Sally almost froze. What is wrong?" she said while sighing, her face showing helplessness. "See, what did I say?" She turned to look at Olivia, her eyes carrying curiosity and worry. "Now that I remember, why did the young lady come to the jewelry store? I was so busy stopping the reporters that I did not have time to ask the reason for going out." She said softly, her eyes lowering, "I came to return the gemstone. It is better if it is the same one as before." Sally asked in confusion, "What?" At this moment, the bell suddenly rang. Olivia quickly stepped inside. She showed politeness. "Hello, I want to see all the most precious pieces of jewelry in the store." Inside, there suddenly came an exclamation. "Oh my, how could that be?" The jewelry store owner could not help but feel a little doubtful. "None of the items are worthy of the Duchess. I must review the import process." Hearing this, she chuckled softly. "It is okay, I am just a little picky this time." "If that is the case, let me see a few more items." Olivia's footsteps suddenly stopped in front of a display case. Her eyes were fixed on the ring with a ruby red color. In that moment, Olivia was almost motionless. Suddenly a familiar voice echoed in her ear. "Duchess, does that item please you?" Olivia hesitantly pointed to the ring. "Yes, this item is the best, but looking at the style, this is a proposal ring, right?" The other party said casually, "That ring is for her." Then Edwin suddenly appeared. He leaned in close. "How do you know so well?" As soon as she saw Edwin, Olivia gaped in shock. The jewelry store owner asked quickly in confusion, Duchess, that person is?" Without thinking, she hurriedly turned him to the side. "It is an acquaintance, do not worry about it. The tea seems to be cold, can you help me prepare a new one?" She nodded quickly. Yes, I will prepare it right away." Once outside, Olivia opened her mouth and sighed. Suddenly Edwin said, "What should I do?" He smiled brightly. "Getting help like this all the time, why do I keep falling into these predicaments?" She frowned, turning to look at Edwin, clearly dissatisfied with this sudden appearance. "What are you saying? It is not good for you to be wandering around the jewelry store without guards like this. If bad rumors spread." Suddenly Olivia's eyes widened, her pupils shifting out of position. Then she hurriedly bowed in perfect form. "Please forgive me for being late. Olivia Madeline requests an audience with the Grand Duke." Before that action of Olivia, he put on a pouting expression. Edwin spoke helplessly. "You do not need those cumbersome things." She emphasized each word. "These are the rules." His voice was slow but certain. "I want to give the Duchess, who has accepted my oath, the privilege of skipping those rules. Do not you want it? If the young lady allows it, I can call your name." Olivia exclaimed in confusion. All the thoughts in her head seemed to be completely reversed. "But wait, what did you say just now?" Edwin could not help but feel a little confused. "What did I say? What?" She hurriedly repeated. "This ring, you said this ring, is mine, moreover, clearly this is a proposal ring." He replied neatly, without hesitation, "That is right, how did it just happen to please the young lady?" Edwin's voice lowered, carrying a deep meaning that made the surrounding space heavy. "This is an inherited item, just temporarily sent back before giving it to the young lady to see." As soon as the words fell, Olivia's eyes once again opened involuntarily. Her gaze stopped on his reddened ears. Olivia pursed her lips tightly. She frantically denied. "Don't tell me, no, impossible. Olivia, do not misunderstand." Finally, Olivia hurriedly turned and left. "Don't joke like that, you do not know who you are being paired with." Complex thoughts suddenly ran through her head. Just yesterday, he was also the #1 groom on the continent that the Emperor wanted to marry the princess to. A war hero, and also rich, Grand Duke Edwin Vikander. Before Olivia could react, Edwin casually admitted, "What if those words were to imply a proposal?" Before that sentence, she suddenly panicked, her voice ringing out urgently, "To me." His sharp pupils suddenly fixed on Olivia. In that moment, her heart suddenly beat rapidly. The corner of Olivia's mouth opened slightly, her voice ringing out softly, I am." She tilted her head to look at Edwin while emphasizing, "The Crown Prince's fiancé." As soon as the words fell, the smile on his face froze. Edwin lowered his voice, almost whispering, "I knew it would not be easy, but..." Seeing this, Olivia hurriedly approached. She asked worriedly, "Duke, are you not feeling well somewhere?" Edwin replied calmly, the corners of his lips curving into a faint smile, "It is okay, except for my heart." Returning to reality, a noble turned to look at Reina. She could not help but exclaim, "Truly the saintess of the Franz Empire, I heard you cherish the eldest daughter of the Madeline family very much. Yet now you also care about the second daughter, who has not even debuted yet." She even chimed in with a sentence, "How thoughtful." At the same time, her sharp eyes turned to look at Othello. Recalling a few minutes ago, she spoke up suddenly, her voice higher than usual. "What are you saying? My sister suits all colors, she is also in charge of the entire Duke's budget and the territory. Now, I even heard that she helps with matters in the Imperial Palace. I am really proud of my sister." At this time, Othello secretly thought in her heart, rambling on for so long, finally giving people some peace. She regained her etiquette, bowing her head slightly, trying to bring the story back to a safer direction. "That, Your Highness, about the dinner party yesterday that you mentioned in the invitation. May I ask what the details are?" After saying that, Othello narrowed her eyes slightly. "I secretly went out without letting father know because I wanted to hear clearly. Sister did not tell me anything about the ball." After a moment of silence, Reina smirked coldly. "You came because you wanted to hear about yesterday, did not you?" She replied politely, her voice sincere, not hiding her gratitude. "Yes, thanks to Her Highness the Princess actively inviting me, I only learned that the Grand Duke swore allegiance to my sister. I did not hear anything more. Someone asked tentatively, you seem to be quite close to the eldest miss, she admitted frankly, of course, she is my only older sister. Hearing this, the other person sighed, oh my god. Seeing this, Ethella was shocked for a moment. In that moment, the whispering voices rang out behind, carrying an unhidden malice, really, those green eyes, how could the Duke bring back such a mixed-blood child? Poor Miss Ethella, having to call that thing her older sister. At this time, she hurriedly stood up, I am not feeling well, so please excuse me. Raina smirked, how kind, Duchess. Her voice was so falsely gentle that it made others nauseous. Did you inherit that trait from your mother? Not stopping there, Raina reached out towards Ethella, no, really. Her cold voice rang out, without a hint of pity, if it were me, there is no way I could call the daughter of a dancer. Raina emphasized each word, making her pause slightly, unable to utter a word of rebuttal, who made my mother die, her sister, it was all her fault. Seeing her horrified expression, she continued, doesn't the Duchess know? The scene of the past was recreated, Olivia lowered her voice, the matter of me coming here to play has to be kept a secret from the family, I am only showing you, Ethella. Hearing this, Ethella looked at her with wide eyes. Another voice chimed in, certain and cruel, who in this empire does not know. Raina paused for a beat, her voice suddenly becoming terrifyingly light, the person who caused the Duchess's death, is that green-eyed daughter. Returning to Edwin, he lowered his voice, by the way. Edwin smiled faintly, why are you here? Olivia quickly replied, I came here to choose a gift for you. Hearing this, he unconsciously leaned towards her, a gift for me. Olivia said slowly, actually, the hairpin I gave you last time was my younger sister's. Edwin continued to ask, his voice deep but not reproachful, are you saying you want to take it back? She opened her mouth and chuckled softly, I just wanted to tell you the truth, but I want to compensate you with another gift to replace it. As soon as the words fell, he turned to the side, expressing his anger. Then Olivia sighed softly, perhaps everything would have gone better if I had prepared carefully, but you also know, that situation was not very favorable. Edwin was silent for a moment, his eyes thoughtful as he looked at her. He said slowly, his voice deep and carrying a rare sincerity, I do not want to put you in a difficult position, miss. Edwin paused, as if considering each word, instead. The whole space suddenly fell silent. After a long while, the jewelry store owner bowed deeply, his voice respectful, you summoned me, it is an honor to welcome you, Grand Duke. Edwin glanced at the other party, his voice not loud but enough to make the listener's blood run cold, I believe someone as discerning as you will know how to keep silent. I want the young lady to try this on. She replied quickly without hesitation, yes, I will go prepare it right away. Olivia shook her head slightly, this really does not suit me. Before she could react, the jewelry store owner had put the necklace on her neck. She exclaimed with excitement, oh my god, I knew it suits you so well, young lady. Then the jewelry store owner asked curiously, Duke, how do you feel? Suddenly Leopold's voice transmitted to her ear, didn't I tell you already, these gaudy colors do not suit you. After a moment of silence, Edwin replied frankly, more than expected. He blurted out, not hiding his satisfaction, it is really, really beautiful. Hearing this, Olivia was stunned for a moment. Edwin said softly, his voice so low that it could only be heard by two people, it suits you very well. His eyes were unusually gentle, as if affirming something obvious, whether it is bright or muted colors, all of it, completely suits you. She replied softly, as I said, I will give you another hairpin. Olivia's eyes hesitantly glanced behind her. She took all her courage, raising her head to look directly at Edwin, Sir, I have something I want to say. Olivia said coldly, if you came for the marriage proposal, it is really not necessary. Hearing this, he could not help but feel a little confused, am I not good enough for you? She shook her head in denial, no, you are really good, your compliments. Those gentle eyes, caring gestures, warm words, and even those precious gifts, I am really grateful for those things. Edwin opened his mouth, his lips moving, is that all? He declared loudly, as if it were a promise that did not need an oath, if that is the case, then I will treat you even better than that, miss. She asked softly, unable to hide her confusion, why? Edwin continued, I was still thinking about how to compensate you. Finally, he frankly admitted, because I just want you to be by my side without worrying about anything. As soon as the words fell, Olivia's cheeks involuntarily flushed red, seeing this, Edwin chuckled. He continued, his warm voice ringing evenly in the silent space, so, I really want to treat you that way, unless you do not want to receive it. She exclaimed softly, her heart in turmoil, but. Edwin's voice became serious, as if affirming an undeniable truth, you deserve those things, because the good things are all very fleeting. Immediately after that, he reached out and took a box. Edwin turned to urge Olivia, this is, please open it. Hearing this, she gently opened the box, inside was a necklace made of precious jade. Before the expensive jewelry, Olivia looked at him blankly. Edwin shyly admitted, "This is for your younger sister, I simply want to make a good impression on her." After a long while, Olivia left the carriage. She turned her gaze towards him, then unconsciously smiled. The image of Edwin standing side by side with Olivia suddenly flashed. Then she turned to look towards the mansion. Ethella, will she like it? Immediately after that, Olivia quickly stepped inside. She paused slightly as soon as she saw the maid. The group of people suddenly widened their eyes as soon as they saw Olivia. The maid's voice rang out coldly, "Miss Ethella is waiting for you, her sister, you should go and see, right?" Immediately, she ran frantically, "Ethella, what is wrong?" Suddenly Olivia paused, her eyes horrified as she looked ahead. At this moment, Ethella appeared with a disheveled appearance. She lowered her head, her body trembling slightly. After a long while, Ethella raised her head to look at her, "Sister." She asked with empty eyes, "Could it be that everything that happened is because of you?" Ethella emphasized each word, "Did our mother die because of you?" Hearing this, Olivia's hands completely dropped. The gift box in her hand followed and fell straight to the ground. The pendant shone a light that died away later. Olivia's green eyes widened in that moment, her gaze reflecting confusion. Her silver hair fell with her hurried breath, her heart shaken violently. Under the cold dim light of the hall, Olivia tremblingly reached out towards her, "Ethella." She took a step forward, her voice trembling but still trying to be gentle, her hand reaching out into the air. Can you listen to me for a bit?" Ethella coldly slapped her hand away, her eyes full of fear and hatred. "Don't touch me, how disgusting." Only to see a long scratch on the back of her hand, fresh blood immediately flowing out. Then Ethella shouted, her voice trembling with resentment, "Everyone is right, those with green eyes are all liars." She emphasized each word, making her pause slightly, unable to utter a word of rebuttal, "Even you." Not stopping there, Ethella continued to shout, "You do not need to pretend to care about me, why are you doing that?" She shouted in despair, "It is all your fault, my mother suddenly died, it is all your fault." In the panic and pain, leaving a suffocating atmosphere covering the cold room, Olivia stood motionless. These words were said by her. A maid came forward in a panic, her voice hurried, her hands trembling wanting to shield Ethella. Miss, please calm down, miss." After a long while, she bowed down, her body frozen and unmoving. At this moment, the father's voice rang out with pressure, his cold eyes sweeping over everyone in the room. "Where is Ethella?" A soft call rang out from Olivia. As soon as he saw her, his eyes turned into cold bullets. The father clenched his fist, his voice suppressing his anger, each word pouring contempt over Olivia. "Even keeping this a secret from Ethella you could not do. In the end, you let her know these painful things." He said casually, "If I could, I would have erased you from her life long ago." Another voice chimed in, "Hey, Olivia, you." Conrad quickly put his hand out to stop. "Enough, go see Ethella first." He moved worriedly, his tone ringing out hurriedly, "Has the doctor arrived yet?" In that moment, Olivia's body turned into a statue. Her body trembled slightly with the cold wind. Olivia once again turned to look at the family photo. Her eyes stopped at that picture for a long time. Then Olivia looked absent-mindedly at her own sad face. In that moment, she smirked, a very bitter smile. After a long while, the door slowly opened. Winster exclaimed in horror, his face pale as he recognized her reckless actions. "Young lady, do not tell me that." The young lady came all the way here by herself. Olivia did not reply, she put on a blank expression. At this moment, the horse stopped right behind. As soon as he saw Olivia, Edwin leaned towards her. "Miss, do you want to see me off for a while?" His hand slowly reached out, a small glittering object lying in his palm. "As I promised you, this hairpin." Then suddenly Edwin's expression changed. Olivia bowed politely, her voice respectful. "Good evening, Grand Duke." Edwin's sharp gaze quickly recognized the undisguisable signs of abnormality. "Why are your eyes like that, and your hand is also?" She said in a weak voice, "I am." He nodded slightly, "It is like something happened." Hearing this, Olivia admitted frankly, "Indeed, some things did happen, sir." Finally, she said hesitantly, "Would you mind helping me a little?" Hearing this, the corners of Edwin's mouth curved up. He smiled, his voice gentle but his eyes shining with rare protectiveness. "If it is you, I am willing to do anything." Olivia reached out and grabbed Edwin's sleeve. "Then please help me," she said in a light but empty voice, ringing out in the large hall. "I have nowhere to return to now." The scene shifted to Edwin's mansion. Inside, Olivia curled up on the cold bed. The intimate images between her and Ethella suddenly appeared in her mind. At one moment, she exclaimed, "Sister." Thinking of this, Olivia involuntarily squeezed her skirt tightly. Her eyes were glistening, her face carrying an indescribable sadness. Immediately after that, Olivia slowly closed her eyes, tears running down her eyelashes. The next morning, Edwin clutched the piece of paper in his hand. "I am very grateful for your help, but I still have my engagement, so I should return to the Crown Prince's palace soon. I will send my regards to you when appropriate." The servant bowed and reported, his voice hesitant, "Sir, the young lady left the mansion very early." He smirked coldly, then replied, I know. Edwin smiled unconsciously, his eyes gliding over each word. He could not help but exclaim, even your handwriting is very beautiful. The neat words appeared on the pale paper, wishing you all the best, Liv Green. Whispers rang out in the hallway, curious and malicious eyes glancing at each other. I heard someone saw her entering the Taya's palace with a strange carriage this morning. What is going on? It seems she was still crying too. Someone could not help but feel a little confused. Is she planning to stay here for a few days? Could it be that she does not even have a proper place to live? Someone did not bother to hide their dissatisfaction. I can't understand why the queen wants her to be in the palace. Is a mudblood worthy? On this side, Olivia thought to herself, if the rumors do not affect the Madeline family, then I should feel somewhat at ease. She unconsciously remembered the angry look of her father. Next was Jade's rage along with Conrad's weariness. And finally, Ethela's empty expression as soon as she saw Olivia. Returning to reality, she smirked coldly, Baroness. Olivia suddenly asked, do I look like I am crying? She paused slightly, her tone somewhat hesitant, that. Olivia's voice gradually regained her composure, help me prepare makeup, today is. At this moment, a footstep stepped inside the hall. The words she spoke slowly, Wednesday, I have an appointment with His Highness the Crown Prince. Later, Maria took hold of part of Leopold's arm. Seeing this, he smiled brightly, a rare happy smile. Meanwhile, Olivia asked absent-mindedly, so I should not be rude either, right? At the same time, the couple casually walked shoulder to shoulder. The two laughed loudly together, the laughter echoing in the clear sky. In a small corner, the group of people turned to look at each other awkwardly. At this moment, Olivia's eyes suddenly flashed with sharpness. Her voice suddenly lowered, her eyes stopping as she looked at the familiar empty space, my teapot is gone. Baroness stammered without making sense, this. Olivia coldly questioned, Baroness, do you know how important this teapot is? She emphasized each word, this is the type of teapot that is only served specifically for His Highness the Crown Prince at Taya's every Wednesday. There are not even more than 2 of those in the entire kingdom. Hearing this, she hurriedly turned around, Duchess, please let me go find it. Duchess, where are you going? Thoughts flashed through her head like a warning, if I do not stop what is about to happen. Then all the things I have protected so far. Hazel's appearance suddenly appeared in Olivia's subconscious. A cruel thought flashed in her head, I will lose everything. A short moment of silence passed in Olivia's mind, so. At the same time, a youthful voice rang out, carrying curiosity mixed with undisguised calculations, I heard that today, the young lady of the Madeline family will come to the Taya's palace. Only to see Maria leaning her head on Leopold's shoulder. He replied indifferently, his attitude nonchalant as if everything was within expectations, perhaps. Olivia's eyes stopped at the familiar teapot. In that moment, the whole space almost froze. She tilted her head slightly, her voice soft, her eyes glittering as if recounting a sweet memory. I really like being with you here every Wednesday, Leopold. You once said that this place always reminds you of me. During this sunset afternoon, you said that the golden sunlight is like my hair, was not it? Leopold nodded, his eyes gentle, that is right. Then he said casually, just like now. Maria's voice was full of dreams, I really like it, because looking at us will be like a pair of lovebirds. If that young lady gets married here, if I am you, maybe we won't be able to see each other anymore. Leopold's voice was calm, carrying the confidence of someone in power, you do not need to worry. A faint smile flashed on his lips, she will know her place, she would not dare to do anything recklessly with you. Suddenly the voice of her mother rang out, I can guarantee you, Liv, you understand what I am saying, do not go too far. The scene flashed, Olivia absent-mindedly walked through the crowded street. Only to see her face pale, her eyes empty. Olivia suddenly stopped walking, she stood still for a long time. A stern voice rang out, sorry to bother you, please be careful, this place is still being arranged by us, I am afraid there will still be dangerous things around. Suddenly the figure of her mother appeared. She smiled brightly, Liv, is that you, did you just arrive? In that moment, Olivia stood motionless, she could not reply. Immediately after that, Olivia turned and went into a small corner. Her body suddenly swayed. Only to see her long hair falling down, covering Olivia's face. Immediately after that, her body gradually collapsed to the ground. Olivia bowed down, her head resting on her legs. One side of her skirt was stained with black mud from some time. Suddenly a loud noise rang out, Olivia startled. The thought flashed through her head, making her breathe quickly, a robber, if it is a robber, I have to quickly find someone to help. Thinking of this, Olivia became even more desperate, but is there anyone who will help me? At this moment, a figure appeared right in front of her. Edwin gradually revealed his face, he smiled brightly, is everything going well today? Before Olivia's blank eyes, Edwin continued, I was planning to wait for you to take you home. He smiled unconsciously again, what a coincidence that you are also here. Immediately after that, Edwin lowered his body, face to face with her. He gently put a scarf around Olivia's neck. As soon as she realized the situation, she could not help but feel a little confused. "Why are you here?" Edwin said casually. "Where you are, I am." Hearing this, Olivia raised her head to look at him with surprised eyes. She still asked naively, her tone somewhat urgent, why?" The words rang out slowly, his eyes softening, carrying sincerity. "Because I want to see you." As soon as the words fell, Olivia's eyes widened in disbelief. Then her eyelashes trembled slightly, tears slowly flowing out. Finally, Olivia could not help but cry. Seeing this, Edwin startled back. "What, my lady, what did I do wrong?" Then suddenly she reached out her hand towards him. Immediately after that, Olivia threw herself into Edwin's arms. He widened his eyes in surprise, only to see Edwin's hand standing still in the air. She blurted out, her voice trembling, "Now, I have nowhere to go anymore, nowhere. What should I do now?" He immediately spoke up, his voice decisive, as if wanting to cut off the pessimistic line of thought that had just begun in her. "That is impossible." Edwin continued, "Everyone at my mansion is looking forward to the day they see you return. Of course, I am the one looking forward to it the most." The question was uttered gently, so this time, "Do you want to return with me?" After a long while, Olivia completely fell into a deep sleep. Winster bowed his head slightly and reported, "Sir, the young lady has fallen asleep. When I heard you left the heavily guarded mansion alone, I could not believe my ears." A sigh of relief came from him. "How lucky that you found the young lady." Then Edwin slowly asked, "What do you think about a woman who sent letters and supplies again and again but did not receive a reply?" The words appeared in his memory, gentle and firm, carrying a wish that did not expect a reply. "Wishing you a fruitful success, live green praise." Winster raised an eyebrow slightly. His voice mixed with surprise and doubt. Again and again, if it were me, I definitely would not send any more. I would do the same," but she continued, "she is the type who always does good things without asking anyone to know, and even more so does not want to be remembered in writing. Is the person who always sends precious supplies but does not leave a clear name, only silently helping in urgent situations. That woman is always hiding using the name Live Green, leaving behind so many doubts." The letters become more and more full of thoughts, each sentence only wishing for everything to return to peace, to be able to reunite with loved ones, even the times walking on the street with her fiancé. Praying that all the knights on the battlefield can feel those happy moments. Thinking of this, Edwin unconsciously smiled. At this moment, a voice rang out, attracting his attention. The voice suddenly rang out, cold and full of anger. "What are you doing?" Jade frowned, his eyes full of contempt. "Why are you bringing those useless letters to me?" Edwin asked curiously, "What is wrong?" The person quickly replied, "A letter from the vice-captain's sister has arrived." Immediately after that, he shouted coldly, "Throw all this garbage away." The piece of paper just happened to fall on the tip of his shoe. Seeing this, Edwin gently bowed down. His eyes suddenly changed as soon as he saw the piece of paper. Edwin's heart beat fast, as if the scattered pieces gradually fit together. The same type of lace, the same fragrance, all, every time, are very similar. Olivia Madeline's. The writing, "A woman who does not know shame, a stain on the Madeline family, a mud-blood brat with different blue eyes." But she said that she lived very harmoniously at the family mansion. He whispered softly to himself, the corners of his lips curving into a bitter smile. "That is right, you are a liar. Hoping that the war is stable, we can meet on Rohirrim Street." Recalling a few days ago, Edwin chuckled, "I did not even have time to say a final goodbye. Olivia's appearance suddenly vanished in his mind. And then we officially met." Finally, Edwin instructed in a calm voice, "Be good to the young lady, so that she feels comfortable while she is here." Winster hesitated to speak, his attitude respectful but his words still not hiding his doubts. "May I ask why you are doing this? Forgive me for saying these things to you. But, even if you have feelings for the young lady," he hurriedly reminded, "then she is also the eldest daughter of the Madeline family, the family that supports the royal family, and also the crown prince's fiancé." Winster continued, "In Bikander, there are also many people who hate that Duke Madeline." Edwin replied immediately, without hesitation, "I also do not like him." He emphasized again, as if it were so obvious that it did not need to be hidden, "That Duke, I also do not like him." Edwin's voice softened, "But I do not think I can hate the young lady," he said slowly. His memory seemed to be drawn back to the harshest days. During the time on the battlefield, people often called her a goddess because she always sent food supplies. Everywhere praised her like that. Winster could not help but feel a little confused. "Impossible." Edwin lowered his voice, as if giving an absolute command, "Keep this a secret, just like we did not know anything. If they knew it was the young lady, she would be admired a lot." His eyes darkened in an instant, "But if, no matter what, it won't change." The declaration rang out decisively. Edwin smirked, "She will be my wife." In another development, Hannah carefully bowed low. She said slowly, "Good morning, young lady, starting from today, I will serve the young lady, my name is Hannah." Hannah hesitantly looked up ahead. "Let me help you, young lady," she exclaimed softly, seeming not used to Olivia's presence. "Oh my." Meanwhile, she stared at Hannah with empty eyes. She looked at Olivia in surprise. Are you already ready? You came back very late last night. She replied softly, a faint smile flashing. I am used to it. Only to see Olivia's eyelashes drooping, hiding her sad eyes. She suddenly remembered the cold tea. Hannah quickly changed the subject, not wanting Olivia to sink deep into heavy thoughts. That is right. Are you hungry yet, young lady? Our head chef was very happy when he knew you were back. What dish do you like to eat the most? Hearing this, she suddenly hesitated. That. Olivia's voice lowered, carrying a discreet curiosity. Does he often eat breakfast? She replied quickly, her voice even, as if too familiar with that habit. That is very erratic. Sometimes he eats, sometimes he skips it. After a long while, Olivia peered out from behind the wooden door. At this moment, Edwin lowered his voice. What are you looking at? She replied casually. I am looking at him. After saying that, Olivia turned sharply, her eyes looking at him in surprise. Seeing this, Edwin was stunned for a moment. Immediately after that, he flashed a bright smile. Edwin casually glided past her, then asked with satisfaction, were you looking for me? He smiled, his voice softer than usual. If I knew you were waiting, I would have come back sooner. Immediately after that, Edwin carefully pulled out the chair for Olivia. Then he kept rambling on. I thought that eating meat in the morning would make my stomach uncomfortable, so I told them to prepare light meals. Her voice lowered, carrying sincere gratitude. You are so thoughtful. Thank you for taking me back yesterday. Olivia continued. I still can't return yet. I am afraid I will have to bother you for a while. She took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. I do not know for how long, but it is probably quite a long time. If there is anything I can help with here, let me do it. I can do everything. Then Olivia quickly listed, as if proving her worth, I have managed the budget of the Duke's mansion and the Crown Princess's palace before. She did not forget to remind, I also have some experience in state affairs, so, I think. At this moment, Edwin gently pushed the plate of meat towards Olivia. He looked at her intently, his eyes mixed with surprise and interest. You really can do it. Edwin's voice carried a rare trust. I also have high expectations, miss. After saying that, he suddenly avoided her gaze. On this side, the servant's voice rang out urgently, carrying undisguised fear. Young lady, please open the door. She almost begged. The young lady has not eaten anything for 3 days, and now she does not want to open the door to see anyone. The person next to her could not help but feel a little worried. What if the young lady is too weak and can't stand it anymore? The gruff voice of the servant rang out in the hall. Hey, Mrs. Pluto's dressmakers have arrived. The person next to her replied angrily. Don't you understand what is going on? Quickly send them away. At this moment, a voice rang out. I am Mrs. Pluto. Pluto slowly said each name clearly. Miss Olivia Madeline called me because of Miss Athela Madeline. Although it is late, I still came in person. So, where is Miss Athela? After saying that, she glanced around. Where? Then Pluto paused. She was slightly skeptical. Is something going on? A contemptuous voice chimed in, her eyes full of malice. How shameless. Clearly she is left, yet she wants to come back this way. The person next to her whispered. Why does she keep sending this and that? I bet you, she intentionally made an appointment to attract attention and then find a way back. Pluto replied calmly, her voice still maintaining politeness. I think there has been some misunderstanding here. Olivia Madeline made an appointment 3 weeks ago. She definitely had to come today. Then she said with certainty, the young lady did not make an appointment with me yesterday. Pluto frankly admitted, she made an appointment 3 weeks ago. Inside, Athela paused slightly. She continued to explain, her voice even but not at all weak. Not that she made an appointment with me yesterday, she made an appointment 3 weeks ago. Afraid that the group of people would not believe her, Pluto said quickly, we had arranged to come here since last week, but there were some problems with the schedule. So we only arrived today. The person blurted out, are you trying to trick me? Seeing this, Sally knelt down on the ground, she almost shouted, this is the truth. Sally explained painfully, 3 weeks ago, the young lady was passing by there and thought that this tailor shop would be suitable for Miss Athela, so she made an appointment. You can say whatever you want, but the young lady would definitely not invite Mrs. Pluto just for herself. A malicious sentence rang out in Athela's subconscious. There is no way she would treat the daughter of the woman who caused her mother's death as a sister. Inside, Athela completely collapsed, she tightly hugged her ears. Then Athela's hands gradually dropped. She suddenly remembered the happy images between herself and Olivia. Thinking of this, Athela angrily gnashed her teeth. Immediately after that, she swung the necklace strongly into the air. I do not need this trash. Then suddenly, Athela remembered Olivia's absent-minded eyes when looking at her. That expression of hers made Athela's heart waver slightly. Finally, she squeezed the necklace tightly in her hand. A soft call rang out, trembling and weak, sister. On this side, Edwin smirked while saying slowly, these will be some things I want from the young lady. Hearing this, Olivia's body trembled slightly. She raised her head to look at him, as long as it is not illegal, everything is fine. Before the unexpected request, Edwin paused slightly. Then he could not help but chuckle. Edwin waved his hand. Just 3 things. I only need 3 things. 1. Please eat enough. His voice lowered, carrying concern. 2. Please get enough sleep. 3. Do the things you want to do. Edwin added, not forcing, only quietly making a promise, and if you do not mind, then you can ask me for anything. After a moment of silence, Olivia could not help but feel a little confused. Is he joking? She tried to reassure herself. No, it does not seem like it. Olivia's nose turned sour, emotions rising out of control. I feel like I want to cry. She said in a trembling voice, I am going out for a bit, just a bit. Seeing this, Edwin put on a surprised expression. He paused, his voice slightly drooping, carrying a hint of undetectable hurt. You do not want to be by my side, Olivia hurriedly explained, her hand waving slightly. No, I just want to go out for a bit. At the same time, Winster chuckled, it took so much effort to bring you all the way here, really. Edwin turned and scolded softly, be quiet, Winster called her. He angrily questioned, why are you here? He replied with a nonchalant tone as if it were obvious, someone told me to welcome the young lady on time, so I am here. Edwin snorted lightly, you only know how to listen at times like these. Winster did not forget to remind, I already said it yesterday, right? After saying that, he laughed loudly, oh my god, I am dying of laughter. Immediately after that, Winster declared loudly, everyone at the Grand Duke's mansion. He and Hannah bowed one by one, are all very welcoming to you, young lady. In an instant, several days had passed continuously. At the same time, Edwin asked worriedly, is there anything here that makes you unhappy? Olivia quickly replied, no. She thought to herself, delicious food, a comfortable bed, there is even a perfect library too. Olivia smiled softly, a rare sense of security spreading in her heart, and many other things. Her eyes stopped on his face, although he is very busy. How long has it been since I was able to comfortably eat with someone like this? Hannah suddenly spoke up, yet you keep sighing all the time. Olivia startled slightly, I am. After a moment of thought, she explained quickly, it is probably because I do not have a diary by my side, I usually have a habit of writing a diary. Hearing this, she grinned, oh my god, why did not you tell me sooner, I will go get you one right now. Seeing this, Olivia forced a smile. At this moment, Edwin's voice rang out from the side, that is not the real reason, right? He stared at Olivia with sly eyes, seeing this, she turned sharply, Grand Duke, when did you arrive? Edwin stepped closer, he did not forget to remind, are you still keeping the promise between us? Hearing this, Olivia nodded quickly, yes, I am fine, I am eating very well. He tilted his head to look at her while emphasizing, only when we eat together, I can believe that. I can't know how you sleep, but I believe you will sleep soundly. Edwin suddenly turned into a kitten, he said in a coquettish voice, then what about the third thing? He huffed, full of resentment, you did not ask me for anything, so it is considered breaking the promise, right? I can also go get you a diary. Standing before a series of questions, her voice involuntarily trembled, everyone here is very enthusiastic, I really do not need anything more. Edwin blurted out, nonsense. He unexpectedly questioned, are you sure there is nothing? Hearing this, Olivia was silent and did not reply. After a moment of hesitation, she denied, a smile curving her lips awkwardly, there is nothing, honestly, I do not want to bother you, asking for too much will make me seem demanding. I have been taken care of too well already. Saying this, Olivia lowered her head to avoid his gaze, she frankly admitted, I am planning to return to the Duke's mansion tomorrow. Edwin asked worriedly, you really want to? She nodded affirmatively, yes, perhaps the dresses and jewelry have been delivered today. Tomorrow is the closing of the victory celebration. As the Crown Prince's fiancé, I must attend. If I am not there, all the blame will fall on him. A complicated thought flashed through Olivia's head at the same time, in any case, I must avoid that from happening. Seeing Edwin silent, she cautiously looked up, are you angry? He immediately denied, no, just a little confused. After a long while, Edwin spoke, his voice slow, each word as if placed down very carefully so as not to startle her. Miss, I have always wanted you to be able to rely on me a little. But you choose to shoulder everything alone. I really do not understand. I am the person who always craves precious things. Miss, since meeting you, perhaps you are the most precious thing that I have. Always craved to have. His voice lowered, almost a plea, so please tell me, what is it that a precious person like you always desires? The scene shifted to the next day, the closing day of the victory celebration. At the same time, Leopold coldly approached the father, Duke. He tilted his head to look at him with sharp eyes, a demanding tone ringing out, Olivia, where is she? There are rumors everywhere that my fiancé has disappeared. And because of that, I am now in. The father then affirmed with certainty, her personality is not that impulsive. Hearing this, Leopold interrupted, I know that, but the problem now is, where is she? She must come today, because as my fiancé, I have to meet the king with her. Saying this, he became even more annoyed. Out of all the days, why did it have to be today, such an important day? In that moment, both Leopold and the father had the same question. Olivia Madeline, where are you? At this moment, the announcement rang out loudly. We are honored to welcome the hero in battle, Grand Duke Edwin Vikander Lowell, and accompanying him is. The eyes of the crowd immediately gathered, whispers rose up, the person walking beside him, Miss Olivia Madeline. At this moment, Olivia gradually appeared, only to see the sparkling necklace on her neck. The voice of the servant rang out solemnly, together, enter the main hall. In that moment, Olivia raised her head to look at the opposite side. Only to see her taking Edwin's arm, the two moving slowly. Immediately after that, they walked together towards the Emperor and Empress. He quickly saluted, greetings, Your Majesty, the most noble son. Seeing this, he could not help but feel a little surprised. Grand Duke, I did not expect you to come with a companion today. Edwin raised his head, his voice calm, his eyes not avoiding, that is thanks to Your Majesty's grace. His voice slowed, creating a silence that made the entire hall unknowingly quiet. Do you still remember the request that you granted me on the first day of the banquet? Immediately after that, Edwin unexpectedly made a suggestion. Please allow me to marry this precious daughter, Olivia Madeline. As soon as the words fell, whispers flooded in like a wave. What is going on? Did the Grand Duke just propose to Miss Madeline? The person next to her immediately denied. No way, look at the way he is asking the Emperor for permission to get married. Does that not mean that the proposal was approved long ago? Someone lowered their voice. In any case, that young lady really does not have a single day of peace. In that moment, Edwin gently reached out his hand towards Olivia. She turned to look at him with blank eyes. Edwin just nodded as if signaling. Then suddenly Leopold stepped closer. Hey. He questioned angrily, you just proposed to my fiancé, how dare you be so presumptuous? Hearing this, he just calmly turned around. Leopold shrugged slightly, he flashed a smug smile. Immediately after that, Leopold reached out his hand towards Olivia confidently, come here, Liv. He did not forget to make a sarcastic remark, and what is with that dress, you must have a spare one. Saying this, he emphasized each word, I made it clear to you that those gaudy colors. Suddenly Edwin took a step forward, he used his body to shield Olivia. His voice rang out clearly in the hall that was gradually calming down, from now on, you do not need to send dresses to Miss Madeline anymore, Your Highness. Nor jewelry either. Leopold paused slightly, what? Edwin slightly curved his lips, giving her the right jewelry is one of the greatest joys in my life. Suddenly, a shout rang out, Grand Duke. He did not forget to ask back, his tone rather gentle, do you still remember the words I said? Edwin leaned towards Olivia, just look at me. Last night, at the Grand Duke's mansion. At this time, he slowly said the decision that he had already made, I will use the privilege that the Emperor gave me to propose to you. After saying that, the corners of Edwin's mouth twitched without hiding. He tilted his head to observe her reaction, the corners of his lips slightly curved, you do not seem too surprised, huh? I am just trying my best to fulfill what you want, miss. Hearing this, Olivia hurriedly replied, it is just that, I was a little surprised. Edwin nodded in satisfaction, it should be like that. He continued, this is originally an effective method to escape all constraints. Edwin nodded slightly, his voice slow and frank, okay, and you should also know that, my personal feelings are also partly mixed in. Olivia opened her mouth as if to say something, but the sound only got stuck in her throat, only to see a black shadow appearing right behind her. Olivia's voice involuntarily trembled, her voice intermittent, He immediately spoke up, his eyes reassuring but firm, don't worry, I won't use this proposal as an excuse to force you into anything. She raised her head to look at Edwin with naive eyes, why, he continued to explain, it is strange to call this an exchange, but... He smiled lightly again, indeed, there is something I want you to do, at the banquet tomorrow, please only look at me. In that moment, Edwin's voice rang out clearly in the thin silence, even if you hear anything, or anyone approaches. His eyes sharpened, the declaration echoing, because I will protect you, I will be the one who makes them use all their schemes. At this moment, a series of eyes were directed towards the two of them, Edwin and Olivia. The father suddenly took a step forward, Your Majesty, I think we still need to clarify a few things. He appeared with a stern expression mixed with anger. The father leaned slightly forward, may I speak with my daughter for a moment? The Emperor smirked, that would be best, now then, everyone, please continue to enjoy the banquet. He said decisively, Duke, please talk to the young lady. Hearing this, Edwin gently put his arm around Olivia's shoulder. He asked softly, his eyes not leaving her, so then, what do you want to do? Olivia's eyes wavered between confusion and fear, I do not know. She swallowed hard, her voice breaking a little, this is the first time my father wants to talk to me, and it is at a ball, do I look like a fool? Before that question, he affirmed with certainty, of course not. Edwin raised his head to look at the father, it is just that, I think that the Duke here is extremely lucky. His eyes stopped for a moment, as if to let the words sink in deeper, because he just received the final grace. He immediately bowed his head before Edwin. Greetings to the great hero, Grand Duke. I want to talk to my daughter for a moment. May I have your permission? As soon as the words fell, he angrily bit his lip tightly. Edwin did not change his expression at all. He coldly reminded, her permission is more important than mine. After saying that, Edwin turned to look at Olivia with a smile on his face. She gently raised her head, her voice small but clear. What is the matter? He only left behind a short sentence, but did not allow it to be refused. First, let us go to another place. Just as the two were preparing to leave, Edwin lowered his voice. Duke Madeline. He said coldly, his voice loud enough. Don't miss this opportunity. Saying this, Edwin smirked coldly. You understand what I mean, right? He quickly replied, yes. After a long while, the father and Olivia quickly walked outside. Then suddenly he grabbed her shoulder. The father shouted angrily, what are you doing? His eyes pressed tightly on Olivia, as if wanting to dig out every thought left in her. What did you whisper to him? Why did Grand Duke Vikander propose to you, the fiancé of the Crown Prince? Hearing this, Olivia completely froze, her empty eyes looking at the father. Olivia's father glared with scary eyes and shouted angrily, I only asked you for one thing, to become the Empress without any obstacles. Are you so useless that you can't even do that simple thing? As soon as she saw this appearance of him, Olivia was stunned and looked blank. Immediately after that, she lowered her head. Tears gradually appeared on her face, flowing down her face. As soon as he saw that, Olivia's father was so startled that he was surprised and bewildered. However, before she cried for too long, Olivia suddenly burst out laughing non-stop. She laughed so much that her tears were flowing. However, after a while, Olivia stopped. With a cold appearance, she spoke up, I once hoped that one day you would look at me with gentle eyes. As soon as he heard this, Olivia's father was extremely puzzled. What? Olivia turned back to look at him and calmly replied, I never dreamed that one day, you would acknowledge that I am also your daughter. I never whispered wishing that the Grand Duke would propose to me. Despite trying for so many years, His Highness the Crown Prince is still indifferent to me, his fiancé, and caused trouble by continuously showing affection to Miss Edel in public. Do you believe this? The more he listened to her words, the more threatening Olivia's father became. Shut up. However, Olivia still did not care about those things, only calmly continued, you brought me to this large mansion, sent me to the imperial palace as the fiancé of His Highness the Crown Prince instead of Othello. It was you, the Duke, who was standing right here. After listening for a while, Olivia's father shouted angrily, be quiet. With a face full of uncomfortable hatred, he gnashed his teeth and said, it is all because of you, if you had not come to our house, nothing would have happened. You made my whole family fall into misfortune, completely destroying my life. It is all because of you, all of it. While saying that, Olivia's father clenched his palms tightly to the point of trembling. Seeing that, Olivia added, whether it is back then, or now. I did not do anything either. Her words directly angered her father. He frowned and scolded, Olivia Madeline, who gave you the guts to say such words? Olivia calmly replied, you said that if you could, you would erase me, right? Under this question of hers, the father did not answer. However, he had thoughts in his heart, if only I could, I would erase you from this life. Meanwhile, a voice from somewhere suddenly echoed in Olivia's mind, so tell me. What is the most precious person right in front of me craving? While taking her hand, Edwin gently asked. At that time, Olivia was suddenly stunned to the point of absent-mindedness. It was completely different from Othello's scary and cold appearance. And both of Olivia's brothers. Even Maria, Leopold's lover. Finally, no one else, it was the one who betrayed Olivia, Leopold. After remembering all the people who had treated her badly, Olivia could not help but have tears in her eyes as she gently asked, can you really help me achieve what I crave? While kneeling down in front of her, Edwin affirmed loudly, Miss, I told you, I am always willing for you. Under the situation before her, Olivia was speechless. After a while, her tears flowed down, followed by words slowly ringing out gently, if that is the case, I also want to erase everything that belongs to Madeline now. While saying that, she was thinking in her heart, what I have been craving for so long, what I once loved. As soon as she thought of this, Olivia spoke loudly, I will erase the entire Madeline from my life. Can you help me, Duke? Scene change, Olivia's eyes flashed a trace of absent-minded contemplation as she looked forward. However, in the next second, she revealed sadness on her face and lowered her eyes. Olivia's hand at this time was holding a red string. She was all alone, with the string by her side. Everyone had left without saying goodbye. Returning to reality, Olivia's father suddenly shouted loudly, Olivia. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared from somewhere, followed by a cold voice, enough. If you continue to threaten my precious fiancé, then you will turn all of Vikander into your enemy, Duke. The person speaking was none other than Edwin, the Grand Duke, with a scarily cold face. Under this situation, Olivia could not help but look stunned and surprised, while her father helplessly gnashed his teeth without saying a word. Immediately, Edwin changed his expression, smiling brightly at Olivia. "Let us go, miss." While saying that, he flashed a gentle smile. At this time, Edwin only had Olivia in his eyes. He seemed to be able to clearly feel the fleeting tremor on her face. At this moment, Olivia suddenly bowed her head, causing Edwin to feel somewhat suspicious. While hooking her arm onto his arm, Olivia gently reminded, "Let us go back to the banquet hall together." That made Edwin extremely curious. "Not going home?" Olivia smiled and replied, "I spent so much effort preparing today. Shouldn't there at least be a dance?" Although she said that confidently, her hands that were hooking onto Edwin were trembling non-stop. As soon as he felt that, Edwin suddenly looked behind, then flashed a cold smile and said, "If that is the case, you will grant me the honor of dancing the first dance again today, right?" Edwin said while glancing at Olivia's father who was standing behind. At the party, everyone was dressed in magnificent and luxurious clothes. They seemed to be full of curiosity and looking in one direction. It was Olivia's place. She with a beautiful and pretty face was attentively dancing with her love. Olivia slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the group of people in the distance who were looking up at the two of them. As soon as he saw that, Edwin asked worriedly, "Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Olivia replied, "It would be a lie if I said no." As soon as he heard that, Edwin sighed wearily and said, "Me too, actually." Before he could finish speaking, Olivia asked, Why are you two?" Edwin immediately explained, "His Majesty the Emperor left without agreeing to my request. I prepared everything for tonight." As soon as she heard this, Olivia burst out laughing happily, asking back immediately, "It seems this should not have happened today, right?" Leopold stood far away. As soon as he witnessed the conversation between the two of them, his expression darkened. Edwin immediately sensed that. He could not help but force a smile and said, "The Crown Prince is glaring at me very intensely from behind. I am very happy to be dancing with the young lady. I just saw that it was." As soon as she heard that, Olivia was extremely curious. "What should we do?" At this moment, Leopold suddenly flashed a sinister smile. In the next second, a hand from somewhere directly reached towards Olivia and Edwin, while Edwin was attentively talking, "If you want, I." However, before he could finish speaking, Jade had directly slammed his hand onto Olivia's shoulder with a face full of annoyed anger. Jade said sternly, "Come out here and talk. I want to talk to Olivia. Please step aside, Duke." As soon as he heard those words, Edwin laughed sarcastically and questioned, "The deputy commander always speaks concisely, huh, skipping over the long time no-see greeting." Jade replied with a troubled expression, "Ever since the victory celebration, when I heard the intelligence about the remnants of Haperti was fake, I threw it aside." In contrast to his appearance, Edwin was extremely calm, replying, "Sounds great." At this time, Jade asked again, "Probably because you were worried that I might hinder your oath to Olivia, so you gave us fake information just to get rid of me, right?" While hooking his arm onto Olivia's shoulder, Edwin said loudly, "No way." Right away, he bowed his head gently to ask Olivia, "So then, miss, shall we go back according to the plan?" Seeing that the two of them did not give him any face, Jade felt even more annoyed and upset than ever before, shouting, "Olivia." Just as she was leaving, Olivia turned her head to look at him. In the next second, she spoke up with a somewhat absent-minded tone, There is nothing to say." These words of Olivia's caused Jade's expression to directly darken. In the next second, he lunged straight towards Olivia. While grabbing her hand, he questioned aggressively, "Where have you been all this time?" "At the Grand Duke's mansion." Resisting must have a limit. After all, since Athela fell ill, the atmosphere in the house has not been good. As soon as she heard these words from Jade, Olivia's eyes became absent-minded. She asked again with a bewildered appearance, "Resisting?" Jade replied helplessly, "That is right, do not make things even more complicated, come back with me." "If this is not resisting, then what is? Stop the foolish actions immediately." As soon as his sentence ended, an extremely stern tone rang out, "You want her to return." Olivia's eyes at this time seemed to have changed a bit, becoming sharper and more solemn than ever before. She asked suspiciously, "Return to where?" As soon as he saw this appearance of Olivia, Jade was frightened, and could not help but break out in a cold sweat as he stammered in reply, "Then, of course." Right away, his line of thought appeared, for the sake of the national situation, Grand Duke Vikander must swear an oath with the princess. Right away, the image of Conrad appeared, along with that of Jade's tears flowing helplessly. "Is it because of you? Is it because of you that our mother?" While he was in extreme pain, Conrad was happily talking to the group of nobles. At that time, Conrad did not know that there was a girl in the distance looking at him non-stop. The door to the room slowly opened, revealing the light shining into the dark room. Inside the room, Olivia was trembling from sickness and coldness. She was locked alone in the room in the middle of a freezing and lonely winter. With fatigue and helplessness, Olivia could not help but wonder, is it Jade, bringing frogs into my room again? As soon as the words ended, Olivia's eyes widened, her face clearly showing astonishment and surprise. As soon as she saw the silhouette of the person appearing before her, Olivia was puzzled. What is wrong? What is that smell? It is alcohol." Without saying a word, Jade suddenly raised his hand. Under the current situation, Olivia suddenly felt extremely scared, immediately closing her eyes tightly. A loud sound quickly rang out. The small candle in the room at this time was lying scattered on the cold ground. Jade lowered his head and said with a helpless tone, "That girl is my sister, why can't you be my sister?" While saying that, he gave Olivia a teddy bear. Afterwards, with tears streaming down his face, Jade pressed his face close to Olivia and said sadly, "I thought you were my sister." Scene change, the plate of food was still untouched on the table. While Olivia was lost in thought, a voice rang out with curiosity, "You still have not eaten, right?" While sitting next to her, Jade said, "Father and brother were too much." As soon as the words ended, Jade turned to look at Olivia with a face and smile full of gentle affection. However, that face could also change unpredictably, becoming a cold-blooded person who questioned, "Is it because of you?" At that time, Olivia only knew how to sit slumped on the ground helplessly and silently. Meanwhile, Jade was still tearing up in painful despair, asking, "Did my mother die because of you?" The more she listened, the more Olivia remained silent without saying a word, her eyes only knowing how to open wide to look at Jade who was standing before her. Returning to the present time, Olivia at this time had grown up. Seeing this appearance of her, Jade seemed to be a little embarrassed and speechless. Memories quickly rushed back in his mind. Under the beautiful gift table a loud voice rang out, swearing, "Is it to receive the oath?" Jade could not help but frown uncomfortably and scold, "You idiot, do you know what kind of person the Grand Duke is?" While saying that, he kept staring at the thing lying on the ground. It was a small chest, with a few pretty pieces of jewelry. The line of the letter on the table quickly appeared, "Brother Jade, thank you for the gloves, although they are very warm, but you and I." Under the current situation, Jade suddenly fell silent, stunned and not knowing what to do. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, breaking Jade's memories, "I have nothing more to say, Mr. Madeline." Those words made Jade's expression extremely stunned, his eyes also becoming more absent-minded than ever before. In the next second, he spoke up, What did you just say?" Olivia said sternly, "You are also a Madeline, I have already told father, no, the Duke, from now on, no, it has always been like this." As soon as he heard this, Jade was extremely shocked. Meanwhile, Olivia continued to speak in a certain tone, "I will erase everything related to Madeline from my life. The name that was once everything to me. Goodbye, Mr. Madeline." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately left without regret. At the Grand Duke's house, Hannah asked with full of surprise and shock, "Everyone is back early?" As soon as she got home, Olivia replied with a smile, "I told you, I do not really like banquets." Hannah could not help but feel a little regret, "Even so, you really looked very beautiful today, young lady." Winster, standing on the side, quickly interjected, "You are back safe, Duke, young lady, is there anything wrong?" Edwin replied, "There is nothing wrong, I am just a little hungry." "What about you, young lady?" While saying that, he turned around to ask Olivia, however, in the next second, Edwin's expression darkened. At this time, Olivia had suddenly fainted, fainting right in front of Edwin, causing him to be extremely flustered, "Young lady." While supporting Olivia in his arms, Edwin called out loudly, "Young lady." At this time, Olivia's face was flushed red, and she was also covered in sweat, looking very tired. In Olivia's memory, when she was still keeping her short hair. While observing her surroundings, Olivia curiously muttered to herself, "Where am I? I should write it down in my diary, I have returned from the ball. Ah, that is right, Hannah bought me a new one." While looking at the books piled up right in front of her, she said, "My old diaries." The diary was the place to store Olivia's mood, an attitude that was completely unworthy of becoming a noble young lady, and I was told to change, I must never be allowed to do that again. Father said that it made him lose his appetite, I must never be allowed to do that again, I must always remind myself, Olivia, do not make mistakes, and always try your best. Perhaps, that was why I came to this place. Olivia at this time was attentively flipping through each page of the diary. Her eyes suddenly paused for a few seconds. It was the thoughts in the diary that made even Olivia surprised, I did not do anything, I did not do anything. As soon as she read this, Olivia's tears flowed down. Not only when she was young, she was also painfully sad when she grew up. Olivia cried out loudly like a child in the middle of a pure white sand dune. At Edwin's place, he was full of worry asking, "How serious is it?" The doctor quickly replied, "Lack of sleep, malnutrition, and dehydration. In general, none of the indicators are stable." As soon as he heard this, Edwin looked at Olivia, who was lying on the bed, exhausted and drenched in sweat, and continued to wonder, she was fine until she went to the party. So why did she suddenly collapse? The doctor replied, "If there are no other specific reasons, then it is probably because she suppressed too many things for a long time, perhaps it is because the young lady finally let go." "Have you seen the back of the young lady's hand?" Edwin immediately remembered the image of Olivia's slender hand, and replied, "I know." As soon as he finished speaking, he frowned helplessly, thinking to himself, I do not know how much she has endured in that weak body. And after all that, she was still worried about us, under the name Live Green, even though she herself had more than enough to worry about. It is all because of those damn idiots. What did they do? What kind of hellish world has tormented her? Right before my eyes, those bastards could not recognize the most precious treasure in the world. While he was lost in thought, the doctor standing next to him reminded, that is a bad habit, so please make sure that the young lady is not stressed, and help her rest and regain stability. Edwin could not help but agree, of course. As soon as the words fell, he pondered thoughtfully, I need to have an audience with the Emperor immediately, so that I can take the young lady back to the Grand Duke's mansion without any trouble. At this moment, Edwin noticed his sharp eyes and face through the bright mirror. That appearance made even Edwin sigh helplessly. In the next second, he tried to return to normal, smiling brightly and speaking, Young lady, I heard you are awake. Olivia smiled in response, Duke, I am sorry. It seems I have caused you trouble, but I am clearly someone who is usually healthy. Hannah could not help but pout and remind helplessly, it is precisely because you are usually too healthy that you endured the pain for so long. Edwin quickly interjected. In any case, the doctor also told you that you need to rest a lot, eat a balanced diet, and take your medicine on time. As soon as she heard this, Olivia wondered, but I have already rested enough. Hannah hurriedly refused immediately, no, young lady, I object. You said that you were resting, but then you read books. And you were always paying attention to whether the mansion was lacking anything. You really need to rest and eat seriously more. She said in a very loud and serious tone. That made Olivia not dare to say a word. Edwin sitting on the side also could not help but agree, Hannah is right, young lady, I will tell the kitchen to prepare a more nutritious menu. And Hannah, you must eliminate anything that could distract the young lady, so that the young lady can rest properly. Hannah obediently bowed her head respectfully and replied, Yes, the soup and medicine are ready, Grand Duke. In the next second, she flashed a bright smile on her lips, and said, Well then, I will go now. This appearance of Hannah made Olivia confused, while Edwin enjoyed himself laughing secretly. The hot soup was brought up. While holding the spoon towards her, Edwin said gently, Now then, Under the situation before her, Olivia suddenly felt shy to the point of blushing. In contrast to Edwin's face that was smiling happily like a flower, Olivia was silently muttering to herself helplessly, This shameless person. In the next second, she said loudly, Give it to me, I can eat myself. As soon as he heard that, Edwin put on a pitiful appearance and replied, Don't say that, your throat will hurt. In this situation, Olivia was indeed angry but could not speak, her face clearly showing resentment. Edwin was full of joy, while bringing the hot spoon of soup towards her, he said, Come on. However, no matter how much he said, Olivia frowned and looked at him without moving. Edwin tried to say it one more time, however, the result was still the same. Immediately, Edwin's expression darkened, and he said sternly, If you continue to refuse to eat, then from now on, I will personally feed you every meal. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere between the two of them became unusually quiet, thousands of question marks were raised. A few parts of grievances appeared on Olivia's face. In the next second, she had to grit her teeth and endure to let Edwin feed her. After finishing eating, Edwin said, You have finished eating, so take your medicine. The medicine bottle at this time was neatly placed on the table, while Olivia was still eating attentively. She drank all the soup that Edwin fed her. After a while, Edwin could not help but wonder, How is it, does it suit your taste? Olivia replied, It is very sweet. As soon as he heard that, Edwin said with a smile, I told them to add more honey, I am glad you like it. However, Olivia's next sentence made Edwin suddenly pause, I do not usually like sweet things. But it is good that it is not bitter, what a relief, but, I seem to be a little sleepy. Edwin's attitude suddenly softened when he heard this, accompanied by a faint smile on his face. In the next second, he said softly, It is probably because of the medicine, go to sleep. Sleep well, Olivia. At another place, Ethella was strolling aimlessly in the hallway of her house. At this moment, a voice from afar rang out, causing her to feel a little surprised, What, the Duke's eldest young lady? It was a group of servants not far away, they were whispering and talking non-stop, I heard that she just received a proposal from that monster Grand Duke, that notorious butcher. So she was eliminated from the race to become crown princess, or was she married off because she fell out of favor? In any case, that position was originally too high for her. Is not it very reasonable for them to get married? I heard that he begged the emperor to grant that wish, so they will be getting married soon. As soon as she heard this, Ethella's mood seemed to sink. While the group of servants were still chatting diligently, Ethella was so shocked that she slowly retreated backwards. However, before she could retreat a few steps, she stood frozen with countless thoughts in her heart, with the man known as a monster on the battlefield, my older sister, is about to get married. Right away, the image of Olivia immediately appeared in Ethella's mind. With a bouquet of fresh flowers in her hand, Olivia said gently, Look, Ethella, His Highness the Crown Prince gave me flowers. The more she thought about it, the more shocked Ethella became, immediately turning around and leaving. While running quickly and panting, Ithella did not believe her ears. No matter how much I argue with her, this can't be. My older sister loved the crown prince so much, even so, I still have to stop this from happening. But with what qualifications? Just as she thought of this, Ithella's expression became extremely absent-minded. In the next second, another line of thought cut through her mind. Those with blue eyes are all liars. People say that the reason my mother died was because of that girl with blue eyes. But my sister, no, I have to help my sister. You are really cruel. You are trying to separate my sister and His Highness the Crown Prince. I will tell father and... After thinking of this, Ithella stood in front of the half-open door. She was raising her hand intending to call her father. However, before she could say a word, a voice from inside rang out. We can't push Ithella into the position of Crown Princess in place of Olivia. We must bring Olivia back. That child was originally born for this purpose. As soon as she heard this, Ithella was stunned. Meanwhile, Conrad still said seriously, if Ithella becomes the Crown Princess, then is not that the same as letting her die a slow death in that venomous place? We absolutely cannot let that happen. The more she listened, the more Olivia's father felt helpless and did not know how to deal with the situation. Conrad, on the other hand, still asked firmly, I am sure you also agree with that, right, father? They did not know that Ithella outside had heard everything. She seemed to be rooted to the spot upon learning these things. At this moment, Ithella suddenly paused slightly because she detected someone standing behind her. She turned her head back to look confusedly. It was Jade. He was looking at Ithella attentively, accompanied by a reminder ringing out, follow me. While Jade had turned his back to leave, Ithella still stood still, full of questions. Brother Jade, what does this mean? It is not the truth, right? It is not, right? Jade immediately replied, what is not true? Ithella clutched the hem of her skirt, replying helplessly, older sister, the reason she became the crown princess. Isn't it because of me, right? Under her confusion, Jade only said coldly, I do not know. Meanwhile, Ithella still held on to a glimmer of hope, please tell me that everything is a lie. The more he saw this appearance of her, the more annoyed Jade became. You are really making my head spin. Before the current situation, Ithella suddenly shouted, please tell me it is a lie. The position of crown princess was originally mine, and she was brought here only to fulfill a purpose. Is that really so? As soon as the sentence ended, Ithella's line of thought appeared. All the pieces are fitting together. Suddenly having an older sister, the family keeping me away from high society. As if wanting to hide, the servants treating my older sister as if she did not exist, my sister hiding her tears every night after returning from the imperial palace. Suddenly creating distance with me, my sister getting engaged to the crown prince and being endlessly busy. When my mother passed away, my sister was only 6 years old. While thinking of this, the image of Olivia as a child with disheveled hair suddenly appeared in her mind. The more she remembered, the more Ithella's tears involuntarily flowed, and that was the child who wholeheartedly loved her mother. As soon as she thought of this, she immediately turned and left, causing Jade to frantically call out, Ithella, Ithella. At another place. With a pen as light as a feather, the words were slowly written out. As soon as she heard a sound, Olivia turned her head back to look. It was Edwin. He had just entered the room and said with a smile, are you feeling much better? Olivia replied with a bit of annoyance, yes, Duke, thank you for your concern. But, is not this a bit too much? As soon as he heard this, Edwin wondered, too much what? While pointing to the bookshelf in front of her, Olivia said helplessly, confiscating all my books. People should read books when resting. Edwin immediately retorted, who reads when they are recuperating? You have to lie down quietly. Under this situation, Olivia could not help but sigh helplessly and said, that is resting, but I am already healthy. At this moment, the doctor suddenly appeared with a book in his hand, and spoke with a hasty voice, books, the young lady has not recovered enough to read yet, she needs more rest. Olivia quickly replied, look, my voice is fine, and... However, before she could finish speaking, Edwin interrupted, but the doctor said that it is still not allowed. Shall we go eat together? While saying that, he flashed a bright smile. Edwin reminded, you must eat a full meal, otherwise, I will have to. Before he could finish speaking, Olivia blushed with embarrassment and replied, okay, I understand. While they were busily chatting, a subordinate from outside suddenly came in to report, Duke, excuse me for the urgency, a letter has been sent from the imperial palace. Letters from the emperor's palace sent to you, Duke, and 2 letters from the crown prince and the princess sent to the young lady. As soon as he heard this, Edwin complained with full of helplessness, the whole family had to send them at the same time, huh? As soon as she received the letter, Olivia smiled brightly. The hot teapot was placed neatly on the table. The two of them, Olivia and Edwin, suddenly glanced at each other without saying a word. After a while, Olivia said helplessly, sure enough, family is still family. Edwin could not help but wonder before this, what is wrong? Perhaps the letter sent to the young lady is also a summons to the palace. Olivia laughed sarcastically and said, correct, to the T. As soon as the thought ended, she secretly thought in her heart, the handwriting is clearly different from the previous letters, so this is a real letter from Leopold. Cold, without any affection, no care, nothing at all. At this moment, Edwin's hand suddenly touched Olivia. With a smile on his lips, Edwin wondered, should we reply together? He smiled so happily that he closed his eyes tightly. That made Olivia, who was sitting opposite him, extremely puzzled. At the imperial palace, a voice rang out, "Princess, Your Highness. Crown Prince, Your Highness, there is a reply from Miss Madeline." As soon as he heard this, Leopold was suspicious. Really, what is written inside? The subordinate replied with a stammering tone, that. Meanwhile, Reina was attentively listening. However, in the next second, her eyes widened terribly because of the current announcement, that she is seriously ill to the point that she can't attend. Not only Reina, even Leopold was extremely surprised to receive this information. Right away, he spoke up with a face full of coldness, "Say it again." Olivia's pure figure lightly appeared in the sunshine-filled world. It was completely the opposite of the scene of being locked up in Reina's cold room. With a face full of resentment and discomfort, she could not help but gnash her teeth and think, Olivia Madeline, this insolent thing. I still have to prepare the decorations for the next summer banquet. How dare you refuse my decree, if the banquet I hold can't compare to the quality of last year? Those nobles will start to doubt me. While thinking, Reina was worried to the point of trembling. With her hand clenching tightly and helplessly, Reina muttered to herself, even having to write a reply about aid for the area, damn it, she is not even coming to the banquet. I can't vent my anger on her. And she dares. Then also receiving a proposal from the Grand Duke, that cheap green-eyed thing, that position is mine. The princess possesses a precious treasure, do not worry, that person will kneel before the princess soon. As soon as she thought of this, Reina suddenly looked up at the sky, afterwards she looked down with a sigh of helplessness on her lips. In just a moment, she had turned around sharply, shouting with an angry tone, when will Miss Madeline come here? The subordinate seeing this hurriedly replied, Your Highness, perhaps you should calm down a bit. Reina did not care about that, only angrily shouting, bring Madeline here to me. Under the current situation, the subordinate only knew how to obediently reply, yes, Your Highness. After a while, Olivia had arrived as Reina ordered. As soon as she appeared, Olivia said indifferently, I have arrived. As soon as she saw her, Reina frowned and replied immediately, this matter. Before she could finish speaking, Olivia interrupted, making Reina full of surprise, Tristan's granary, the trading territory, the Lacarle necklace, and the white crystal mine. These words of Olivia made Reina puzzled. Young lady, what do you mean by saying these things? What did the Grand Duke tell you that you dare threaten me? Under the current situation, Olivia suddenly confidently flashed a smile on her lips. Then she gently asked back, so you understand that this is a threat, huh? Immediately, Reina's words from before suddenly appeared in Olivia's mind. If the young lady works hard, I can suggest you dance with my brother. Should not you prove your qualifications to be the Crown Princess? You only need to pass a small test. If the young lady can resolve the problem for an area suffering from famine in the spring. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Reina suddenly stomped her foot and shouted, How dare you? Do you have evidence? Kneel down and beg for my forgiveness right now. Between the words of an unofficial young lady and the words of a legitimate princess like me, who do you think people will believe? Olivia did not bother to explain much, only raised a detailed information sheet and said, This is my personal spending record. This directly made Reina stunned, her eyes suddenly becoming full of absent-mindedness. Olivia said loudly, While your highness often frequents underground auctions to find the Lacarle necklace, this is a record of how I used private funds to restore the trading territory, which was in a slump. Although she said that, Reina stubbornly did not believe it. Don't lie. Are you saying you disobeyed my orders and created a second record? The female servants I sent to follow you did not say a word. Olivia continued to explain, It is not a second record, it is a record of my private assets. Her Highness told me to handle it with personal funds first. And I am simply recording those transactions. As soon as she heard these words, the paper in Reina's hand was crumpled up. In the next second, she laughed sarcastically and spoke, Such things can be fabricated. In contrast to Reina's attitude, Olivia was extremely calm, replying, Your Highness, I do not intend to reveal this information. That made Reina a little confused. What? Olivia said loudly, I am only here to ask for one thing. As soon as she heard this, Reina's expression could not hide her surprise. In just a moment, a sinister smile bloomed on her face. Then she asked sternly and coldly, Ask for what? After threatening me, now you have come to beg. Olivia smiled and said, I need a dowry. As soon as she spoke those words, the paper in Reina's hand was torn in two. Followed by a cold voice ringing out, Don't say such nonsense. Olivia replied calmly, It is okay, I still have the original. As soon as she heard that, Reina threatened, Give it here, now. Olivia did not care about that much, still saying leisurely, If your highness is kind enough to prepare a dowry for me. Under this situation, Reina could not help but wonder, and if I refuse? As soon as the sentence ended, the figure of the emperor suddenly appeared in her mind, with a cold voice. You are planning not to take responsibility for these things. Reina. The more she remembered his image, the more Reina was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat, muttering to herself, If she reveals these records, my father's trust in me will. Just as she thought of this, Reina helplessly asked, What do you want? Immediately, Olivia suggested, What about the Maneri territory? Reina hurriedly retorted, That is too much. You dare to ask for the 5th most prosperous land among my territories. Olivia's face was still full of calmness as she spoke. Then what about the Haviel region? The more she listened, the more uncomfortable and annoyed Reina became. However, she still tried to calm herself in her heart. Calm down, Reina. The most useless place in all the land I own, but it can shut the mouth of that insolent green-eyed thing. That is the place. After calculating everything, she gently said, There is a place that is very suitable as a dowry. As soon as she said this, Reina secretly laughed in her heart. Father said that place will be useful one day, but I never thought it would be useful in this way. It looks completely barren on the outside. Right away, Reina asked, That place, you know it, the White Crystal Mine, remember it? He will be very interested in it. That is. The more she listened to these words, the more confusion and worry appeared on Olivia's face. Her heart could not help but secretly think, I have never paid attention to that abandoned mine. What caught my attention is that it only exists in confidential records, being removed from the ledgers, despite the value it should have, a place that only the royal family can access. In just a moment, Reina's proud image appeared in her mind. Do I have to worry about such things? Am I not busy enough? The words from the subordinate also quickly rang out in Olivia's mind. Young lady, as you know from the visit last time, the mineral vein here has been depleted for a long time. After a series of intertwined thoughts, she was full of confusion. It is a completely useless place, so why? While Olivia was lost in her thoughts, Reina flashed a sinister smile. In the next second, she approached Olivia and smiled. Think carefully, young lady, all my territories are quite far from the Vikander borderlands, right? In order to manage it. That mine, located right in the north, is not at the best choice. Decide quickly, young lady. Under the current situation, Olivia could not help but feel uneasy and worried to the point of clenching her hand tightly. Edwin was fully enjoying playing with his little bird. In the next second, he turned his head back with a curious expression. In just a moment, a smile had bloomed on Edwin's lips, accompanied by gentle words, Young lady, you are back. Olivia, while running quickly towards him, replied awkwardly, I am sorry, it took longer than expected. Now then, let us go. I will take you on a tour of Taya's palace. At the majestic Taya's palace. The two of them, Olivia and Edwin, were leisurely strolling inside the grounds. Delicious-looking snacks were arranged, causing Olivia to smile non-stop. Edwin was no exception, a bright smile clearly appearing on his face. They stood in the middle of a beautiful field of white daisies. Right away Olivia's voice rang out, and this is the back garden, where I have put in no small amount of effort over the past year. On her flower board, she also wrote clearly in detail, Buttercup Dance 82.03.34. While looking at the flowers blooming with the colors of her own planting, Olivia said happily, I have worked at Taya's palace before, but I only got full control about a year ago. Since that time I have been taking care of Taya's palace day and night. Being given full control has a very special meaning, you know, so, I am like a child, really. After hearing her words, Edwin could not help but praise, it is really very beautiful. Especially this pink rose. And you must have written the words on the board yourself, right? Buttercup Dance 82.03.34, I think so, the handwriting looks very familiar. Under Edwin's question, Olivia immediately agreed. She replied with a somewhat stunned expression, my handwriting. At this moment, Baroness suddenly appeared right behind them, gently calling, young lady, Grand Duke. Grand Duke, what brings you to Taya's palace, the palace of the future crown princess, in other words, a place that no outsider is allowed to enter. Olivia replied calmly, I allowed him to enter. As soon as she heard that, Baroness was extremely confused. What? Olivia explained leisurely, that means that I, the owner of this place, personally allowed and welcomed him as a guest. And even before. Wasn't there an uninvited guest who came here before? Under her words, Baroness suddenly darkened her expression, not daring to say a word. Immediately, Baroness tried to persuade, but, the crown prince will be arriving soon. Olivia did not care about that, directly turning to leave, it is past dinner time. I will contact you again and visit on another occasion. As soon as she saw her getting into the carriage and leaving, Baroness hurriedly called out, young lady. Inside the carriage, Edwin said with a bit of discomfort, that really is a wonderful place, I wanted to admire it more, if only that person had not ruined it. By the way, young lady, you won, huh? Under his question, Olivia suddenly smiled lightly and replied, that is right. That made Edwin smile happily and add, I told you, did not I only know about victory, and my young lady will be the same. Olivia suddenly clutched the piece of paper in her hand, replying with a somewhat confused expression, "No matter what I say, I won't show it to the Duke." As soon as she said the words, she worriedly muttered to herself, "At least not now. That place is too desolate for humans to live in, and even less valuable as a tourist attraction, after I develop it a little more." Edwin, on the other hand, did not understand her intentions, his face revealing innocence, blankness, and absent-mindedness. In the next second, he laughed and said, "You do not think I will steal the young lady's victory, do you? I was hoping for something that was not material." As soon as she heard that, Olivia blushed a little shyly and replied, "Then try saying it." Edwin said, "How about calling me by a more intimate name?" As soon as he finished speaking, Edwin attentively looked at the person before him without looking away. That made Olivia unexpectedly surprised. "Huh?" Edwin explained with a smile, "You always call me Duke, why do not you try a different way of calling me? Surely, you know my name, right?" Olivia replied thoughtfully, "Of course, I know." Just as she thought of Edwin's handsome and suave appearance, Olivia could not help but secretly think, "It is an honor to be able to call your name Edwin Vikander Lowell." While she was extremely shy, Edwin, on the other hand, was full of joy and teased, "I can't hear anything, how can I hear it when you speak so softly? Why do not you try calling my name?" Olivia said irritably, "I just called it." As soon as the words fell, her eyes flashed with shock. It was Edwin. From some time he had sat very close to Olivia, with gentle words ringing out, "But I still have not heard it." The distance between the two people at this time seemed to be non-existent, making Olivia shy to the point of blushing. Meanwhile, Edwin still continued to say, "Anyway, we are getting married soon. And it is completely normal for a couple to address each other by their given names." Olivia said hesitantly, "And if I do not do that? It might look even more awkward, right?" Under her question, Edwin only smiled and looked attentively. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from outside, "Duke." Edwin wondered, "What is wrong?" The subordinate replied quickly, "There is a carriage stopping in front of the Duke's mansion. I think you should go down and take a look." As soon as he heard this, Edwin was taken aback, immediately asking back, "A carriage?" As soon as he finished speaking, he peeked out to look. His hand suddenly paused for a few seconds. In the next second, Edwin pulled down the curtain, then said softly, "The moonlight is too bright, the night air is also a bit chilly, it is best to pull down the curtains." This made Olivia a little suspicious. Why suddenly? At this moment, a voice from outside rang out, "Leave." As soon as she heard that voice, Olivia asked worriedly, "His Highness?" Meanwhile, that calling was still ringing out, "Olivia." Outside, Olivia, under the current situation, Edwin sitting beside her only knew how to sigh helplessly. Olivia gently lifted the curtain. The person who was continuously calling her was none other than her brother, Jade. With a face full of grievances, Jade asked softly, "Is it okay, Em?" As soon as she saw this expression of him, Olivia was stunned. Feeling that she was a little hesitant, Edwin immediately asked, Are you planning to talk to the young master?" At this time, Jade was still standing quietly waiting outside. Olivia, while turning to look at Edwin, said gently, "It is okay, I will send him away and he won't come here again." As soon as he heard her say that, Edwin's face revealed disagreement. However, he still had to sigh and comply, "If that is what you want, miss." Immediately, Olivia got off the carriage. Before she could speak, Edwin quickly spoke first, "You have chosen a terrible time, Commander Madeline." Jade replied coldly, "Greetings, Grand Duke." As soon as the words fell, he noticed his younger sister who was standing beside Edwin, Olivia. Immediately, Jade called out, "Olivia." Regardless of how he called, Edwin still whispered into Olivia's ear to remind, "I will keep my distance, just call if you need me." Jade seemed to be able to clearly hear each of those words, immediately clenching his palms and questioning, "What do you see me as? You are acting as if I am a thug." While saying that, he muttered to himself, worrying like that should not come from him, an outsider. It should come from me, her family. As soon as he thought of this, even Jade felt suspicious. Family. Jade's face suddenly became drenched in sweat, his eyes flashing with a trace of worry. At this time, he was standing opposite his beloved younger sister, Olivia. In the next second, Jade stammered and spoke first, "What are you doing here anyway, erasing from Madeline, it has no meaning at all." Just saying those meaningless words and disappearing, I was very, very worried. As soon as he finished speaking, Jade was full of confusion with himself. What was I planning to say, in order to return, so as not to make me worry anymore? I am worrying about Olivia. Ethella was very worried about you, that child has not seen you, your servants, so, come home. At this time, Olivia suddenly said indifferently, "The notes related to the territory are in the second drawer of the table on the left. Ethella can't read the notes right away, please review them with the manager Derek. Manage a different thing each day, I will send a letter with a list of things to note, and..." Before she could finish speaking, Jade immediately shouted loudly to interrupt, "Enough. Olivia, what are you talking about, handing over work? In contrast to his uncontrollable attitude, Olivia explained extremely calmly, I have already said, I won't be returning to Madeline anymore. So I will make everything clear right now to avoid future trouble. While she was focused on talking, Edwin, not far away, was also listening attentively. Olivia was gently pulling her skirt down. As soon as he saw that, Jade angrily gnashed his teeth and cursed, are you crazy? In the next second, he directly grabbed Olivia with his hand. Jade's eyes suddenly flashed a trace of panic because of this action of himself. He stood frozen, speaking with a face full of confusion, what the hell am I doing? All of these things you always have been stubborn and enduring fiercely until now, for what the hell are they for? Olivia replied coldly, for what the hell? Young Master Madeline. The more he listened, the more Jade frowned uncomfortably and retorted, don't call me that, you either, Olivia. The words were not spoken, only able to echo in his mind, you are the Duchess Madeline. Under Jade's words, Olivia only calmly said, you said that I was tenacious and strong, I was just. Had always tried my best for the family. And hoping, one day, they would notice me, one day, they would acknowledge my efforts. One day they would side with me. As soon as she finished speaking, Jade suddenly fell silent and did not speak, the atmosphere between the two also becoming strangely silent. While Olivia was still continuing to speak, then one day. They acknowledged me as a family member. Under this question of hers, Jade only knew how to stammer and look away, without saying a word, I. Seeing this, Olivia affirmed in a certain tone, but now I do not need it anymore. Because, I feel like I am about to have a real family. As soon as he heard this, Edwin in the distance was suddenly so shocked that his face flushed red. After saying everything she wanted to say, Olivia turned coldly and left, so then, farewell. She gradually moved towards her fiancé, Edwin. The palace door quickly slammed shut, expressing refusal of Jade's presence. At this time in the house, Olivia was clenching her hand tightly because of fatigue. Seeing this, Edwin, standing behind, could not help but ask worriedly, are you okay? Olivia replied, I think so. As soon as he heard her say that, Edwin asked suspiciously, is it too much pressure? Olivia smiled and said, no, definitely not. As soon as she finished speaking, her previous affirmation suddenly rang out in Edwin's mind, I feel like I am about to have a real family, a family. Seeing that he seemed a little absent-minded, Olivia gently shook Edwin's sleeve. In the next second, she called, Ed. That made Edwin extremely surprised, his face showing a blankness without saying a word. While he was confused, Olivia was full of joy as she looked at him attentively. While gently hugging Edwin, Olivia called again, Edwin. The more he heard, the more Edwin became stunned and frozen. Seeing that he did not have any reaction, Olivia could not help but wonder, what is wrong, Edwin? In contrast to Edwin's shyness, Olivia was innocently not understanding what was going on. Edwin said shyly right away, no, it is just that, honestly speaking, I did not think you would really call my name. As soon as he heard this, even Olivia widened her eyes in surprise. Then she hesitated and looked away, replying, just because you told me to call your name like that. If you do not like it, I won't. Before Olivia could finish speaking, Edwin hurriedly touched her hand. That made Olivia curious. With a pleading tone, Edwin spoke, please, continue to call me that. Olivia could not help but wonder before this, is that okay? The atmosphere between the two people at this time became more intense than ever before, the fire of love seemed to be burning brightly in their hearts. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, breaking the atmosphere, you two over there. Aren't you coming inside, it is very cold outside. Under the current situation, Olivia immediately turned and went inside the house, replying awkwardly and shyly, I will go in first. Meanwhile, Edwin was blushing like a tomato, while covering his face he said, I want to take a walk, the weather is cool, it is a bit pleasant. Hannah replied with a smile. Okay, then we will take the young lady inside first. As soon as she entered the house, Olivia attentively observed her surroundings once. Then she suddenly smiled, a name kept echoing in Olivia's mind, Edwin, Edwin. A strange name, but it sounds very nice and beautiful, Edwin, Ed. When, every time I say it, the corners of my lips can't help but smile. At Edwin's place, at this time he was sitting slumped down under a small tree in a corner of the Duke's mansion. His face was so hot that it felt like it could evaporate at any moment. While covering his face shyly, Edwin secretly muttered to himself, I probably look very stupid now. Under the current situation, Edwin tried to return to his original state. However, Olivia's gentle appearance appeared in his mind, accompanied by a call, Edwin. Just like that, Edwin became weak-willed again. After a while, his eyes slowly opened. Then Edwin tried to clench his palm. While looking at his own mansion, Edwin said softly, Olivia. At another place, while lying with Leopold on the bed, Maria asked suspiciously, Your Highness, today, you are here, but your mind is somewhere else. Leopold immediately touched her face and replied, I am sorry, Maria, there is a bit of a complicated matter. As soon as she heard this, Maria quickly understood the problem, asking back, Is it because of the young lady? Leopold said helplessly, that is right, I think she saw me with you last Wednesday. And because of that, she recklessly cancelled our engagement. Under this sentence of Leopold's, Maria's eyes suddenly narrowed to show calculation. Right away, she took the opportunity, with a gentle and innocent face, asking, Your Highness, so then, our relationship, and the young lady. Leopold gently hugged Maria and reassured, Don't worry, Maria, I will take care of it properly. If there is someone to blame, it must be her, the one who dared to break the promise. While saying that, an image of Olivia suddenly appeared in his mind. The more he remembered, the more disinterested Leopold became. While sitting up and putting on his coat, he said, How troublesome, and just because of such an easy woman. After all, just one word from me, and she would tremble. You know that clearly, right, Maria? Maria did not reply, only staring at him with eyes full of coldness. At Olivia's place, she was attentively looking at the hot cup of tea before her with a cold face. At this moment, a servant suddenly came over, respectfully asking, Young lady, shall we go to the garden? Olivia quickly changed her expression, turning her head to look at the person with a gentle smile. Olivia said, His Highness said he would arrive soon. At Leopold's place, he was enjoying the warm water in his palace. Meanwhile, Olivia was having to sit and wait. After hearing her say that, the subordinate hurriedly replied right away, Even so, young lady. Olivia did not care about those things, only silently with her own thoughts, He is making me wait again, like always. At this moment, a few subordinates suddenly announced loudly, Glory to the Empire's little son, glory to the Empire's little son. Leopold slowly walked towards Olivia. As soon as she saw him, Olivia quickly stood up. Then she respectfully saluted, Glory to the little son. As soon as he saw that, Leopold wondered greatly, Why so formal? Is it because you left early yesterday that you feel guilty? Olivia, as soon as he said this, Leopold's expression immediately changed completely. He looked at Olivia with piercingly cold eyes. Olivia said softly, About our engagement. Before ending it, I wanted to see you one last time. Under this sentence of hers, Leopold suddenly flashed a sinister smile. Immediately, he laughed loudly. In contrast to Leopold's appearance of enjoyment, Olivia did not have even a hint of joy on her face. After laughing heartily for a while, Leopold regained his calm demeanor. Then he sarcastically said, Why not just say it frankly, you saw me with Maria, and are now acting jealous like this. These words from Leopold made Olivia extremely suspicious, just that. Immediately, countless images between those two suddenly appeared in her mind, along with the times that Leopold had treated her badly. I was not expecting an apology anyway. I only hoped that in the end I could keep a bit of basic etiquette. The image of Maria and Leopold naked and hugging on the white bed, this Olivia also knew clearly. The more she remembered, the more her eyes sank. Seeing her like that, Leopold glided past and reminded, Then from now on, you won't have anything to do with the Grand Duke anymore, right? Leopold immediately turned his head to call, Olivia. Seeing that Olivia did not say anything, Leopold added, Well then, Olivia, how lovely it is that you are so obedient. And now you say you want to cancel the engagement. Do you really believe the Grand Duke's words, still so naive at 19 years old? Olivia laughed sarcastically to interrupt, I am 20 years old, Your Highness. As soon as he heard this, Leopold asked back with a face that did not have much concern, Really, you are already 20. At this moment, a laugh from somewhere suddenly rang out, causing him to be a bit surprised and confused. In the next second, Leopold turned his head back to look. It was Olivia, she was chuckling right before him. This appearance of Olivia directly provoked Leopold, causing Leopold's expression to quickly darken. Olivia's line of thought suddenly rang out, Since I was 9 years old, I had given my whole heart to you. Until the day I accepted the Grand Duke's proposal, no, if I am being honest, even until now. While she was still lost in her thoughts, Leopold was attentively looking, afterwards flashing a sarcastic smile on his lips. The smile had not lasted for 3 seconds before his expression changed, asking with a cold tone, laughing alone in front of other people, Young lady, where is your etiquette? Olivia replied calmly, But then, Your Highness, was not it you who abandoned etiquette first? These words made Leopold extremely confused. What do you mean? While sitting down on a chair, Olivia calmly said, Didn't you bring Miss Ethel into the palace without asking for my opinion? As soon as he heard this, Leopold frowned and questioned back, What, are you daring to blame me, young lady? Olivia replied, I am just saying it because I thought you valued etiquette. As soon as the words fell, Leopold directly slammed his hand on the table to remind, Enough. Stop making a fuss, Olivia, before I really cancel the engagement. I will go now, and you should also restrain yourself, do not act rashly. After saying all the words, Leopold uncomfortably thought to himself, I have said enough for her to understand, especially since she was too eager to hold on to the engagement. In contrast to his calculation, at this time Olivia suddenly fell silent for a while. Then she affirmed loudly, The engagement will be cancelled. As soon as he heard that, Leopold frowned, revealing his displeasure. He quickly smiled sarcastically and spoke, By whose authority? Olivia replied, By your words and my will. After all, His Highness already has someone else he wants to make empress. I know my place clearly, and so does His Highness. The more she listened, the more uncomfortable Leopold became, immediately standing up and questioning, "This jealousy has gone too far, young lady, are you eavesdropping?" Olivia said calmly, "Eavesdropping, not at all, at the exact time that you scheduled a meeting with me. At my own palace. You were having a date with Miss Ethel, your highness, so then." The more she said, the more Leopold could not control his emotions, directly shouting to interrupt, "Young lady." While Olivia was still panicking because of his current attitude, a hand suddenly appeared, blocking right in front of her. That person was none other than Edwin. He seemed extremely worried about the current situation. Even so, Edwin still had to bow respectfully. "I greet the little son of the empire." Leopold did not care about that sentence, only asking uncomfortably, "What is this insolence? How dare you, right in the palace of the crown princess?" Olivia immediately interjected, "I invited him here. I have full authority over this palace, your highness. After I said I wanted to cancel the engagement, I intended to meet you. I thought this was a place that belonged to me, but it is not. So, for the last time, I used the authority given to me. I think it was the right choice. To close that dreamlike period." While saying this, Olivia flashed a very bright smile on her lips. After saying this, she also quickly approached Edwin, then spoke with a cold face, "So then." The more she said, the more annoyed Leopold became, to the point of gnashing his teeth. In the next second, he shouted loudly, "Stop it right now." As soon as she saw that appearance of Leopold, Olivia seemed to remember something. Before leaving, she could not help but say goodbye, "Glory to the little son of the empire, Olivia Madeline. Sooner or later, I will welcome you again as Grand Duchess of Vikander." As soon as he heard this, Leopold's eyes became extremely absent-minded. Just like that, he only silently watched the two people before him leave. Olivia's line of thought suddenly appeared. "Our first meeting was when I was 9 years old. At 14, I held onto the handkerchief that I never gave you before you went to the battlefield. At 18, I naively thought that my first dance would definitely be with you. And at 20, at the palace that I firmly believed was mine, I saw my fiancé professing his love to another woman." According to Olivia's recollections, the door of the crown princess's palace quickly slammed shut. Olivia suddenly spoke, from behind. "Are you okay?" As soon as he heard this question of hers, Edwin was a bit confused and puzzled, from behind. Olivia replied, "This is the first time I have left while leaving someone behind. So it feels very strange." Just as she finished speaking, Edwin quickly said, "I have always been behind you. Looking so wonderful, radiant as always." While saying that, he slowly approached the girl, "And when I am by your side, the scene becomes even more magnificent." After resolving all the problems, the two of them hooked arms and walked happily in their own world. At another place, a subordinate was bowing his head respectfully and announcing, "He is currently busy with important national affairs." That made Olivia and Edwin stand stunned and speechless. The subordinate, meanwhile, continued to speak, "The emperor has ordered that no one is allowed to enter, until he is finished with his work." The more he listened, the more Edwin darkened his expression, coldly reminding, "It has been 3 hours now. Go and check with him again, tell him that Grand Duke Vikander has come for what he promised." As soon as they saw his scary and murderous attitude, all the servants in the imperial palace were terrified and scared. The emperor's subordinate was no exception, hurriedly replying, "I will go check." As soon as the words fell, he clearly felt the terrifying ferocity of Edwin. However, that scariness did not have any meaning for Olivia, the one Edwin secretly loved. She gently asked, "Should we go back later? Honestly speaking, I am feeling a bit tired." As soon as he heard this, Edwin attentively looked at Olivia without looking away. Seeing her so innocent, Edwin could only sigh helplessly. In the next second, he said, "If that is what you said, miss, let us leave." As soon as he heard that, the servants standing around could not help but sigh in relief. However, before leaving, Edwin still left them with a sharp look. The eyes were a bright red like blood, as if they could kill someone at any moment. Just like that, the two of them left amidst the banquet of the nobles inside the great hall. As soon as they saw the two people chatting and laughing happily, the nobles were endlessly talking and discussing, "Why are those two together? Is she really planning to marry the Grand Duke? What about His Highness the Crown Prince? Is there another choice? There is still the youngest young lady." Conrad, standing not far away, heard these words and his expression darkened. Meanwhile, at the emperor's place, the subordinate was speaking to report, "The Grand Duke has left, your majesty." With an uncomfortable and annoyed expression, the emperor could not help but secretly think, "That bastard. I thought he brought Ererton because he wanted to occupy the White Crystal Mine, yet I even gave the White Crystal Mine to the princess. That sly fox, how dare he trick me just to get a request? And confidently thought he could use that request to propose to Miss Madeline." Immediately, the memory of the past appeared in his mind. At that time Olivia's father said loudly, "This child also carries the Madeline bloodline, if you accept this child as the crown princess. The land of the Madeline family will belong to you, your highness." Under those words of her father, Olivia's eyes showed fear and horror, but she did not dare to say a word. The more he remembered, the more annoyed the emperor cursed secretly, as if just destroying the loyalty of the duke's family was not enough. He even dares to bare his fangs at me. How insolent, that mangy dog. At this moment, a hand suddenly appeared from behind him, accompanied by a voice ringing out, "Oh dear, your majesty. Is there something bothering you? You are going to ruin your handsome face." The emperor replied irritably, "The Grand Duke has come here. He asked me for permission to marry the young lady." As soon as she heard this, the empress was briefly surprised and evaluated. Really, he does not know his place. The emperor said wearily, "Indeed, but I once said I would grant him anything he wanted. It is hard to refuse. But if I approve, I am worried about the relationship with the Madeline family." The empress could not help but suggest, "Then why does not your majesty proceed according to the ritual?" This made the emperor a little suspicious and curious. The ritual. The empress replied calmly, "Yes, your majesty, according to ancient books, in order to clarify the inheritance. A woman who is engaged to the royal family cannot marry another noble within a year, so please allow the marriage based on the condition of a 1-year grace period." While saying that, she remembered Olivia's smiling face. Then she continued to speak, "A young lady who likes ancient texts like the young lady will definitely agree." After listening to this, the emperor was secretly happy in his heart. 1 year, with the time of 1 year, I will definitely have a better plan, whether it is bringing the eldest daughter back to her original position, or welcoming the second daughter to be the crown princess. While calculating, he remembered the 2 daughters of the Madeline family. Accompanied by Edwin's pitiful and adorable appearance, he seems very infatuated, so bringing the eldest daughter back would be best. While the emperor was lost in his calculations, the empress continued to say, "However, your majesty, I have something I am wondering about." The emperor could not help but be curious. "What is it, empress?" The empress quickly asked. Did the young lady also agree to the Grand Duke's proposal? Under this sentence of hers, a loud laugh rang throughout the room. In the next second, the emperor picked up the glass of wine in his hand and said, "People say that the young lady quite loves the crown prince. I did not expect that someone as wise as the empress would stand by my side." Another legitimate reason to attack the Grand Duke just appeared before my eyes. The empress replied calmly, "You flatter me too much, your majesty." As soon as the words fell, she was full of expectations in her heart. The son will suffer the same fate as his father, that moment when that handsome face is distorted in despair. I am really looking forward to that. While the 2 of them were chatting happily, a female servant slowly approached and called, "Your majesty, empress." As soon as she heard the information the servant said, the empress was suddenly so shocked that her eyes widened, asking, "What, are you saying the young lady is demanding to cancel the engagement?" Returning to the past, when Olivia was still a simple and innocent girl. At that time, just as Leopold passed by, she would look without looking away with a face full of admiration. The more she remembered that scene, the more the empress became uncomfortable and annoyed, to the point of gnashing her teeth and evaluating, as one would expect from a half-blooded lowly person. She says she is being honest, but in reality she is extremely superficial, so presumptuous, insolent, and mediocre. There will be no 1-year grace period at all. I must go to His Majesty immediately and request him to change the fiancée to the youngest daughter. Let him suffer the pain of witnessing that innocent face withering and expiring. Duke Madeline, while saying that, she darkened her expression terribly. At this moment, she suddenly caught sight of Leopold, Crown Prince. Leopold could not help but frown and ask, "Your Majesty, is there something you came here for?" The Empress quickly replied, "I just heard you say a half-blooded lowly person dared to be insolent with you. I just told His Majesty about the 1-year grace period, but that can't be. Drive Olivia Madeline away and take Athela Madeline as the Crown Princess, Crown Prince." As soon as he heard this, Leopold wondered, a 1-year grace period. The Empress replied right away, "That is right, Crown Prince, a woman who is engaged to the royal family, in order to clarify the inheritance." As soon as she finished speaking, Olivia's voice rang out in Leopold's mind, "You are the one who is secretly dating Miss Ethel in my palace, Taya's palace, even though we had a meeting scheduled for the same day." After thinking for a while, Leopold spoke, "Cannot marry another noble within a year, right, although she has a lowly background, her ability is not bad, so I plan to give her a chance, but..." As soon as he said this, he suddenly flashed a happy smile on his face, accompanied by Olivia's voice still ringing out in his mind, "I will soon welcome you again as Grand Duchess of Vikander." After a while, Leopold affirmed, "That grace period, I will grant it." That made the Empress extremely confused. "What are you saying, Crown Prince?" Leopold immediately reassured, "It is okay, Your Majesty. I know Olivia Madeline very well. She is the easygoing type." Olivia Madeline. Then in exchange, during the grace period, in order to maintain balance between the Emperor faction and the noble faction, I want to take Maria Edel as my fiancée. After saying all the words in the end, he again used Olivia as a tool for his calculations. Then Leopold continued to ask, "What do you think, Your Majesty?" As soon as she heard that, the Empress's expression quickly changed. She flashed a sinister and calculating smile on her face. Just as Olivia put the dress on, a voice rang out, "This dress has a tulip pattern. This one is a lily. And this one is designed to highlight the neckline with jade." After seeing Olivia trying on 3 dresses, Edwin could not help but wonder, are there any other dresses? Mrs. Pluto immediately replied, "Yes, Grand Duke, this is a catalogue of the new arrivals." Olivia, on the other hand, was not as enthusiastic as the two of them. A little startled and exclaiming, "Grand Duke." Edwin replied calmly, "What is wrong, Mrs. Pluto?" Olivia pouted slightly, saying, "Don't you think this is a bit excessive?" As soon as she heard this, Edwin smiled and said, "Excessive how?" Olivia still frowned and sighed helplessly, "Madam, perhaps we will need to brew some fresh tea." Under her words, Mrs. Pluto immediately agreed, "Of course, I will prepare it right away. Please take your time looking through." When only the two of them, Olivia and Edwin, were left, they looked at each other without saying a word. With her hand trembling slightly, Olivia called, "Edwin. That is already 15 dresses." While saying that, she helplessly pointed in one direction. In contrast to her attitude, Edwin was full of calmness, saying, "But when I was planning to give you a gift, you insisted on choosing only the best items." As soon as she heard him say that, Olivia stammered, "Then, that is because." Edwin said with some resentment, "I asked about your preferences, but you did not even care." Under the current situation, Olivia could not say a word, that is. Before she could finish speaking, the image of her in the past suddenly appeared with a face full of smiles. Immediately, Olivia's line of thought rang out, "I am sure the seamstress has already arrived at the Duke's mansion." The more she thought about it, the more Olivia became extremely embarrassed. Seeing her like that, Edwin could not help but smile. "I can't even get angry with you. Why is your face full of apologies like that?" Olivia said sadly, "It is because I am really sorry. I did not intentionally lose focus. My mind just keeps wandering. Before leaving the Duke's estate, I ordered a dress for my younger sister at Mrs. Pluto's shop. Thinking of that keeps going around in my head." After hearing this, Edwin said, "You care so much that I thought she was your blood-related sister." That made Olivia a little stunned and surprised. Meanwhile, Edwin, just like a puppy, added, "So why do not you give me some of that care? See, when you just ignore me, I almost really got annoyed, but just one word from you and everything is calm." After hearing him say all the words, Olivia seemed to suddenly remember something. Immediately, she quickly asked, "Now that I remember, you also have not called my name, have you, Edwin?" Edwin's ears suddenly flushed red before this question, then he replied, "That is because you have never allowed me or asked me to do that." Edwin's current appearance made Olivia look attentively without looking away. In the next second, she shyly turned her face away, then said, "You could have called my name, it is okay too." Edwin hurriedly explained, "I can't do that, I have told you. I am willing to do anything for you. In other words, if you do not tell me what you want, I can't do anything." Under his confession, Olivia replied haltingly, "It is just that, no one has ever asked for my permission to do anything before." Edwin said gently, "Surely there is someone who is hoping to receive agreement from you. Say it, what are you wanting?" As soon as she heard this, a smile bloomed on Olivia's lips, accompanied by a voice ringing out happily, "Then Edwin, please call my name." As if calling a treasure. While saying that, Olivia gently touched her face to Edwin's hand. According to her request, Edwin called with a tone full of affection, "Olivia. What a beautiful name, Olivia, I have wanted to call it for a long time." Olivia immediately replied, "Edwin is also a nice name." This sentence of hers made Edwin a little surprised. "My name," Olivia explained, "it is a name that just by saying it can make people happy. Edwin, when I call your name, Edwin, the corners of my lips also naturally curve up like this." She was saying and illustrating the adorable gestures, causing Edwin to suddenly stiffen. In the next second, he blushed and covered his face while whispering, "And also tormenting jewelry." This appearance of Edwin made Olivia confused. "What, surely my wardrobe will be filled with just the dresses from today." Edwin quickly composed himself, saying, "The shoe and jewelry box are separate." Under the current situation, Olivia suddenly worried, muttering to herself, "My only dowry is an abandoned mine, I can't receive so much." In the next second, she spoke. "I have jewelry, I still have that pink diamond necklace." Edwin quickly interjected, "But you have not worn it since the recent party." Under Edwin's words, Olivia stammered and did not know how to explain, "That is because." Before she could finish speaking, Edwin gently touched that beautiful face, wondering, "Why are your eyes full of sadness when thinking about your younger sister?" Olivia quickly looked up to look at Edwin. Then she sadly closed her eyes and replied, "Because, just like you said, I am full of sadness. If only I could just tell her. I did not do anything. Othello refuses to listen and always says next time, the tea parties, the cafes, the debut, all the places she wants to go. Even so, I hate her words." Immediately, Ethella's question echoed in her mind, did my mother really die because of you? After hearing this, Edwin concluded, then surely she really hates seeing you. Olivia spoke, I was heartbroken, sad, and perhaps even really hated her, but I still want to meet her. Seeing this appearance of Olivia, Edwin could not help but flash a helpless smile. In the next second, he spoke, the Madeline ducal family seems quite lucky, and among them, you are the luckiest. You came to the mansion. She is looking for you, Olivia. Outside the mansion, heavy rain was bleakening the sky. Just as she arrived before the mansion door, Ethella, who was wearing a thin, soaked raincoat, announced, Ethella Madeline. Please, can you tell my sister that I have arrived? Winster immediately opened the door, however, before letting her in, he stood still, blocking the door. Right away, Winster spoke up questioning with a serious face, I really need to report to Miss Olivia, that you have traveled all the way here, so you should be allowed to enter, right, miss? Under this question of Winster, Ethella was suddenly stunned, at a loss for words. Winster continued, our young lady is very kind-hearted, so she will surely agree to meet you. The more she listened, the more Ethella wondered, so then, why? Winster replied loudly, you know clearly why, yet you still came here without thinking about the feelings of our young lady. As soon as she heard this, Ethella darkened her expression, stammering, I. She seemed to have her own hardships in her heart, I never thought of that. This night, could it be that he is even more worried about my sister than I am? More than even her own family. While she was pondering suspiciously in her thoughts, the manager from behind suddenly appeared, saying, the young lady said that you can enter, if you promise not to expect anything. As soon as she heard that, Ethella clenched the hem of her skirt, secretly thinking, not expect anything. That is the promise that I made in order to be able to step into this place, so. While she was sitting waiting, the ticking sound from the clock was continuously ringing. The soaking wet coat was slowly dripping drops of water down. While sitting and waiting, Ethella sadly thought, perhaps it would be better if she did not come, all I can really say is sorry. Because I said those words that I should never have said to my sister, because I blamed her for my mother's death. Because knowing how father and my brothers treated her, I still did not do anything to stop it. Because I left my older sister, who was only 8 years old, afraid of ghosts, and always crying, to sleep in the attic. Because I played with her, even though I knew that every time she would be scolded. Why can she always be able to smile like that? No, wait, how can she even be able to smile? I will come back on another day, not with this superficial apology, but with a more proper letter. As soon as she heard this, Ethella directly held her coat intending to leave. However, at this moment, Olivia appeared. As soon as she saw her, Ethella stammered, sister. Olivia gently replied right away, Ethella. In just a moment, Ethella dropped the coat she was holding, hurriedly calling again, sister. Do you know, I have many things? Many things to apologize for to you, it is to you. Seeing that Olivia seemed to be avoiding her, Ethella withdrew her hand, then said gently, I am sorry for coming so suddenly. I came to apologize, I am sorry for appearing so unexpectedly, no matter how many times I think about it, I still think I should say those things to you, I should not have just stood by and watched. Father and my brothers treat you badly like that. You do not deserve to suffer in the palace in place of me, you do not deserve to be lonely in that cold attic on the 4th floor. While saying that, painful tears flowed down. Seeing this, Olivia called, Ethella. Ethella quickly looked up. At this time, Olivia was smiling gently looking at her. The more he looked at Ethella's resentful expression, the more Olivia felt extremely sorry. Sister, I am sorry. A hand slowly reached forward. Immediately, Olivia flicked Ethella's forehead and said, I am truly sorry. Those words meant that everything was indeed her fault. Ethella could not help but feel a mix of resentment and bewilderment. Meanwhile, Olivia suddenly stepped forward and hugged Ethella tightly, then continued, but besides that. In an instant, Ethella burst into tears with a bewildered expression. Olivia, on the other hand, gently comforted her, it is not your fault, Ethella. You did not do anything wrong. Ethella's face suddenly went blank. Immediately, she avoided Olivia's gaze. Seeing this, Olivia added, really, none of that was your fault. As soon as she finished speaking, Ethella burst into tears like a child. Outside, the rain continued to fall. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from afar, my lady. Duke Madeline's son is at the main gate. As soon as Olivia heard this, her expression changed instantly. Immediately, she gently touched Ethella's hair and said, oh dear, look at the time, it is probably time for you to go now, is not it? Seeing this, Ethella seized the opportunity to call out, sister. Olivia could not help but wonder. In the current situation, Ethella still hesitated, sister. She wanted to ask but did not, aren't you going back to the Madeline estate? While Ethella was still hesitating, Olivia suddenly spoke, Ethella, this is not at yours. Immediately, she held out a sparkling and luxurious necklace. It was a necklace adorned with pink stones. As soon as Ethella saw it, past images flashed through her mind. The more she remembered, the more powerless she felt. Immediately, Ithella asked, "Can you put it on for me?" Olivia immediately agreed, "Of course." Olivia could not help but add, "It is scratched. Do you want me to get you a new one? I have an identical one." As Ithella took the necklace, she replied, "It is okay. It is proof of what I did, a regret that only I have to bear, so I prefer it this way." Outside, the rain had completely stopped, and sparkling stars shone in the night sky. Conrad sat in the carriage, waiting with a very grumpy and displeased expression. Inside, Olivia was still carefully putting the necklace on Ithella. She gently reminded her, "This time it is completely the opposite of before. Back then, you were the one who put this necklace on me, Ithella." As soon as she finished speaking, Olivia was a little startled and surprised. "Are you crying, Ithella?" Ithella did not answer. She only remembered the people around Olivia, Hannah, and the passionate Winster. There was also the very kind and gently caring butler. And Edwin, who always loved Olivia wholeheartedly. The more she thought of them, the tighter Ithella clenched her fist and spoke, "But, sister. I am still your sister, right?" As she asked, Ithella's tears streamed down. Seeing this, Olivia comforted her, "Yes, of course." As soon as Ithella heard that, she was stunned and surprised, and could not help but say to herself, "Ithella Madeline, that extremely selfish person, in the end, I am still like this." The more Ithella thought, the more she cried like a child. Seeing this, Olivia immediately touched her forehead to Ithella's and affirmed, "Even if you no longer have the Madeline name, we are still sisters." Scene change, a loud stomp echoed, followed by a loud voice, "Here I am." At this time, Ithella was sitting in the carriage, ready to hear the scolding. Conrad looked at her with a terrifying gaze and coldly reminded her, "Father must have told you not to come here. If he finds out, you won't just be confined." As soon as Ithella heard that, she looked worried. However, she still spoke courageously, "But, I still had to come." This surprised Conrad greatly, and he gritted his teeth in frustration and asked, "What?" Ithella replied, "I have to apologize to her." As soon as Conrad heard that, he shouted angrily, "Ithella." That appearance made Ithella stunned. However, she still calmed herself and said, "Brother. You could have come to pick her up." As soon as she heard this, Ithella's memories flooded back, and an image of Conrad immediately appeared in her mind. Followed by a little girl looking at Conrad intently from afar. The more Ithella remembered, the more she wondered, "You could have cared for her, like you are caring for me now, so why have you never treated her gently, not even once? Just a little bit, if you had given her just a little bit of kindness, things might have been different." After hearing these words from his younger sister, Conrad was so angry that his face turned dark. He tried to calm himself and replied, "Ithella, I do not understand what you are thinking. But it is true, she did not do anything wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly paused and said to himself, "What did she just say?" Immediately, Conrad's thoughts echoed, the moment she appeared, our happiness was shattered. Our mother passed away, and father buried himself in work. And Jade, after his anger, just wandered from battlefield to battlefield. And you dare to say she did not do anything. The more Conrad thought, the more angry and resentful he became, gritting his teeth. Immediately, an image of Edwin appeared in Conrad's mind, along with a voice. "It seems that the only one in the Madeline family who never misses an opportunity is Lady Ithella." This made Conrad very uncomfortable. His gaze quickly turned towards Edwin's mansion. At Olivia's place, she and Edwin were also watching their carriage. Edwin suddenly sighed wearily and said, "If this keeps up, the Duke's residence will become a gathering place for the Madeline family." As soon as Olivia heard this, she thought to herself, "Conrad, Isella, Jade." Then she could not help but smile and said, "It really is like that." Seeing this look on Olivia's face, Edwin was a little worried. "Are you okay?" This made Olivia very confused. "What do you mean?" "Is it because the young Duke came to pick up Ithella?" "I am fine. Because now, wherever I go, Edwin, you will come to pick me up, anytime, anywhere." As she spoke, she gently turned her head to look at her love. Edwin immediately smiled at that. Immediately, Edwin wondered, "What should I do, Olivia?" Olivia was a little curious. "About what?" Edwin bravely said, "Even when you easily sway me like this, I have no choice but to engulf you completely." As soon as he finished speaking, he fearlessly embraced Olivia. In another place, while Olivia and Edwin were enjoying their love, they were plotting to separate them. "Now then, let us discuss the one-year grace period, shall we?" The nobles could not help but discuss noisily at the question, "Is that His Majesty's intention, within the next year, either bring the eldest daughter back to her position, or make the second young lady the crown princess, something like that? The Duke probably won't easily offer up his youngest daughter whom he loves so much, right? But, will the eldest daughter be willing to return?" While they were talking, the Emperor smiled very sinisterly. The discussions continued. Who knows, after all, she used to be so infatuated with His Highness. The more Olivia's father heard, the more upset and uncomfortable he became. Meanwhile, at Maria's place, she was filled with joy because of the words before her. "Maria, I will take you as my fiancée." As soon as Maria heard this, she immediately stepped forward and hugged Leopold, smiling and calling out, "Leo Leopard." Leopold gently stroked her head and wondered, "Are you so happy?" Maria immediately replied, "Of course, I have dreamed of this day for a long time." As soon as she finished speaking, Leopold added, "If you are so happy, then you can take on the role of my fiancé for a year, can you?" In an instant, Maria's attitude changed, and she stuttered and questioned, "Your Highness, what do you mean?" Leopold calmly explained, "Only during Olivia's absence, during the 1-year grace period. Do you want to become my mistress? You will play the role of my fiancé." Under his words, Maria's face turned dark, and she was speechless. Meanwhile, Leopold continued to ask leisurely, "Can you do that, Maria?" At Olivia's place, with a bouquet of flowers in her hand, she could not help but wonder, "Are you sure, you really do not need to go to the palace?" Edwin immediately replied, "Even if we go, they won't bother opening the gate for us. Instead, I sent a letter saying that I would come to ask for permission to marry tomorrow afternoon. So we will go tomorrow afternoon." As soon as Olivia heard this, she pondered, "Morning, tomorrow, there is a meeting of the Council of Nobles every Monday morning, so Edwin." Seeing this look on Olivia's face, Edwin quickly sat up and said with a smile, "Why are you looking at me so intently? It makes my heart beat so fast." With a slightly worried expression, Olivia replied, "I am just wondering, why are not you attending the Council of Nobles?" Immediately, the thought appeared in her mind, the Council of Nobles. It is a mandatory meeting for all high-ranking nobles, but Grand Duke Edwin never attends. Contrary to Olivia's worried face, Edwin said very calmly, "I am always busy fighting on the battlefield." Olivia replied helplessly, "But the war is over now." As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to realize something unusual. Immediately, Leopold's words suddenly echoed, "If you are so smart, tell me, young lady, what do you want me to do?" Meanwhile, Edwin was as obedient as a puppy, asking, "Do you want me to tell you to go to the meeting?" Olivia replied, "I am just curious, please do not mind it." As soon as she finished speaking, Edwin immediately raised Olivia's hand. Then he said gently, "Come on, just tell me, if I attend the Council of Nobles, what will Vikander gain?" As soon as she heard this, the corners of Olivia's lips suddenly stiffened. Immediately, she replied, "You can speak about the mineral tax, you have already given all the spoils of war to His Majesty, have not you?" Edwin replied, "That is right. I have never thought much about taxes, Vikander is already rich enough. Unless Olivia spends more extravagantly." The more she heard him speak, the more Olivia wondered, "How did you know I was worried about the Duke's taxes?" "I tried to restrain myself, I only bought 15 dresses." Edwin immediately said, "In that case, it seems that things will be different, perhaps I will have to attend the council." As soon as Edwin finished speaking, the thumping of a vibrating heart echoed, and Olivia was lost in her own thoughts. "He really listened to me, he really listened to me." Meanwhile, Edwin happily asked, "So, are you going to buy the rest of the shoes too?" Seeing this, Olivia hurriedly refused, "Wait, Edwin." Seeing change, while Edwin was carefully preparing, a voice echoed, "Are you really going to attend the Council of Nobles?" Edwin replied, "Yes, perhaps starting next Monday. Today is just the afternoon audience. Thinking about it, I do not like the fact that all the money I have worked so hard to gather ends up in the Emperor's pocket." As soon as Winster heard this, he said seriously, "This decision may take us one step further away from the White Crystal Mine." Edwin solemnly reminded him, "Investigate the princess again, continue to guard the mine, but monitor her every move. The royal family will never realize the true value of that." Just then, the butler suddenly approached him and announced, "Duke, there is a letter from the palace. You are summoned to the morning session today. The letter says that they will discuss the wedding." As soon as Olivia heard this, she was very surprised, "The morning session today. But there is less than an hour left, Edwin, prepare quickly, what if we are late?" Seeing her looking so worried, Edwin immediately replied, "Doesn't it usually take you the whole morning to get ready, Olivia?" Under his words, Olivia was confused. She did not know that the letter also mentioned, "Lady Madeline is also requested to be present." Edwin quickly approached, reassuring her with a smile, "Don't worry, what if we are late?" Olivia hesitated, but, Edwin, on the other hand, said very optimistically, "If we are late, then it is the Emperor's fault for sending the letter late." As soon as he finished speaking, he seriously thought to himself, "He clearly did it on purpose, I do not know what he is planning." As soon as he finished thinking, Edwin continued, "Besides, the main character always appears at the last second. So, Olivia, let us have breakfast first and then get ready. We have to eat well." In the current situation, Olivia could not help but be shocked by Edwin's words. Immediately, Edwin added, "All right, I will get ready after eating. My princess." At the Emperor's palace, the nobles were filled with judgment, he still has not arrived. As soon as the Emperor heard this, he could not help but rejoice in his heart. "Of course not, I only sent the letter an hour ago. It is ridiculous, it is so ridiculous." Immediately, he chuckled and asked, "You said you wanted to have a serious conversation with the young lady before today's session. It seems that conversation did not go smoothly." Olivia's father, standing on one side, immediately bowed his head and replied, "I beg your pardon, Your Majesty." As soon as those words were spoken, another voice suddenly interrupted. It seems that Lady Madeline was a little too excited. The person provoking them was none other than Marquis Edel, the father of Lady Maria Edel. Marquis Edel pressed on, continuing, "There have been rumors about her indecent behavior at the Grand Duke's residence, and now she dares to be late for the session convened by His Majesty. Really, how arrogant." The more the emperor listened, the more he calculated in his heart, that is why the noble faction is considered useless. Sure enough, in terms of choosing a crown princess, the eldest daughter of the Madeline family is the perfect choice. The noble faction can easily exploit her illegitimate status, while she is the only one who can bring the power of the Madeline family to the emperor's side. And at the same time, she is the one that Edwin Vikander desperately craves. After thinking for a while, he said, "Then, let us complete the discussion about the one-year wedding anniversary and start the session." His subordinate quickly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, I will start with the first item on the agenda. The treaty with the defeated nation of Hipperdi will be signed next month." As soon as he finished speaking, the emperor pondered. He sent tons of letters begging to discuss the marriage. I am eager to see his face when he rushes over, thinking that I will accept. And when I order to postpone the marriage for a year right in front of him. At this time, the next tasks that he needed to handle were presented. The next item on the agenda is, the next item. After waiting for a long time, Marquis Edel could not help but ask, perhaps the Grand Duke is busy and forgot the time, but at least the young lady who came with him should know the rules of punctuality. Lady Edel would never act like that. Under those words, everyone was discussing noisily. The more the emperor listened, the more uncomfortable he became, gritting his teeth. Immediately, he slammed the table and reminded them, "Everyone, be quiet." At this time, two hands gently placed on each other suddenly appeared. It was Edwin and Olivia, who had arrived at the palace. Edwin, handsome and bowed, spoke, "Greetings to the most revered light, His Majesty the Emperor." The emperor did not bother to pay attention to that, but chuckled and reminded him, "You are late, Grand Duke. From the moment the session began, I have been waiting for you until now." Edwin replied calmly, "Indeed, Your Majesty's summons only arrived a little while ago. I believe Your Majesty did not intentionally send it late, so I hope Your Majesty will forgive me." Olivia, standing next to him, could not help but smile to show her agreement with that. As soon as her father saw Olivia, he was stunned in surprise. Meanwhile, Edwin added bravely, "Exactly, the notice to attend the meeting sent by His Majesty only just arrived. I am sure His Majesty did not intend to send it late. I hope you understand." Under Edwin's words, the emperor frowned and asked, "Is the Grand Duke blaming me?" Edwin explained leisurely, "Of course not, I am only late for the first meeting. I only hope that you will send the notices properly so that I can arrive on time for the next meeting." As soon as he heard that, the emperor was filled with resentment in his heart. "The next meeting. I intentionally did not want you to attend the meetings to prevent you from forming a faction. Today I called you here just to play a trick on your marriage, and yet this scum." Despite being uncomfortable, the emperor still tried to calm himself, and spoke bravely, "I can't call the busy Grand Duke to participate in every meeting." Edwin bowed respectfully and said, "The war is over, what is there to be busy with? As the head of the Vikander family, I will be by your side, protecting you, Your Majesty." The emperor immediately replied, "I do not think attending the Council of Nobles is what you really want. If you continue with that stubborn tone, then the matter of marrying the young lady, not to mention the white crystal mine." In the current situation, Edwin just chuckled and retorted, "I think I should start my official mission by mediating with Heffersha." After hearing them argue, Olivia standing on one side could not help but think to herself, so this is why he said I would be surprised. Immediately, Edwin's earlier words echoed in Olivia's mind, "It is not convenient for me to tell you in advance, but you will indeed be somewhat surprised when you step in there." The more she remembered, the more shocked Olivia was in her heart. "I did not expect that the emperor himself was the one who prevented the Grand Duke from attending the council. Is there a need to be so vigilant? If you are smart, there must be another reason." While she was lost in her thoughts, the emperor added, "That matter will be discussed later. The last item today is related to the marriage between the Grand Duke and Lady Madeline. As you wish, I will approve that marriage. But you must abide by the proper etiquette." Under that word, everyone was shocked and confused. The emperor, on the other hand, leisurely raised his voice, "A woman who was once engaged to the royal family is not allowed to marry another noble within a year. Has the young lady learned this custom?" Olivia answered indifferently, "Yes, I know." In the current situation, Edwin could not help but call out worriedly, "Olivia." Meanwhile, Olivia was still lost in her own thoughts, and I also know how maliciously that rule can be exploited. The emperor, on the other hand, said very satisfied, "Since I have promised to grant your wishes by decree, I will allow it, but I order you to strictly abide by the one-year grace period." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Olivia's father in the distance with calculations in his heart. He won't want to lose his second daughter, so within a year, he will be forced to return his eldest daughter to her original position. While he was rejoicing in his heart, a voice suddenly echoed, causing the emperor to be surprised. "I thank your majesty for this favor." Olivia said gently, "Coincidentally, I had also set aside a year to prepare them. As your majesty has announced, the duke and I will hold a legal marriage after a year." As soon as he heard that, the emperor looked confused. She obediently agreed like that. At this time, Edwin suddenly smiled. Immediately, he gently touched Olivia's hands and affirmed, "It is a pity that I can't serve the young lady as the Grand Duchess sooner, but thanks to your majesty's grace, we can now prepare for a perfect wedding." As soon as he heard that, Marquis Edel was very excited. In an instant, he spoke, "I heard that the young lady is proficient in ancient books. It seems that the young lady does not fully understand the meaning of the one-year grace period. If the young lady is not clear, let me explain further. I also understand the young lady's mindset before a marriage with the Grand Duke, but if you do not grasp the meaning of the grace period, the young lady may encounter troubles related to her chastity later on. As a father who also has a daughter, I say this from the bottom of my heart. I hope the young lady will accept it. The succession of the royal family is extremely important. It is impudent to say this in front of the Grand Duke, but the young lady has held the position of the Crown Prince's betrothed for 11 years. If no feelings blossomed during that time, would not that be strange? If the young lady correctly understood the grace period, the young lady should have behaved in a way to avoid any suspicion about the legitimacy of the royal family, rather than being busy preparing for the wedding." After listening to Marquis Edel's words, Olivia asked suspiciously, "So I was engaged to the Crown Prince for 11 years, Marquis Edel?" As soon as she finished speaking, she smiled meaningfully on her face. Immediately, Olivia spoke to the surprise of the people in front of her. "I appreciate the concern of a father, and I will remember your words. Therefore, I ask you to kindly remind Lady Edel of that." Marquis Edel jumped up in surprise at that, frowning and questioning immediately, "What?" Olivia replied calmly, "If an 11-year engagement can be broken, then should not Lady Edel, who is only His Highness's companion, be even more cautious?" The more Marquis Edel listened, the more angry he became, slamming the table and interjecting, "Young lady, have self-respect, Maria is the beloved of." Seeing him behaving so rudely, the emperor could not help but remind him, "Marquis." Meanwhile, Olivia continued calmly, "If so, then you must remind her carefully, Marquis. No one knows what can happen with an engagement. We must avoid any bad rumors about your beautiful Lady Maria." Marquis Edel could not say anything to this, he could only frown and show his displeasure. At this time Edwin suddenly spoke, "I did not expect His Majesty to have prepared the position of the Crown Prince's betrothed." Olivia quickly added, "We must avoid any bad rumors about your beautiful Lady Maria." Those words from the two of them suddenly darkened the emperor's face. Immediately, he gritted his teeth in extreme frustration. Then the emperor said coldly, "The meeting is adjourned, everyone leave." I said, "Everyone get out." As soon as they saw this appearance of his, everyone did not dare to make a sound, and directly turned around and left. After only the emperor was left alone, he could not help but order, "You, call the princess to my room." As soon as he met the princess, the emperor said sternly, "There is something I need to confirm myself." Reina answered innocently, "What is it?" "You just ordered me to reinvestigate that abandoned mine," as she asked. The hand holding the teacup in Reina's hand trembled. Meanwhile, the emperor said bravely, "Yes, investigate carefully, and submit a report to me. The previous investigation said that nothing unusual was found." Reina forced a smile and answered, "Yes, that is right, your majesty." The emperor continued to question, and the mages did not mention the sparkling phenomenon in shaft number 7 at all. Under that question, she suddenly fell silent, and could not help but worry in her heart, "Shaft number 7, how many shafts does that abandoned mine have? What is the sparkling phenomenon?" It is all because the report from that half-breed wrote it in a mess. Seeing that appearance of Reina, the emperor found it strange. "Why do not you answer? This matter is important." As he spoke, he showed a terrifying expression. That, of course, frightened Reina to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. Just as he raised his hand to the sky, a joyful and excited voice rang out, "Indeed. It is a perfect day." As Edwin said, he smiled brightly. However, immediately he put on a bored expression and said, "My lady, can you show a little more joy at your absolute victory?" As soon as she heard that, Olivia giggled happily. Edwin, meanwhile, continued to add, "Just as you said, Olivia, now I will attend the Council of Nobles. You have been granted permission to marry, and you can also go to the Candor territory to prepare for the wedding. So why is your face so gloomy?" Olivia replied indifferently, "A gloomy face? It is not that, I am so happy that it is like I have been bewitched." The more Edwin listened, the more curious he became. "Bewitched? Does the palace also have magic, Olivia? Have you ever seen magic?" Olivia hurriedly explained. "Ah, no, it is just a figure of speech. Immediately, she changed the subject. By the way, where's Sir Coulter? He just left in a hurry. As soon as Edwin heard this, he was startled and surprised, and asked immediately. Looking for Winster, right in front of me. Olivia hurriedly explained, no, I did not mean that. While she was flustered and confused, Edwin suddenly reached out to her. Immediately, Edwin smiled and asked, do you feel any better? In the current situation, Olivia could not help but be a little stunned and lost. Her eyes suddenly drooped down. Then Olivia said, I am just a little sad, you should have told me sooner. As soon as she finished speaking, Olivia sadly said to herself, that you could not attend the council all this time, not that you did not want to. How foolish, Olivia, what a shallow person, you did not realize that all along. The discerning nobles must have seen it clearly already, that the emperor hates Edwin attending the council. And then this matter will quickly spread into rumors. As soon as she thought of this, Olivia looked at Edwin and said gently, I am grateful that Edwin has done everything for me, but if it is not what you want, please do not do it. I do not want to do what you hate either. That word of her caused Edwin to be surprised to the point of being stunned. Immediately, he burst out laughing, causing Olivia to be very embarrassed, and quickly called out, Edwin. Just touching Olivia's shoulder, Edwin spoke, my Olivia, a sweet and innocent girl. What to do with you, with your weak heart to that extent? I thought you were stronger already. At this rate, are you going to break our promise? The more Olivia listened, the more confused she felt. What is it? Edwin immediately explained. Actually, the reason why I did not attend the council until now was just because it was annoying. And I only just agreed to appear diligently because you persuaded me. Even though she had heard this, Olivia still kept a bored attitude, replying, but. Seeing this, Edwin immediately interrupted, do you really think I would be absent just because of the emperor? Before he could finish speaking, Olivia hurriedly covered Edwin's mouth. She could not help but remind him, Edwin, this is not the Grand Duke's residence. As soon as she finished speaking, Olivia was a little stunned when Edwin kissed the palm of her hand lightly. Her eyes widened, showing surprise. Under the gentle light of the sunset, Olivia hurriedly spoke, How shameless. As Olivia said, she was so embarrassed that her face turned red, while Edwin said very calmly, what is wrong? We are getting married soon. Olivia pouted and stuttered, even so. Before she could finish speaking, Edwin immediately interrupted, I give up, I will go call the carriage before I get scolded again. As soon as he finished speaking, he changed the subject, oh right, Olivia. Do you know the meaning of a kiss on the palm of the hand? As soon as she heard that, Olivia was helpless and even more helpless. As she watched Edwin teasingly leave, she said to herself, oh my gosh, really? When only Olivia was left alone, she suddenly fell silent and said to herself, there is no need for that, but, are there really different meanings for each place where you place a kiss? The more she thought, the more her eyes drooped down, showing thought. Just like that, a thought quickly appeared in Olivia's mind, thinking about it, the letter. The letter from the anonymous knight, since the war ended, his letters have not come anymore. Even so, before going to Vikander territory, I should try to send one last letter. Not with a pseudonym, but with the name Olivia. To thank him for being my comfort, and to say that I sincerely hope that his path will open up to the best things. While she was still pondering, Edwin approached, calling gently, Olivia. In an instant, he reached his hand forward. With a gentle voice, Edwin said, let us go. Olivia, just touching her hand to his, replied with a smile, yes. At Princess Reina's place, she was talking to the emperor with great embarrassment, Your Majesty, I beg your pardon, I was originally recuperating from the flu. I am afraid that my body has not fully recovered after rushing back, I will rest a bit and then report back. As soon as she returned to her room, Reina was filled with anger and loudly, has Count Eubler not arrived yet? The subordinate hurriedly replied, Your Highness, Count Eubler has been given leave because his wife is in labor. As soon as she heard that, Reina frowned and ordered, call him here immediately, I said call him immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, she was filled with worry and fear to the point of breaking out in cold sweat, thinking to herself, why did the emperor call me just because of that useless abandoned? Mine, I already gave it to that mixed blood guy. At this time, a voice suddenly rang out from somewhere, everyone pay attention. Reina was quickly attracted by that, and could not help but turn her head to the window. At this time, outside, the voice continued to ring out, next, change formation. Reina carefully observed the people below, they were gathering into a formation. The leader was none other than Jade. As soon as she saw him, Reina's eyes showed clear scheming and calculation. Memories quickly flooded back into her mind. At that time, Reina was standing on one side, carefully observing Jade and Olivia at the party. The more she remembered, the more Reina smiled with great interest on her red lips. Immediately, she spoke, now that I think about it, I have never had afternoon tea with Sir Madeline, afternoon teas are always wonderful. The day that arrogant half-breed does not dare to raise her head in front of me. The day that the second young lady is in despair with a completely shattered face. And today too. It is another perfect Monday. Quickly bring Sir Madeline to see me. In the current situation, Jade had no idea, still fully focused on his work with sweat dripping on his face. Just walking slowly on the palace corridor, Jade thought to himself, but now. There is no need to worry about it anymore. Immediately, an image of Olivia's joyful smile flashed through his mind. The more he remembered, the more Jade felt confused. Why? As he thought, Jade bathed to make his body cleaner. Whether he was bathing or had already changed his clothes, Jade still thought about his little sister. Why has not Olivia returned yet? I originally could not stand seeing her, so why does that image keep lingering in my mind? As soon as he thought of this, Athela's question suddenly rang out in his mind. Was it hard for you in the palace? The more he thought, the more Jade felt confused. Is it really because of the palace? Is that why she has not returned yet? Even if I put a frog in her blanket, or lock her outside in the rain, or even tear up the book she loves. She always smiled. Olivia at that time always looked at Jade and smiled, calling, brother. The memories quickly shifted to another time, when Olivia was introduced by her father. From today onwards, Olivia is the crown prince's fiancée. Under that word from her father, Jade suddenly showed surprise on his face. The more he remembered, the more Jade said to himself, after all, she is still the young lady of the Madeline family. My siblings all carry jewels in their eyes. Athela carries the purple of amethyst, and Olivia carries the green of emerald. But she is still my sister. While Jade was pondering, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. Sir Madeline. Her Highness the Princess invites you. As soon as he entered the palace, Jade said blankly. So it was, you were. Before he could finish speaking, Reina interrupted. I know very well that you do not like that half-breed either. As the princess, I have protected that lowly child for so long, and then what does she do? She shamelessly seduces Grand Duke Vikander, who was originally promised to me. What else can you expect from a bastard born of a lowly dancer? In the current situation, Jade suddenly darkened his face and said to himself, lowborn, bastard, half-breed. Immediately, he gritted his teeth in extreme frustration and said, how can you? Even so, he tried to remain calm in front of the one called the princess in front of him, and could only think uncomfortably, how can you talk about a person with such words? Contrary to his attitude, Reina asked calmly, sir, do not tell me you are asking me how I know you despise that half-breed. Aren't you the first one to despise her blatantly? Under this question, Jade's face suddenly became drenched with sweat, and he said confusedly to himself, Olivia is only. I just wanted her to suffer a little pain, a little humiliation. As soon as he thought of this, an image of Olivia appeared in his mind. Her eyes were full of loss, revealing a clear look of disappointment and fatigue. Contrary to Olivia, Maria smiled happily next to Leopold, who was considered her fiancé. Leopold at that time was also happily responding to Maria's feelings. As soon as she saw this, Olivia looked blankly at her brother. At that time, Jade only responded with a face without a trace of change, and was extremely indifferent. As more and more fragments of memories flooded back, Jade painfully said to himself, I was not stubborn or persistent, I just thought that one day she would accept me as family. But now, there is no need for that anymore. As soon as he thought of this, Jade suddenly stood up abruptly, causing Reina to be puzzled. Sir. Jade did not care at all, and directly turned around and left immediately. Under this attitude of Jade, Reina suddenly scratched her head in discomfort, thinking to herself, what is this about? I thought I could seduce his family and take back the white crystal mine. That guy dares to treat me, a princess, like this. As she spoke, she picked up the vase in front of the table and raised it. Then she continued to frown and shout, leave the great hall without my permission. Daring to be so rude to Her Highness the Princess. Seeing Reina about to smash the vase because of her anger, a noble girl suddenly appeared, saying, Your Highness, please do not bother with Sir Madeline, that kind of person is not worth making you frown. As soon as she heard that, Reina was able to relieve some of her anger, put the vase down and replied, all right, there will be another opportunity to take back the white crystal mine. There is no need for that man. The girl quickly spoke, indeed, Your Highness, thinking about how rude he is, he really does not deserve the name of a war hero. It seems that all those called war heroes are really uneducated. Your Highness, why do not you rest for a while? I will summon Count Eubler. While waiting, would you like to see a performance by the troupe? As soon as she heard this, Reina was a little curious. The troupe, yes. The girl immediately replied, it is the troupe that Your Highness liked very much at the Summer Palace, and is now waiting to serve you. As soon as those words were spoken, Reina smiled and said, all right, I should rest for a while then. Let them in. In an instant, the troupe appeared with colorful costumes. One by one, they stepped in. Seeing this, Reina could not help but glance and carefully observe. Immediately, she licked her lips, showing endless pleasure. Drums and gongs quickly rang out. While carefully enjoying the performance, Reina comfortably leaned her shoulder on the man sitting next to her. With a delighted face, she even offered wine to the man. Laughter rang out enthusiastically, the atmosphere was extremely lively. At this time, Reina suddenly whispered something to the person sitting next to her. She seemed to be very enjoying her current moment. Her face clearly showed joy, as if all calculations did not exist at this moment. Right at this time, Raina suddenly groped the man's body, causing his expression to suddenly darken. In another place, Olivia was dozing off by the window. As soon as he saw that appearance, Edwin smiled gently. Images of Olivia in the past quickly appeared in his mind. The more he remembered, the more the corners of Edwin's lips curved up with a very satisfied expression. After a while, Olivia vaguely woke up. As soon as he saw this, Edwin immediately asked, "Are you awake?" Olivia replied shyly, "You should have woken me up if I fell asleep." As soon as he heard that, Edwin said calmly, "You looked like you were in a deep sleep. Otherwise, do you want me to carry you inside?" Those words of his caused Olivia to suddenly become shy and flustered, and hurriedly reminded him, "Edwin." Immediately, she asked a little curiously, "Wait, have not you gone inside yet? Were we just walking around the garden this whole time?" As soon as she finished speaking, Olivia worriedly said to herself, "I have never fallen asleep in front of anyone. Have I really let my guard down to that extent? My face must be swollen and ugly now. Next time, you must wake me up." "Got it." This caused Edwin to be puzzled. "Next time?" Olivia replied calmly, "You said I could ask for anything I wanted." Right after hearing that, Edwin reached out to her, then said gently, "This time, I obediently only looked at you, but next time, I promise to wake you up. And then, can I do as I please?" Olivia shyly pushed Edwin's hand away, refusing decisively, "Absolutely not." Seeing this, Edwin teased her, answering immediately, "You do not even need to know what I am planning to do." Olivia retorted, "Whatever it is, the answer is no, and there won't be a next time either." The more she listened, the more sincerely Edwin spoke. "That is a pity, I was hoping there would be. So, if I doze off in front of Olivia, is that okay?" Under this question of his, Olivia suddenly became stunned. "What?" Edwin replied calmly, "It is just that, when the sun is warm, people easily get sleepy in the carriage. And if that is the case, I might even doze off before you, who knows?" The more Olivia listened, the more embarrassed she became, shaking her head. Immediately, she spoke, "Then, let us agree that when we arrive, we will wake each other up. Sleeping too long in the carriage makes my whole body ache." Edwin wondered, "So, what if we are not in the carriage?" As soon as she heard this, Olivia became curious again. "What else?" Edwin quickly explained, "For example, if we fall asleep while having tea in the living room." Olivia stammered, "Then." Before she could finish speaking, Edwin immediately suggested, "Or, offer a shoulder for the sleeping person to lean on. Shouldn't we be that close already?" Under this situation, Olivia only replied casually, So, you." Seeing Edwin listening to her seriously, Olivia felt a little flustered and worried in her heart. Was I being too much?" Meanwhile, Edwin continued to say, "You. Are you serious about that?" "Really?" As he asked, Edwin's face flushed red with embarrassment. That caused Olivia to be shocked and stunned. Immediately, a thought flashed in her mind, perhaps Edwin. At this time, Edwin suddenly lifted Olivia's chin, and said gently, "Even though I was planning to take it slow." As soon as he finished speaking, his foot lightly touched Olivia's shoe, followed by a skillful shielding motion. Under the current situation, Olivia's eyes widened, showing clear surprise and bewilderment. Meanwhile, Edwin was still looking at her carefully. The space between the two was so quiet that it seemed like you could hear their hearts beating loudly. Olivia's lips suddenly parted. Under this situation, Edwin could not help but swallow his saliva worriedly. Just as they were about to kiss, a voice suddenly rang out from outside, "Duke, has the young lady woken up?" Olivia hurriedly pushed Edwin aside, then replied, "Yes, I am awake." With a few strands of Olivia's hair in his hand, Edwin could not help but think to himself, "But still. We still have countless opportunities." In another place, as soon as he saw Jade standing in the rain, a voice quickly rang out with confusion, Duh. As soon as he saw his beloved brother, Jade quickly spoke, "Second brother. You do not know either, right?" "Second brother?" As he asked, Jade smiled awkwardly. That made Conrad feel very confused. "Know what?" Jade replied with a face full of loss, "Olivia, that she was treated like that." As soon as he heard this, Conrad frowned uncomfortably and asked, "What did you hear that made you like this? What did she do after all?" Jade hurriedly explained, "The princess called her a half-breed." Under that word of his, Conrad only asked coldly, "So what?" That surprised Jade greatly. "What did you say?" "So what, second brother, everyone in the palace calls her that, they call Olivia a half-breed." Under the current situation, Conrad only replied with an indifferent attitude, "So what if they do?" That word caused Jade to suddenly freeze, his eyes widening in bewilderment. Images of his beloved brother quickly appeared in his mind. At that time, Conrad had called gently, "Jade." Then he stroked Jade's head with care, an admirable scene of love and affection. It seemed far from the current Conrad, when he said coldly, "I abandoned her because of that. You really do not know." The more Jade listened, the more desperate he became, "Second brother, please." Meanwhile, Conrad continued to add calmly, the whole family is in chaos because of that Olivia girl. If you are done talking, go inside. Jade did not listen to that at all, and immediately turned around and left, causing him to shout loudly, Jade. A towel was carelessly placed in the bathroom. At this time, Jade was pondering his own thoughts. Just looking at himself in the mirror, Jade revealed a clear look of loss and a little sadness. After calming down, Jade put on gloves. He was preparing his clothes for the departure that he was about to make. As soon as he saw that, a voice rang out from afar, Brother Jade. Where are you going at this hour? Jade replied coldly, to Olivia's place. As soon as Othello heard this, she was stunned. Immediately, she sighed wearily, unable to speak. Then she announced, she has already left. That surprised Jade greatly. What? Where did she go? To Vikander territory. Othello replied indifferently, you do not need to know about that. As soon as Jade heard this, he frowned and called out, Othello. Contrary to his attitude, Othello said very calmly, I know, you should have done that sooner. Under that word, Jade suddenly widened his eyes in loss. Othello continued to speak, if you had gone with me when I left, she is really very kind. She even forgave me for finding her at such a late hour. So I can't tell you, brother. As soon as she finished speaking, she left with the letter clutched tightly in her hand. Othello could not help but say to herself, Brother Jade, in just one more day, I will show him. The letter she was holding was none other than the one Olivia had personally sent, to Othello. Hello Othello, I will be going down to Vikander territory for a while. If you need anything, please send a letter to the Grand Duke's residence. I have included instructions on the ledger, budget details, and an appointment with the bank manager on the last page. I hope it will help you. And, there is something I want you to relay to Jade Madeline, Jade Madeline. Everything I want to say is contained in that name. After reading the letter, Othello suddenly looked up at the corner of the wall. A blank white corner of the wall with nothing outstanding. However, memories from the past quickly flashed through her mind. Father, with a terrible look of displeasure and anger, shouted, this house does not have a child like that. Immediately take that trash out of my sight. The more she remembered, the more Othello became pensive. Then she quickly strode forward. Then she took something out from under her bed. Othello opened a small gift box. Inside was a family photo that had been taken from a long time ago. Under the current moment, Othello only knew to remain silent. Just like that, she sat in a corner, gazing at her family photo. Immediately, Othello suddenly lowered her face, sadly calling, Sister. Is this right? Like this, is it really okay? While she was in great turmoil, Olivia was enjoying herself next to Edwin. Edwin asked gently, Olivia, what do you want to eat? Melted cheese with cold cuts sounds good. Chicken steak with arugula is not bad either. Ah, tomatoes with salted beef are also good, or what about salmon? As soon as she heard this, Olivia was a little puzzled. Is it really okay to travel like this? Edwin could not help but wonder. What do you mean? Olivia quickly said, you are busy, but it takes 3 days to get to Vikander territory. This feeling is like going on a picnic. As soon as she finished speaking, Raina's voice quickly rang out in Olivia's mind. Lady Olivia, you are not confusing the task I gave you with a picnic, are you? When you are working, finish it quickly and come back. Do we have time to get out of the carriage and eat sandwiches? While she was still pondering, Edwin spoke. It is not like a picnic. It is a picnic. What is the rush? No matter how long it takes, the destination is still the same. This word caused Olivia to be stunned and lost. She could not even say a word in the current moment. Olivia just enjoyed the clear sunlight. Meanwhile, Edwin, sitting next to her, suddenly whispered in her ear, by the way, do you know that all the knights are looking at you, Olivia? As soon as she heard that, Olivia stuttered greatly. Why are people? Immediately, a knight spoke. Hey, our young lady has not eaten yet, how dare we eat first? As soon as she heard that, Olivia stared intently at the food in her hand. Then she immediately took a big bite. Olivia's eyes directly widened at the current deliciousness. With a smiling face, she assessed, it is really delicious. Edwin, sitting next to her, quickly replied, I am glad you like it. Sandwiches eaten during a picnic really have a different flavor, right? Olivia could not help but agree, yes, very different. As soon as he heard this, Edwin suggested, let us do this again in the future, go on a picnic. Olivia was a little puzzled, can we do it twice? Edwin smiled brightly, replying immediately, of course we can. After eating and drinking for a while, they had to continue leaving. Seeing Olivia not in the carriage and her face unchanged, Edwin was very puzzled, are you bored? Olivia was a little stunned and did not answer. After a while, she called, Edwin. There is something I want to ask you. When we arrive at Vikander territory, regardless of whether the people there welcome me or not, can you wait for me to confirm it myself? As soon as he heard this, Edwin said seriously, all the people of Vikander will devote all their heart to serving the young lady. Seeing this, Olivia immediately explained, I am asking about their loyalty, not their service. As soon as she finished speaking, she secretly thought in her heart, there used to be a conflict between the emperor and the previous Grand Duke of Vikander. And the previous Grand Duke failed. The price for that failure was that he was forced to wander from battlefield to battlefield. Until he lost his life. That is why people say that the current heir, the current Grand Duke, is also wandering on the battlefields as a pawn of the emperor. The people in the mansion do not seem to welcome the emperor very much. I need to confirm this with my own eyes. I am ready to face everyone in Vikander, but... As soon as she thought of this, Olivia showed a clear look of worry on her face. While she was pondering, Edwin's voice suddenly rang out, I agree. That surprised Olivia greatly. Immediately, she wondered, you won't stop me. Edwin said with a smile, that is what you want, Olivia. Moreover, even if I do not do anything. You have already pulled Winster to your side. As soon as she heard this, Olivia showed a clear look of confusion on her face. Sir Catler. Winster's image immediately flashed through her mind, along with the joyful call, my lady. Edwin continued to speak, he looks like that, but he is a knight of Vikander, someone so meticulous that he chooses each person to stand by his side. That is your strength, Olivia, the power to open people's hearts. After hearing all of his words, Olivia was stunned in surprise. Meanwhile, Edwin, walking ahead, still said with a smile, you will do very well in Vikander territory, so what do I have to worry about? What I should be worried about is what to do if you do not want to play with me. After listening for a while, Olivia stared intently at the bright sunshine between the earth and the sky. Remembering Edwin's words, she thought to herself, the power that I am holding. It seemed that this was what caused Olivia to smile on her lips. Along the road, withered leaves were gradually falling, welcoming the new life sprouting. At Olivia's father's place, he was sitting on a chair with a very grumpy and uncomfortable look. Contrary to that, Edwin said bravely, I said that is enough. I believe I explained very politely last time. Are you declaring that you will become my enemy by continuing this mistake? Olivia's father asked irritably, is a father who wants to meet his own daughter considered a threat, Duke? As soon as Edwin heard this, he smiled on his lips. Then he could not help but chuckle mockingly, good heavens, what kind of father would stand still and watch his daughter tremble alone in that filthy place? Edwin's words caused Olivia's father to be stunned. Immediately, he pursed his lips uncomfortably and said to himself, you do not know anything about us. 21 years ago. When Olivia's father was still young, he was sitting drunk in one place when a voice suddenly rang out from afar, you seem to have had quite a bit to drink, Duke Madeline. Here, there is still a lot of wine, please drink it. I have prepared something nice for this occasion. This woman will serve you. The person that he was referring to was none other than Olivia's mother. Returning to the present, while Olivia's father was pondering, the butler approached and gently reminded him, the tea has cooled, so I brought a new cup. Just sipping the teacup, Olivia's father replied, thank you. As soon as he saw him drink, Albert helplessly said to himself, there is not much of this medicinal tea left. In an instant, memories flooded his mind. At that time, Olivia had gently reminded him, that is good tea for the heart, please give it to father to drink. The temperature of the teacup must be so hot that you can still feel it when it touches your wrist. The more he remembered, the more Albert looked up at the distant scenery. In another place, a stern voice suddenly rang out, it is outrageous to think that the person the Duke chose would be Duke Madeline's daughter. The one who was uncomfortable was none other than Diane, the one with the polite red hair. As soon as she heard the words from Diane, the woman sitting opposite her said coldly, Diane. With just a word, Diane stood still, not daring to say a word. Immediately, Diane turned his face away and said indifferently, I am sorry, but wrong is wrong, how can she be a young lady from the Emperor's faction? I also heard that she used to be the Crown Prince's fiancée. As soon as she heard this, the woman replied calmly, so what, she is the one the Duke has sworn to, why are you making such a fuss? She is still in the same situation as you. Diane clenched his fist and retorted, even so, who knows what she is plotting, she is a mess of scandals, the Duke deserves a perfect lady, not. The more he spoke, the more difficult it became, to the point that his face frowned. As soon as she saw that, the woman immediately reminded him, another rejection reaction, I will adjust it for you. You still hate having permanent magic cast on you. Diane did not care at all, just turning his back and leaving, he said, I am very grateful, but this is comfortable enough. I will take my leave back to my room. This caused the woman to sigh helplessly. In a room not far from her, there was a painting of a woman. Just looking at the painting, the woman spoke, that child is so kind, is not she? The sound of water dripping. Diane, with a hot and six-packed body, was enjoying his own bathroom. Even so, his face still showed a clear look of discomfort and incomprehensible frown. Immediately, Diane suddenly closed his eyes to feel his own power. Then he widened them forcefully. Even so, it seemed like it still had no effect, and he helplessly raised his hand to his forehead, saying to himself, damn it. Meanwhile, at Raina's place, she was speaking with a frown, again. Say it again. Eubler, with a terrified and worried face, replied, "There is no method to recover the white crystal mine that the ownership has." While he was busy speaking, at Diane's place, he had left the bathroom. Scene change, to Olivia's place, while carrying her on his horse, Edwin said gently, "Been transferred through a magic seal." Just like that, they left, leaving behind small flowers that were gradually blooming,